Florida led for just 64 seconds at the Alamo Dome last night, but thankfully it was the right 64 seconds. Thanks to a big finish from star Walter Clayton Jr., the Gators are national champions. Clayton helped lead Florida to a huge comeback win to stun Houston and grab a 65-63 victory in the national championship game. Clayton was named the Final Four's most outstanding player. Clayton finished with 11 points and 7 assists in the win for the Gators. He had 5 rebounds and a steal, too. Now, it wasn't the greatest title performance out there, but Clayton got the job done and is ending his college career with a national title under his belt. And truly, that's all that really matters, if you ask him. And the long-expected approval of a landmark antitrust case allowing college players to be paid directly by schools, that's going to be on hold for at least another week. The federal judge presiding over House versus NCAA case requested attorneys make additional tweaks to some of the terms. Those 2 terms that they're really looking at are roster limits and whether future players should be tied to the current class in the multi-billion-dollar lawsuit. Now, looking ahead, a final approval could come upon receipt of those tweaks from the attorneys, but that might not happen for several more weeks. So we remain on the edge of our seat waiting to see what the final decision and the outcome is going to be in this lawsuit, House versus NCAA. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell.
What up, Toby?
Can't complain, man. Plenty to talk about today.
Hell yeah.
National championship game last night. Nats have won 3 in a row. We got Mark Zuckerman joining us coming up at 10:30.
Landfill gonna stop talking trash about my dude now?
Who's he talking trash about?
Cruz, man.
By the way,
are you gonna moonwalk that thing? Are you gonna do a little Michael Jackson?
Well, by the way, last night...
Nah, he still only got like 3 hits on the year.
Well, okay, so I don't want to have a beef with anyone over there, but the official scorer last night gives him a base hit right away, right? He hits it towards Mookie Betts. Not a great play by Betts. He doesn't get a glove on it. It's ruled a base hit, so it gives him an RBI. Later on, like 5 minutes later, they change it to an error. What are we doing?
If he didn't
give the guy a base hit.
If he didn't get a glove on it, it's not an error, right?
That's what I'm saying. Give the guy a base hit. At home, help your guy out. Give Dylan Cruz a base hit. But regardless, we'll get into the Nats in a little bit.
Yeah.
We got to start with the national championship game last night, B. Mitch. How much of the game were you locked in on? It was a close one.
I saw the whole game.
It was a close one. I was over at Nats Park for a lot of it, so I caught a little bit of the second half. It was a close one throughout, but I tell you what, man. They held Walter Clayton in check for a lot of the game. Yeah. But once he got going, it was over.
I think once he got going, I'm not going to give Walter Clayton the reason for them winning that game. The kid Richards was the one that kept them in the game. Mm-hmm. But down the stretch, I got to knock their coach, Houston's coach, because I don't think he basically. You watch Florida coming out of breaks and timeouts, instant play, boom.
Yeah.
Bruce drew up nothing. All they did was dribble. If you want to go to a Harlem Globetrotter event, that's what Houston gave you last night. Listen, man, they played tremendous defense, but their offensive schemes and what he drew up was nothing. All they did was dribble, and my man, look, what's his name? Down the stretch.
Was it Sharp?
Sharp. He wasn't. He wasn't sharp at all.
No, it was not.
I mean, he'll chuck up some stuff, and he was chucking up some bad ones. He'll hit it, but the last 2 plays, he screwed it up.
They were just so bad. The last 2
plays. Cryer got a jack. Cryer he should be crying today. He needs to shoot more. He is probably their best pure shooter on their team. But for some reason, he shies away from a lot of shots. And when that ball left Cryhead and went back to Sharp, I knew it was going to be a shot or something. But he goes to go up and he knows he's going to get blocked and he just dropped the ball.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the last two plays of that game for the Cougars last night, I mean, what was going on offensively? The second to last possession, it was a lot of passing the ball around up top, trying to set some screens, and then eventually he drives down the right side and gets the ball stripped off his knee. And then the final possession of the game was the same thing, right? Just a bunch of people up top trying to figure out who's going to take the ball, screen after screen after screen, but for nothing.
That's what happened. They choked.
They did, man.
They choked.
Last night, they choked. They did. Down the stretch, they totally choked.
I mean, it's funny because what Duke looked like at the end of the game against Houston is what Houston looked like at the end of the game against Florida.
Look, I'll be totally honest with you.
You just read my mind on that.
I did not see. I saw Houston make Florida make mistakes. I saw Houston last night not know what the hell to do. Okay? So you get the ball, like you said, you're dribbling on top of the key from sideline to sideline. Nobody is looking at the hole.
Yeah.
Nobody is looking at the big men that were turning. You could have thrown passes to the big men early. But all they did was dribble, back and forth, get inside of 10 seconds. Now you're stressed and pressed, and you have to throw up some junk. Lost the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because Houston does such a good job defensively, and they did a really good job throughout the game of holding their guys in check. I mean, you just look at it. Walter Clayton finished with 11. You mentioned Richard. He had 18. I mean, if you would have said that the score was going to be under 70, the winning score was going to be 65, that was probably going to favor Houston.
Yeah.
And reality, it did. They choked at the end of the game. They had no offensive identity, and I think that was a struggle. You know, they did a good enough job against Duke.
I think having no offensive identity is the thing that hindered them. If they had an offensive identity, if they knew how, if their coach could draw up something effectively offensively, they run away with this whole tournament. They had to be in close games because they take ill-advised shots.
They don't have enough offense to run away against anybody.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you saw big man Robinson, I think his name. Early on, he destroyed them in down low. Then they went away from him. Then they tried to come back to him late, but Florida was smart enough to say, oh, no. Don't let him go by himself. Then they started to play to his strong arm, and it threw him off. They adjusted. Houston did not adjust. And when a team doesn't adjust, listen, I know the kid Sharp is going to be the one that everybody's going to point at. But your damn coach has to make adjustments throughout the game. The coach for Florida sure did. Their coach in Houston did nothing.
Yeah, I think overall this Final Four was good though, B. Mitch. I mean, the total
it turned out good.
The total margin of victory for all three games combined was 11 points. You had 79-73 Florida over Auburn, a 3-point game. Houston over Duke 70-67, and last night national championship game 65-63. A couple of things coming out of this. You know, I don't know if this is something that's a trend or not, where you're going to have 1 seeds and the top dogs with the transfer portal. I don't know that we need to get into that right now, but I think overall people were disappointed in the tournament because there weren't the upsets and everything. But at the end of the day, when you get to the Final Four and it's all 1 seeds and you have games like this, I don't know how you can be disappointed. This was good basketball to watch,
man.
Even though Houston choked down the stretch. Like it was
there
still
were a lot of good games.
Absolutely.
If you just looking just for upsets, like my thing is, okay, you get upsets early, they don't ever win a damn tournament.
Exactly right.
So you lose out on some of it. Why not have the games be tighter or whatever, and then at the end, I enjoy. Listen, you finish strong, you win over, right? The last 3 games were spectacular. I'll take that. You know, I don't care if you have upsets all the time.
Do you remember a couple of years ago, it was 2023, the Final Four was San Diego State, Florida Atlantic, UConn, and Miami. Constant complaining about who was left, right? Like everyone's like, we're going to really have to see Florida Atlantic or San Diego State in the final?
But see,
really?
That's what I'm saying. The people have this revisionist history, or they just don't remember what they truly said. When they had that, they were pissed that those people were in the Final
Exactly.
Four. Now you get the ones in the Final Four, they're pissed again. Let's just be real. Human beings are not ever satisfied.
It's one of the things I can't stand that media does. And I know we're part of the media, but I don't think we fit into this category. When people complain and like, it's not good for basketball to have this and that. The World Series a couple of years ago was the Rangers and the Diamondbacks. And people complained. Like, oh my gosh, no one's going to watch this. And then last year it's Yankees and Dodgers, and people are like, wow. It's like, why does it matter? It's not, like, I don't get all that
People
stuff.
going to watch.
Exactly right.
Listen,
and even
man,
if you're not going to watch B-Mitch,
the problem with media today is media goes with the norm. They jump on anything social media is doing instead of being real journalists. Every time you show up, we have nothing to talk about. It's always something to talk about in sports.
There's something to talk about.
It's always something to talk about. You can talk about the good, the bad. You can talk about the ugly. Okay? You can talk about the young people coming up, or the old people are still holding on in sports. You can find something to talk about. But no, if it's not nothing that make people just click, 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 they don't think it's something to talk about. Sometimes if you just talk about just a regular game that went on, and you just talk about how good one team was, how good the coach was, Florida last night, all at the end of the game, and how bad one team was down the stretch, that's enough. It could get you a whole hour and a half. But people won't do that because they're looking for the thing that make everybody think, oh, wow, wow, wow. No, that stuff, it doesn't last very long.
So I want to get your thoughts on this, B-Mitch, because I think last night I saw this stat. I'm trying to double check, make sure it's correct, but I'm pretty sure it is, that last night was the first national championship game since 1989 that featured no freshmen. Are we seeing an unintended consequence of NIL and transfer portal? Because I watched a couple of kids play at Paul VI a couple years ago. Really good players.
Yeah.
And two of them are now transferring to Georgetown. So I think it's going to be cool. Isaiah Abraham, Deshaun Harris-Smith transferring from the Terps over to Georgetown, get more playing time over there. But DHS got some playing time with the Terps. Isaiah Abraham got next to none. I understand he's playing for UConn, two-time national champs. But there's a couple of kids that, like I've seen play around here that are studs, that are really good players.
Yeah.
They can't get on the floor because instead what they're doing is, I'm going to go get third-year guy over here from No Name Tech. I'm going to go get this dude that wants to leave the Big 12 to come play in the ACC. And all of a sudden you have teams that are all transfer guys, and it's a self-preservation league like you talk about all the time.
It works like that now, but it goes in waves. There will be somebody step up like a Cooper Flag. There will be a person step up like a Michael Jordan or a LeBron James type person.
Sure.
And they're going to play on the team with the other guys. But it may not happen often. That freshman that still needs some work,
is that a good
he probably
thing?
won't play this year. Listen, man, I am here to watch the basketball. I'm here to watch 5-on-5 once they get out there on the court and see how a coach can bring that together. I don't necessarily care if it's a freshman or a senior. If the guy is the best person and he's improving, I'm with that. I mean, we get to the point where we always ask what is good for football, basketball, baseball.
Yeah.
You know what's good for it? If they have
a good product,
a great product and high level of competition on the court, ice, whatever it is.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I can see both sides. You want to see freshmen on the floor. Obviously, if you get a guy like Cooper Flag, there's some other guys like Derek Queen, right? Guys like that, they're going to get on the floor. It doesn't matter if you have all seniors. That dude's
like
too
it's
talented.
always been. Think about that. When the freshmen played in the past, they were exceptional. If the freshmen play now, they're going to have to be exceptional.
Maybe even more exceptional,
yeah.
Right?
So what happens is the guys that were just going and getting, they won't no more. They got to work a little hard at it. Which what I like a little bit about it is this. Transfer portal, people can find every negative they can for it. But you know what it does? It stops the guys that are just been pushed on as the greatest up there. It makes them have to work now.
Yeah, definitely.
If you're going to get on a damn court, you're going to have to be able to play. Point blank.
And the other thing, too, from a NBA standpoint, I bet you some people in the NBA don't mind this because there were so many one-and-dones that came out that, frankly, weren't ready, B-Mitch.
Oh, yeah.
They just weren't.
Very much.
And not to say that that's going to fully get rid of that, but you've seen a lot of players getting drafted out of Europe. And now, in turn, because of what's happening with this,
they're skilled, though. A lot of people come from Europe are very skilled.
I have no issue with them drafting them from Europe.
Maybe we should get skilled over in the United States instead of just thinking we got to dunk every damn thing.
100%. I agree.
Dunks are not the only thing that you do. Learn how to shoot the ball, too.
But I think with this, B. Mitch, like, if you're not getting as much freshman playing time, or at least you're not getting them playing time in big moments like the NCAA tournament, outside of the guys like Cooper Flagg, the studs that are going to go, first, second, third overall anyways, maybe you're going to get a more refined product coming out in the NBA draft, which is something that, we talk about this draft, the NBA draft year over year, where it's like, if you don't have a top 3 pick, well, it's a crapshoot.
Yeah.
And you don't want that in the NBA draft every year. I mean, heck, the Wizards were stuck picking in that 8 to 15 range, and they're stuck drafting role players every year, versus maybe you end up having these guys have to go back for a sophomore season, a junior season, and you get guys that come out like John Morant came out after 2 years, and you saw what John Morant, obviously and
John Morant, I think if he had chosen a bigger school, bigger college to go to, he wouldn't have been there the whole 2. Like what happens is this. We were looking for the upsets, and normally the upsets happen because mid-majors had guys that were in their 3rd, 4th, 5th year.
Yeah.
Now, the majors have guys in their 3rd, 4th, 5th year.
Yeah.
So we've always said, oh, man, the upset. What you're basically getting is the same guys now are playing on bigger colleges, which I think will overall, in the long run, make the NCAAs more, I would say more challenging, because the more teams that get in with good players, the higher the competition level goes up.
I also want to warn people that freak out about this. Like, right now, it's the wild, wild west in college sports. At some point, it's going to get regulated. I don't know when that point's going to be.
Though? I'll be honest with you. If I went from you getting all the money and I'm knowing that I'm supposed to be getting something, and now you give me something, now you want to pull back off of it, you're going to have a problem with that. Because there are going to be a lot of parents, there'll be a lot of players and lawyers out there that are going to say, look, you should still give this. How can you tell me I deserve it, then now you want to try to pull it back?
Yeah.
That's going to be a problem.
Yeah, I'm just intrigued. I think once you get, anytime you introduce something new like this, which the NCAA did a horrible job regulating right out of the chute.
The NCAA should be gone. They should be dismantled.
So
you should find another entity to run it. The NCAA has been crooks since their inception. They need to get the hell on and go somewhere else, because all they did was lie and steal and then cheat and do everything else. Players didn't get nothing. They were screwing over on coaches while all of them were getting rich.
Sure.
They need to go.
Yeah, I think once you get some of the regulations in place, we'll see it. It's never going to go back to the way it was, B. Mitch, but I think you could see it even out a little bit.
This thing turned out. See, this is where the screw up comes. The adults are the ones screwing everything up.
Oh, correct.
This thing came
100%.
about name, image, likeness, right? If you are a guy with a great name that can sell, you should be able to make something from it. Now, it's the colleges who are coming up with these collectives that are actually paying the players. That has nothing to do with name, image, likeness, right? And why? Listen, when Johnny Manziel was at Texas A&M, Johnny Manziel was a bigger pull than anybody else on the team. Now you want to tell me that we all got to make the same amount of money? That's back to what it was before. Yeah. Name, image, likeness mean that if you got the bigger name, image, and likeness, you should get the most money, right?
100%.
Manziel went to a little, they had a banquet, sat at the table with, what was it, 9 people, $20,000 a piece. They paid. They sold 3 helmets, $30,000 a piece. Okay? How much money is that? $270, right?
That's a lot.
One night. And that player couldn't get nothing. So now you're going to tell me Johnny can do that. If I go sit Jeff at the table, they ain't going to pay all that money for Jeff. So, but Jeff and Johnny Manziel got to get the same amount of money.
How much you paying for a Jeff Walker
you
signature?
Cannot, you will never, ever make this thing. You will never be able to put this genie back in the bottle.
Yeah, I agree on that.
Yeah, you just messed up.
Yeah.
But when you show the players what they deserve, that's where the problem starts.
Yeah, and by the way, I mean, a player, I think what NIL is best for, we got to hit a break. I think what NIL is best for, you remember Jack Golke last year? Oakland kid that was shooting the lights out. I think they went to the Sweet 16.
Yeah.
That kid should be able to benefit, because guess where you're going to hear Jack Golke?
He was 30 years old, damn near. He was 25.
But you're never going to hear that name again, B-Mitch. Yeah. And he's able to at least capitalize on his big moment. So yeah. I really like that. We're going to take a break. Mark Zuckerman from MASNsports.com going to join us next. The Nationals started 1-6 But watch out. They've won 3 in a row, including one over the Dodgers last night. We'll talk to Mark Zuckerman next.
All right, if you're looking to sell a house, you need to reach out to our friend over at John Leahy at the Fine Living Group. John is confident that he can get you an instant cash offer within 24 hours. Like Marilyn. Marilyn needed to sell her Greenbelt property because she was relocating for a job. Unfortunately, her condo didn't qualify for FHA, which ruled out several potential buyers who absolutely loved the unit. But she had no reason to fear, as John Leahy and the Fine Living Group contacted a past client who was looking for an investment property. Even better, that buyer paid cash for $2,000 over the asking price. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of John Leahy and the Fine Living Group's guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. Go to johnsellsdmv.com and find out your home's value in mere seconds. John offers you flexible fees, customized for your needs, and he knows that life happens, and if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time. And that's why you should trust my buddy John Leahy with your house, just like I would, as a lot of people around this area has. Call John today at 301-900-3052 or go online at johnsellsdmv.com. Or even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This sports update is brought to you by Door Pro America. Garage door service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Some big NBA draft news. BYU freshman guard Yegor Demon is entering the 2025 NBA draft. Demon is the number 12 prospect in ESPN's NBA draft projections and was named to the Big 12 all-freshman team. Now, Demon helped BYU make the Sweet 16 for the first time since 2011, but he has a bit of an interesting backstory. He was born in Moscow, but moved to Spain to play for Real Madrid as a 15-year-old, being one of the best European basketball prospects. BYU paid $1 million buyout to free him from that contract, bring him into the Cougars, but sounds like they're only going to get a year of him in the blue and white. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement to a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell. We're working on getting Mark Zuckerman on. We'll talk to him coming up in just a couple of minutes. B. Mitch, I wanted to tell you this. So when the Dodgers come to town, I was over there at Nats Park yesterday.
Yeah.
When the Dodgers come to town, it's like the Beatles came to town.
Yeah.
The amount of reporters in there is insane, B. Mitch.
Bro, they have their group is a bunch of rock stars.
It's like 5-1.
Yeah.
Dodgers reporters to Nats reporters.
Yeah.
And also,
and I'm glad the Nats beat them.
Absolutely.
I didn't think it was going to happen. I'm serious.
By the way, like 3 hits for Ohtani last night. He was a double shy of the cycle. And there are so many Japanese reporters that follow Ohtani. They've got a bunch of them, too. They got Yoshinobu Yamamoto. They've got Roki Sasaki, a bunch of Japanese players who are really, really good. So they have a big contingent of Japanese reporters. It's just funny because usually in the press box, B. Mitch, it's, a couple of people. There's plenty of seats. Not yesterday.
Oh, no
not
seats.
Yesterday. Not for the Dodgers series. Yeah, there's a lot of people there. So it's kind of cool to see, but it was good to watch them last night. Mackenzie Gore has been really, really good.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. So he's the thing about this team for a while now, the starting pitching has been there. The bullpen hasn't been.
Oh.
and I think, I have all the faith in the world in Rizzo, but who's coming up that could be in the bullpen? That's going to be something that you could be laying your hat on. You know what I mean?
That's the tough part, B. Mitch, is they talked about Ferrer, right? The lefty that throws real hard. He's come out of the pen a couple of times this season, and he's been right there. The stuff is electric. He's throwing 97 from the left side with a good slider and a good changeup. But he's like one pitch away and then gives up the big hit, right? The backbreaker. And they want to trust him. They've been using him in more big spots. But at some point, you got to have the results in the field. And some of it's been good. Some of it's been bad. Young guy. But to your point.
But it's been some years now.
It is.
That has been a problem for years where starting pitching on point. Bullpen.
I mean, I don't even know I was talking about this with Grant. I don't know when this team has had a good bullpen. Because even when you go back to 2019, when they won the World Series, going into that postseason, that was the worst bullpen ERA to ever make the postseason.
Yeah.
And to tell you how much Davey trusted the bullpen, he almost never pitched him aside from Doolittle and Hudson, right? Like he's like, can I throw Corbin out there on a non-start day?
But they had Doolittle and Hudson.
They did.
They don't have a Doolittle or Hudson right now.
They don't. And credit to Kyle Finnegan, by the way.
Yeah.
3 straight days. Last night goes out there, gets 5 outs, throws 30-plus pitches on a 3rd straight day. Really impressive work from him. So they're playing better baseball. This is a big series for them, B. Mitch, because they started the year so poorly. They were 1-6 to start the year. It looked like it was getting late pretty early on in the season for a 162-game season. It looked like it was getting pretty gloomy already, but they won 2 games against the Diamondbacks, which you felt good about. And now the Dodgers series, they got a chance tonight to maybe win the series against the Dodgers, and that's a real easy way to tell people to shut up if you can beat the Dodgers 2 out of 3.
I mean, I think they beat the Dodgers 2 out of 3. They're telling landfill, shut up. Going straight to landfill.
Yeah, we're going to go straight to landfill and tell them to shut up. We'll still try and get Mark Zuckerman on here in just a little bit. I wanted to read say hello to the chat this morning. The first person in the chat is Lawrence, and I think you'll enjoy this, B. Mitch.
Mm-hmm.
He says, "Good morning, fam. 149 days until football."
See, normally I always feel, wait till you get inside of 100, but it just let you know how people are looking forward to it. They are starting now, 149.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday, he probably put it 150 away.
Oh, yeah.
But normally that starts inside of 100 days.
And then, what is it, 3 weeks?
When it gets close to 3 months, people lose their minds.
It's, 3 weeks and 2 days until the NFL draft, the first round of the NFL draft?
I don't even think it's 3 weeks.
I think it's April 24th, so I think it's 3 weeks. But
Dude, today is the 8th.
Well, yeah, that's 3 weeks.
16 days. That's 2 weeks.
10 to 21 is 3 or 2 weeks. Yeah, 3 weeks. No, yeah, you're right. I'm an idiot.
Hey, landfill, I got a question for you, okay? Is it just that seat? Because everybody that sit in that seat cannot count.
Nobody who sits there knows how to count. I don't understand.
I need to change the chair
I told you it's the 8th.
I promise
and
you.
you go, yeah, the 24th. 3 weeks. No, 3 times 7, 21, bro.
Look, man, I promise you that I was good at math in school. I think JP's done something to this chair that put a hex on it or something.
Damn.
Because that's
I have done the show with
math.
several people, and everybody in that chair says something crazy when it comes to numbers.
That is some bad math. But yeah, I can't wait for the NFL draft. Are you going to be out there in Green Bay?
No, I'm going to be out there in Ashburn.
Okay, I don't blame you on that one.
Listen, I don't know how the NFL decided to put the draft in Green Bay. I'll be totally honest with you. When you go up to Green Bay, or when you go up there, Wisconsin, anytime, you stay in Milwaukee.
Yep.
You drive out to Whistling Straits, Erin Hills, Black Wolf Run.
Yeah.
You don't stay there. Now, if you stay on the golf campus, you're there for golf. There is nothing in Green Bay but that stadium and a bunch of Packer fans.
Oh, yeah.
There are not many hotels. They're not huge for sure. So I think they're going to be overwhelmed.
Oh,
the draft.
There's no question it's going to be.
You will not have as many people as you had in Detroit. I'll just say it like that.
It is going to be a show, B. Mitch. Just looking at it right now, by the way, too. I know it's a couple of weeks from now, not 3 full weeks, B. Mitch, but a couple of weeks from now. It's 28 degrees in Green Bay right now.
See. That's one of the reasons why my agent hit me like when I was late in my career, and he said Green Bay called. I said, you tell him don't call back.
Hey, listen, it's not too bad in September and October. I've been up there. You get November and December.
September and October. There are 10 other months left in the day. So I had 2 opportunities to go up north to play ball. Green Bay and Saskatchewan. And I refused to even visit.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
If it's 50 degrees in August, I don't want to be there when September, October, November, December come around.
Yeah, I don't blame you one bit.
I just don't, but seriously, I don't know how they end up getting the draft.
It's going to be a show.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Maybe a show, yeah.
Yeah, last night was a show. The Nationals getting the win over the Dodgers 6-4. Joining us now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, is Mark Zuckerman from MASSonSports.com. Mark, what's going on?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
We're doing good, Mark. What's happening with you?
That was a fun game last night.
Yeah,
I know, Toby, you were there. That was like, I know it's nothing compared to a playoff atmosphere, and it's only early April. But as far as games that this team has played the last that they've played, and they rose to the moment, it was a lot of fun. It's the kind of thing you hope there's more of to come, because it reminds you of what it used to be like on a more regular basis around here.
What's your thoughts on Mackenzie Gore?
You know, he is, I think, really embracing the idea of being the ace of the staff. That doesn't mean that he's going to pitch like this every single night, and doesn't mean that he's, Max Scherzer yet. But what I loved about him last night was he understood what the situation was. They were going to have a short bullpen. They are starting Brad Lord tonight as a guy who can only go 3 or 4 innings because he hasn't been stretched out enough yet. So he understood like they needed him to give them length last night, to go as far into that game as he could, and also, by the way, pitch well enough to give him a chance to win. And he took that assignment and he ran with it and gave him 6 really good innings. He finished strong. And I give him credit because I think he is growing into this role of understanding what they need him to be and how he came through on a night when they needed that for him. That the stats, the final pitching line may not look overwhelming, but that to me was like an ace-like performance and the kind of thing that you hope to see more of from him.
Yeah, I mean, you needed it, and he came out and played well enough that you're still in the ball game, gives up the 2-run homer to Shohei, bounces back. I think that's the thing I want to ask you about, Mark, is he kind of deflects it every time we ask him about his growth mentally, because to me, the stuff's always been there. Maybe you could talk about being a little better with command and control, whatever, but the main thing for me has been mentally. He would struggle at times where pitch to pitch, one would be bad, and the next thing it just turns into a 6-7 run inning. He's been so much better this season. I could tell. It felt like I could tell a difference in spring training. Have you seen that difference as time has gone on, where this year it just feels different, that mentally he can move past things and move past mistakes like he couldn't before?
Yeah, I have seen that. And even going back to late last season, he had a really rough stretch over the summer. And we were all starting to question, well, maybe he's not what he's supposed to be. And then he finished, I think it was like his last 7 starts, he had a 1.5 ERA. And there were some good teams he was facing him there. The Yankees, I remember, was one of them. And he kind of figured out, okay, I can't wear my emotions on my sleeve the way that I do. When something goes wrong, like it's okay to be emotional, but you can't let that affect the next thing that you do. And I think that was his biggest undoing at times last year, is that when something would go wrong, it would spiral out of control. And I think he's done such a better job now of understanding, okay, look, you make a bad pitch to Shohei Ohtani and you give up a 2-run homer. Guess what? He's the best player in the world.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world for you. Come back out and get the next guy. And you saw that last night, and you've seen it more consistently here. And what's going to allow him to ultimately become a number 1 starter, we know that when he's on, he can be fantastic like it was against the Phillies on opening day.
Mm-hmm.
The key there is, and the nights when he's not at his best, and that was the case in Toronto last week, can you just minimize the damage and not let it get out of hand? And that's what he did in that game. It was only 5 innings, but he gave 3 runs, and there was a chance for it to be worse, and he made sure that it wasn't. Same thing last night, although even better than that. Never let it get out of control. Really, it was just the one guy who beat him. Everybody else he took care of. That's a big natural step for him now to take and avoid the bad blow-up innings, and I think all of a sudden he looks like a much better pitcher.
All right, look on the other side, our bats, Dylan Cruz. They had a lot of talk about him coming in. He started off struggling. He started to get some hits as of late. What are your thoughts on him, and is this just a young guy learning the majors?
Yeah, he is, and we have to remember how quickly he came up.
Mm-hmm.
Drafted the previous summer, and then he ends up in the big leagues late last season. He only played 31 games in the big leagues last year, and there's obviously a lot of expectation on him, and that's fine. I mean, that's fair. He was one of the best college prospects to come out in quite a while. But there is still a learning curve. And I think in his case, here's a guy who probably hasn't struggled to any extent in his baseball life in a long time, if ever. And so how do you deal with that when it does happen? The first week of the season for him, it was rough. It was, 8 straight strikeouts at one point. He's swinging at everything. But you started to see better signs. He was making solid contact, even if they weren't falling for hits. And now in the last few days, you are seeing it come together a lot better. And he's too talented. He works too hard. He cares too much, I think, for it to last forever. I mean, he's going to be a good big league player. But like everyone, you kind of have to learn how to fail first and how to get through that. And we're starting to see the signs of that from him. And I think it's been nice also to see him in center field. Jacob Young's had a few he struggled, so they put Dylan in center. And he plays really well out there. He's very comfortable and natural out there. And what I've liked is that even when at the plate he's been not himself, he hasn't let that take over the other part of his game. He's separating 2 parts of the game. And that's a really encouraging sign.
Talk with Mark Zuckerman from MASNsports.com. Last one here for you, Mark. This team has talked about all leading up to the season, early on in this season, about how they want to contend, or at least they want to, try to vie for a playoff spot. They want to be better than they were the last couple of seasons. How important do you think it is these next 2 games when you're not facing the cream of the crop from the Dodgers rotation to see if you can get one of the 2 and win this series against the Dodgers?
Oh, I think it'd be a huge psychological boost. I mean, especially just a few days ago, we're talking about them at 1-6, and thinking, well, how through this homestand, given who's still to come. The fact they took 2 out of 3 from a very good Diamondbacks team, you already won the series opener against the Dodgers. Like you said, if you win just one more of these, you come out of the opening stretch of the season at 5-7. Not bad, all things considered, given who you were playing and the struggles that first week. And now the schedule softened somewhat on the upcoming road trip. To me, the biggest thing for them this year was they need to get off to at least a decent start. Doesn't have to be a great start, but if you can just be hovering around 500, you start to believe in yourself. And as the season plays out, you're facing this uphill climb right from the start. So they kind of put themselves in a hole, but the fact they've won 3 in a row, and if you can get one more here this series, I think it changes the outlook a lot and allows them to move forward and just go play relaxed and try to go on a little bit of a winning streak. And next thing you know, you're making it interesting this summer.
Mark, always good to chat. I'll see you at the ballpark
Appreciate
tonight.
you, Mark.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Hi, man.
That's Mark Zuckerman from MASNsports.com. Coming up next, we'll talk a little more Nationals, and we'll dive into maybe a little NFL draft talk before Barstool Nate joins us coming up at 11.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here, and I've got something very special for you. This Saturday on April 8th or April 12th, grab your bike and join me for a Bike to the Breweries, a ride that's all about fun, community, and making a real difference. Whether you're riding 5 miles or 30 or more, every pedal stroke supports local autism organizations right here in our backyard. And the best part, it all ends with some of the best brews in the DMV. Mile 20, Caboose, Green Lizard, Bike Lane. So come ride, raise your glass, and give back. Sign up now at biketothebreweries.com. That's biketothebreweries.com. I'll see you there. Grab a beer.
Welcome back. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell. Barstool Nate going to join us coming up at 11 o'clock, so keep it tuned right here to The Fan. We're talking a little NFL draft before we talked to Zuck there. I'm curious, it's in Green Bay this year, which it seems like you're not a huge fan of. I'm biased because I spent some time up there.
I like Green Bay. I like the community because of tight-knit. They really care about their team.
Definitely.
But to have a draft or anything bigger, no.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not enough.
It's already a little bit crazy just to get in. What does Lambeau hold? 80,000?
Yeah.
It's already a little bit of...
Basically, Lambeau is like, if you go back home, let's go to Reston, Herndon, and just drop a stadium in the middle of a neighborhood. That's Lambeau.
Where did you guys stay when you played in Green Bay?
We stayed
in Appleton?
Yeah, that's it.
Like half an hour away?
It's like right there, but that's where the little restaurants are.
Yeah.
And not many to choose from.
It's different.
Fridays and some.
It's different now because Green Bay's kind of built up some stuff. But to your point, there's still imagine.
They are still light years away.
Imagine having one drag basically to get in to Green Bay.
Yeah.
For hundreds of thousands of people.
That's the thing. It's like Green
Bay. That's what it is.
It's hell for a game.
Yeah.
When they just have their fans and another team. Now you're expecting fans from 32 different teams.
Yeah. Now the question is so for me, I've gone to a couple games at Lambeau, and afterwards I have some friends, some family up that way. So usually we'll just go over their house, watch the afternoon games, and then leave when the traffic's kind of died down during Sunday Night Football. I do the same sort of thing. You kind of have to do the same sort of thing at FedEx. So it's a little bit
FedEx
better
you can get away. I mean, better than Green Bay.
Well, definitely better than Green Bay.
But think about this.
It's more so getting out of the parking.
When it was in Nashville, you had an area downtown where everybody can gather. When it was in Detroit last year, an area they can gather. Vegas, New York. What's the area to gather in Green Bay? In the middle of the neighborhood? And what I'm trying to figure out is, are they hosting it at the stadium?
Well, so the renderings that I've seen, because I was considering going, since I have some ties up there, I don't think I'm going to end up going, but they have renderings where it's just outside. Where they got the stage just outside of Lambeau, big parking lots out there.
So it's outside of Lambeau.
It's outside of Lambeau. It's not
outside
inside
of the stadium.
Yeah, I think the stadium's going to be the backdrop.
So basically parking lot it. Well, parking lot normally backyards.
Yeah, essentially.
So you might be in somebody's backyard, basically.
I mean, they'll have it shut down. There's a street that runs this way.
Yeah, but
then there's two big parking lots with a street here. They're going to shut down this street.
What's the complex that they built?
The Hudson Center?
That's the outdoor complex?
Yeah, I think it's the Hudson
indoor
Center.
complex. So that's all I've been thinking is, where the hell are they going to put it? And I was wondering where they're going to send us up. And I got a call last week, we'll see you at the over at Ashburn. Thank you. I mean,
hey, you're going to miss out on some good golf. There's some good golf up there, but you played up there.
Yeah, I mean, that was my whole goal. If I went there, I was going to Whistling Straits.
Yeah,
I was going to Aaron Hill.
Now, real quick, before we hit a break here to get to Barstool Nate, NFL draft here in D.C. is going to happen at some point.
I think it will be here. Let me see. It's 2025. I'm going to take a wild guess and say 2027 or 28.
I would love for it to be here. You talk about places to gather.
I don't say things unless it's possibly going to happen.
I think B. Mitch has sources of what he's trying to say. But I think that would be a fun event because I was considering going up. I was something. B. Mitch is a wizard. Who knows? But yeah, I think that would be fun to have here, right?
Yeah.
I think the spectacle, it's all about backdrops. I think Detroit did a good job. It's kind of in the middle of a bunch of buildings and whatnot.
Cool.
But they were
their setup was cool.
It was really cool.
And that city is trying to come back, and I think it was a good deal.
I think Vegas is cool when you've got the backdrop of some of the fountains at the Bellagio and everything. I mean, can you imagine the monuments? Everything being a part of.
Will they allow?
DC?
Will the authorities allow it to be on the mall?
I mean, I don't know how you logistically could do it. How cool would it be if you get introduced as an NFL draft pick on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial?
Be sweet,
right?
Be sweet.
You're the first overall draft pick. Yeah. And by the way, the beauty of this, B. Mitch, we ain't got to worry about quarterback getting drafted here in Washington, D.C., whatever that draft is.
I'm not even excited about the drafts anymore. We got ours.
Right, we're picking 29. People are throw it away. Who cares? Send it there, whatever. It's a different time here in D.C. We'll talk to Barstool Nate next here on B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by IT Cadre. Trusted insight from trusted insiders. itcadre.com. Florida defeated Houston 65-63 last night to capture the program's first national title since 2007. So with that, this season's college basketball is officially in the books, which just means it's time to turn the page to next season. Florida might still be celebrating their win, but they're not likely going to do it again next year. They have the 12th best odds to win again. Who's the early favorite? That is Duke is the early favorite to win the 2026 national title after falling short this year. The Blue Devils are expected to lose superstar freshman Cooper Flagg to the NBA draft this summer, but they are bringing in 5-star forward Cameron Boozer, who is a projected top 3 pick in the 2026 NBA draft alongside his twin brother. Duke is followed by Houston, Louisville, Purdue, and Kansas with the best odds to cut down the net next season. And last night, the Nationals beat the Dodgers for their 3rd straight win. Mackenzie Gore gave up 2 runs and 5 hits, struck out 7, walked 1, throwing 58 of his 100 pitches for strikes. Today on the mound, you got Brad Lord getting the start as the Nationals plan to toss a bullpen game. The Dodgers were supposed to start Blake Snell today, but he's been placed on the IL with shoulder inflammation. So that means they are calling up prospect Justin Wroblewski to get the start today. As always, you can listen to that live right here, 106.7 The Fan. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Hour number 2 of B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today. Apparently I can't do math today, so that's lovely. Alongside Brian Mitchell. Joining
when
us
you sit in that seat, you take on JP's Metro.
I don't know what it is. One thing, I at least get in before, 30 seconds a song. So not full JP.
He's done a little better lately. A little better.
Joining us now on the Rude Guest Hotline, Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, is our friend Barstool Nate. Nate, you were in attendance for 893, 894,
no,
and
he was in attendance for
895.
895.
Well, he was there for all of them.
You were in town for 893 and 4? Nate, you didn't call me?
Hey, Mitch, I've said on this radio program to the millions and millions of Nateaholics since January that I will be at every game down the stretch.
You didn't call me, Nate. I won't hear that. You didn't call? I told you I was going to be in the building and you didn't call.
Honestly, I knew that you do the 5:30 early bird dinner, and I knew that you were tucked in after Wheel of Fortune at 7, so I did not think you would be at the game.
Nate, I was at the game, fool. I was right there where he scored the 893 and 4.
No, I saw you were on the glass. Those are good seats. No, it was electric. That Friday game, 893, 894, was maybe the best regular season vibes crowd I've ever been a part of.
Yeah.
And I went to almost all the playoff games, 4 out of the 5 Stanley Cup games. It rivaled those. It was just the electricity and the buzz in the air, the tension every time he was on the ice, every time he took a shot, even that final minute when he was just peppering Spencer Knight with shots, trying to get the hat trick. It was amazing. It was everything I wanted it to be and more. And then obviously 895 on Long Island on Sunday. It was a very interesting environment. I'd say about 60-40 split Caps fans, but the Caps, it was like kind of a scheduled loss for the Caps. It was, let's get Ovi this goal and let's get over the hump. He was playing very short shifts. People were double shifting. Ovi would leave the ice, very quickly into his shift and then was going to play full power plays. That was always the plan, apparently. Mm-hmm. And it was very cool just to watch him get 895, the whole ceremony with Gretzky, etc. But I will say, for the Caps fans listening, the DC sports fans listening right now, 893 and 894 at home in DC was better than seeing 895. 895 was more of like the pressure off everybody's back and like it happened, and it's cool to see the ceremony and Gretzky giving the speech. But the atmosphere at home in DC for the 2 goals on last Friday, that topped it. There's nothing better than that home crowd.
Yeah.
Everybody in red, everybody chanting Ovi. Nothing better than that.
I've stated I didn't care where he did it at. I understand fans wanted to be here, but I think also to hear soon as the power play was granted, people started chanting Ovi, Ovi. Yeah. And I think Gretzky made it even better. You know what I'm saying? And then all those fans, they didn't care that he played for the Caps. They cared about the historical value of what just happened. And then I respected that.
Islanders fans were very cool about it. They, the Islanders stink. They're always going to stink. They're never going to be good. So it was good that Islanders fans had something to, cheer for. And it was a little annoying, to lose the game, and have to listen to Let's Go Islanders chants. But after Ovi scored, the game was pretty much over. Every time Ovi stepped on the ice, it was still a pop for him. The final score didn't really matter. The Caps clearly just wanted to finish the game so they can start drinking in the locker room. That game was all about the record. It wasn't really about, the Islanders winning. So I'm almost in a weird way glad he did it on the road on Sunday, because now the team, it's just like they can breathe. They can take a sigh of relief. It's not force the puck to Ovi. It's not the media peppering everybody with questions about it. We have 5 more regular season games and then the playoffs, where we're the number 1 seed in the East. There's kind of a Stanley Cup to still win. So sooner the better. Thank goodness he got it over with. They can get back to playing normal shifts, normal game, normal flow, and just get back to normal.
Yeah, Nate, to your point, I think this season has played out perfectly for exactly what this team wanted. They played so well that they locked up the top seed in the Eastern Conference so long ago that they essentially had nothing to play for except for Ovi's goal chase. And so it seems like over the last month or so that's kind of been the focus. And in turn, the on-ice results for the team haven't been great. But now, since he's broken the record, you've got 5 games left where it can be, Coach Carb's preaching in the dressing room like, hey, guys, time to tighten up for the cup run. Ovi's got his record. That was awesome. We had fun with that. Now let's go win another Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's very cool that he broke the record while in first place. So, that dynamic is so fascinating to me, because I don't know if we've ever seen such a, once considered unbreakable record in sports get broken by a team that's also incredibly good, because usually that star players at the end of their career, they're kind of limping to the finish line. Ovi has 41 goals at 39 years old. He's just getting started for all I care. He might play another 10 years at this pace. So, we're Thursday at home. There'll be another little ceremony.
I don't think those 2 little boys going to let him play 10 more years.
Well, no, it might be the next
Daddy, come on!
situation. Ovi might be playing at 60 so he can play with his sons. You never know. They inject you with some stuff over in Russia to make you play forever. I'm telling you. But
go ahead.
Oh, say Thursday at home. I'll be there again, B. Mitch, if you're around.
I'll be there, Nate.
You will? All right. I'll text you.
I think I'll be there.
All right. Well, I'll be there for the ceremony. They'll honor him since they weren't able to do it at home because he broke the record on the road. And then, home stretch, 2 against the Blue Jackets, another against the Islanders, and finishing at Pittsburgh. And then the real show begins. We'll be the 1 seed playing whoever the 8 is. It's looking like it'll be Montreal. And hopefully, Protas can come back from injury and Logan Thompson can come back from whatever's ailing him. A couple guys banged up right now with a couple weeks left to go. Not the best timing, but again, as you guys alluded to, thank goodness we already have the East locked up so they can take as much time as they need.
He broke the record. He tied the record in one game less than it was set, and he broke the record in the amount of time that Gretzky set it. Who do you think can even get close?
Oh, if anybody can break Ovi's record?
It took 31 years for Ovi 31 years for Gretzky's record to go down.
Yeah.
How many years would it take for someone to get close to Ovi's?
I don't want to say it's unbreakable, because obviously we know that just does not exist. Records will always be broken. Austin Matthews right now, he is on pace to break Ovi's record. You know, he has more goals at this time of their career than Ovi had, whatever, at his age. It just doesn't, like, Ovi didn't miss any games in his entire 30s. You know, he didn't get hurt. He didn't sit any games out. He's just a machine who just plays. And that's why people thought it was unbreakable, because they thought he would have to slow down. They thought he would have to, you know, something would happen. Something would ail him. You can't just score 40 goals your entire career into your 40s. And that's why Ovi's just different than everybody else. So if someone's going to do it, it'll be Austin Matthews, who's currently pacing pretty well for it. But I'm going to be that guy like people were to Ovi. I'm going to say you can't do this pace forever. I'm going to say nobody will break it while I'm alive.
Talking to Barstool Nate on the Rude Guest Hotline, are you a little worried that if they go on to win the Cup, now that Ovi has the record and maybe even finds a way to score 5 more goals and gets to 900 before the end of the season, which is just crazy to think about, you think there's a chance he could hang it up? Or he's under contract next season? He said that he's probably not signing an extension off of that, so maybe next year can be that final ride. But if they win the Cup, does he just ride off into the sunset?
No, I think he plays next year no matter what. I think the bigger question is, let's say, okay, so if this team was bad and they were rebuilding and, you know, getting lottery picks and just struggling to, you know, be good again, I think Ovi 100% retires after next season. This team's the opposite of that. This team has rebuilt on the fly. The best front office in all of sports has done such a great job bringing players in, trading for players, signing players, and developing players. You know, guys like Connor McMichael and guys like Alexi Protas, who have just stepped up and shown that they can, you know, take the lead once Ovi's gone. But if Ovi can be a power play specialist, maybe play 13 to 15 minutes a night for 2 more years, I think he might resign if this team is challenging for a cup. If we were bad, I don't think he would resign. I think if there's a chance he can get 1 more cup while playing limited minutes, I think he might do it. He also seems happy, you know. He seems to be enjoying playing with this group of players, which goes a long way. If it was showing up to the rink begrudgingly every night, going like, we have to play again, we're going to lose 6-2 again, we're in last place in the East, he wouldn't do it anymore. But he's having so much fun playing and scoring. And obviously we see the videos, the locker room and clubhouse are just the best vibes possible. So there's a chance that he, even though he already said he wouldn't sign another contract, there's a chance he's just loving life a lot right now, and he might do it.
And I'm telling you, probably ain't nothing better if you hear people who's done it walking away when you can. If they win a cup this year, I think that's all she wrote.
I think no matter what, even if we win the cup, I think he still plays next year. He's not going to love the retirement tour. He's not that kind of guy that, you know, every team's going to try to present him with some, you know, stupid trinket or gift at center ice before every game in that retirement tour.
A lot of that stuff is very expensive and good, man.
Yeah, but then you get like a Mariano Rivera situation where they gave him like a rocking chair and it was all weird. So I don't think.
As long as it got a vibrating thing in it, keep your muscles right, that'd be good.
All right, chill, Bemis, for that vibrating. But I don't think Ovi wants to do it, but I think it'll happen. And I think he'll play next year, and it'll be the whole swan song situation.
I think we asked you what Ovi's going to do, and you telling us what you want.
Yeah, I think it's 50-50. I really, truly, at the beginning of the season, I thought for sure next year is his final year. He said it. The contract's over. He'll have the record, etc. I think because of how happy he seems right now playing with this team, I think it's now closer to 50-50 that he signs for 1 or 2 more years.
One thing that I've really enjoyed watching this, talking to Barstool Nate on the Rude Guest Hotline, is, you know, the last couple of years, Ovi's turned into an incredible leader, and he deflects everything. We had Ted Leonsis on the station the other day or yesterday, and Grant and Danny were talking with him, and he said that Ted did that he's turned down big time interviews because he wants to focus on winning the cup now. I think the cool part about this for Ovi is while he's deflected most things, it seems like when he got 8-9-5, even if it was just for a little bit of time and maybe it's just for those couple of hours, you know, celebrating on the ice and then after the game, he seemed to really enjoy it and took that in for himself, introspective, understood the moment, understood what that record meant. And while he normally deflects, I think he really enjoyed that one for himself.
1,000,000,000%. And I thought it was kind of nice to see where he did understand, like, oh, this is a big record. Like, this means something. I just broke Wayne Gretzky's record. And he did get emotional and he did get choked up. And there is something to say for a guy who has, he's been playing at a high level since he was, 14 or 15 years old, just playing at the highest level possible. And this is, he won the Stanley Cup. And that is, the peak of like what a team can do together in the league. And now he holds the most prestigious, I would say, record in hockey with the most goals. And that's an individual accomplishment. And so he can really say he's done everything there is to accomplish in hockey. I mean, I guess besides winning a gold medal, but whatever, like he has in the NHL, there's, what else he's going to do? Probably retire with the most hits all time.
Yeah, he hits a lot of people, man.
I think he's second overall in hits right now that people aren't paying attention to. He could very well retire the leader.
Not many other goal scorers on that list.
No.
Yeah, 0.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's pretty cool what he's able to do, and I think he understands that, and I think it was cool to see him. He's very appreciative of Ted and the organization, and he's been through the ups and downs, and he's just had great teammates, guys like Backstrom and Carlson, along the way, and I agree with everything you just said, Toby. It's just cool to see him understand that this is my record, and I deserve it, and I am the greatest goal scorer of all time, and he's appreciative of that, but also how he got there.
One last one here.
Totally.
Talking with Barstool Nate on the Rude Guest Hotline. Like, it's been so impressive with Ovi. Who outside of Ovi has been most impressive to you? Because you look up and down this roster, and it's guys that, people were like trashing the Protus contract. Now they're looking at it like, holy smokes, what were they looking at that we missed? Pierre-Luc Dubois was viewed as this wild card that could be, a cancer to the locker room, and he's been awesome. Who's been the most impressive guy outside of what Ovi's done at age 39, scored 42 goals?
Yeah, this team is half homegrown, half guys like Pierre-Luc Dubois, who was basically thrown away by the rest of the NHL. You have a guy like Tom Wilson, who
that's what I think it is.
Every Islanders fan and Flyers fan and Rangers fan would have told you 3 years ago he's nothing but a fighter, he's a goon, he's a dirty player. This guy had the primary assist on 895. He signed a giant, enormous.
Hell, he has 30-plus goals himself.
Sure does, 32 goals. He's an unbelievable player who has heard all the critics and all the naysayers, and he has proved them all wrong time and time again. Couldn't be happier for him. Couldn't be happier for John Carlson, who has been here through it all, and he's still here, and he's still on Power Play 1 playing with Ovi every night. Even a guy like Dylan Strome, the Blackhawks didn't want him. The Caps came calling. He's having an unbelievable career year with 51 assists, playing up on the first line. This whole entire team, really, even guys like Oshie and Backstrom, who aren't on the ice, but mean a lot to the Caps and mean a lot to Ovi. And it was really nice to see Backstrom and Ovi embracing the locker room after he broke the record, because Backstrom has more assists on Ovi goals than anybody, and his career, unfortunately, with the hip injury, came to a stop. But nobody deserves it more than Backstrom. If besides Ovi, like Backstrom was just there by his side the entire time. So yeah, just a really great group of guys who all deserve a little piece of that puck.
Tom may have been the most important piece, because I'm gonna tell you one thing: when Tom stepped on this team, nobody dare took a chance to try and do something wrong to Ovi.
Yeah.
Oh, 1,000,000,000%.
So when you have a guy like that, to where guys go, nah, I better not try and do nothing negative to that dude, and he can still score goals on you, that's special.
Yeah, and Tom Wilson draws more penalties than anybody in the league, so he sets up Ovi to get those power play goals.
There
Tom
you
Wilson he's truly one of a kind.
They work hand in hand.
Yeah, he's truly one of a kind. You can't say enough good things about his development and how far he's come as a player, and getting the primary assist on 895 to the captain Ovi, and Wilson is obviously next in line to be the next Caps captain whenever Ovechkin retires. I think it's very, very cool.
Yeah, it's a special time to be a Caps fan. Nate, always good to chat, man.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, I'll talk to you guys next week.
Hi, man.
That's Barstool Nate. He joined us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Coming up next, Ted Leonsis joined Grant and Danny yesterday, had some interesting things to say. We'll play some of that audio for you next. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
Happy Masters Week to all who celebrate. Rory McIlroy said that he's trying to block out the noise that this week may be his best chance to capture an elusive green jacket at the Masters and become only the 6th golfer to complete the career Grand Slam. It'll be McIlroy's 11th attempt at trying to achieve this feat. So a victory at Augusta National Golf Club would also end McIlroy's major championship drought of more than 10 years. He last won a major at the PGA Championship back in 2014. He's gone 0 for 38 in the Big Four since then. But of course, the betting favorite right now and the guy to beat is defending champion Scottie Scheffler. That guy is just good at golf and has been on his game. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's a monumental week as Alex Ovechkin, the all-time goals leader in the National Hockey League, goal number 895 on Sunday on Long Island. Going to hear from Ted Leonsis. He was on with Grant and Danny yesterday. By the way, I don't know if you caught the monumental in there. I don't know if you caught that. Little nod to Ted Leonsis. So want to listen to some of these cuts. So we'll start with cut number 2 here, Landfill. It's something that it's really cool. We were talking about this reacting after the fact that all 895 goals, like when you talk about Wayne Gretzky, when you talk about some of these other greats in other sports, you talk about LeBron, you talk about all these other players, they've played with different teams. Ted Leonsis was on with Grant and Danny yesterday, talked about the importance of all 895 goals coming here in D.C. for the Washington Capitals.
Yeah, I think you have to show loyalty both ways, and because he's once in a lifetime. I mean, these things aren't given away as candy. But I did fly up and back with Nick Backstrom and TJ Oshie, and I remember at the press conference when we announced the deal, Nick Backstrom was with us, and he said, "I want one of those," and we gave him a 10-year contract, and those two contracts really have made us a cultural place to play. I mean, we've broken the code on treating our players in the right way, and players that come from other franchises basically feel we're differentiated. They have a different kind of experience here, and it starts from the top down. It's being passed on. Best example I can give you is Dubois. He's played for a couple of organizations. People thought he underachieved. He's a great talent, and he played in Los Angeles. He's traded here. 3 minutes after it's announced, Alex reaches out to him and says, "Welcome. You will love it here."
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing about this, B. Mitch, is he's turned into such a great leader, which he was alluding to there. But the fact that everything has been here, right? Like when you talk about LeBron, you talk about Gretzky and those.
But still, I don't think it's no less what those guys did what they did
Definitely
in
not.
other places. But
it's more
the reason that
city,
OV got the gold, the contract he got, because he was a once in a lifetime talent.
Absolutely.
It's not like they were just doing that. And they gave it to the right person because he deserved it. But I like the fact that he was always here, just like Darryl Green was always here. There's a lot of people that was in more than one area that did some exceptional stuff.
Yeah, it's not taken away from anyone else for what they've done, but I think for fans, right? I think this one specifically for the fans is more special because of the fact that Ovi's never going to wear another sweater other than the Capitals. Yeah. And so having all 895, like, the other example to me, obviously Gretzky, and I'm not as big of a hockey guy, so I can't speak to Gretzky, but I can speak to LeBron. And he set the all-time scoring record, right? In passing Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. But, who claims him? Cleveland still claims him because he's from Akron, but, they can't claim his 2 championships with the Heat. They can't claim his championship with LA. It's not like LA claims him. They're still going to choose Kobe over LeBron.
Yeah, but they claim him.
They're going to, but you know what I'm saying? Like, there's 3 different cities versus here. You've got
See,
DC
for the player, though, for the fan, you say they can all claim Ovi. But for all the fans that you go and you produce for, you can have multiple cities and states pulling for you as well.
Yeah.
I understand exactly what Ted is saying, and it's a good thing. But if he had played somewhere else, then came here and broke the goal here, we'll still feel the same way.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't take away from what everyone else has done, but I think it just makes it a little extra special that he's been here in D.C. He's always going to be here in D.C. I think that's cool. You know, we talked about this a little bit with the Washington Nationals, a couple of their guys retiring, right? Like Ryan Zimmerman never wore another jersey, going to retire 11. No one else wore 11 for the Washington Nationals, right? Like that's Ryan Zimmerman. You think about Steven Strasburg, and even though that didn't work out with the contract and everything, Steven Strasburg, World Series MVP, never played anywhere else. So I think it is cool when that can happen, to have a guy in the city. Darryl Green, you mentioned, anytime you can have someone play their entire career in one city, even though it's not something that happens all that often, it's really, really cool.
Yeah.
Let's hear about Ted Leonsis saying there's plans, cut number 1, landfill, plans to build an Ovechkin statue in the newly renovated Capital One Arena when they get all the new renovations done.
We're going to have a statue garden, and there'll be our greats are there. You know, Elena Deladon retired last week. She's a 2-time MVP, WNBA, won the championship. She should have a statue. She'll have a statue. So we'll have a statue garden, but now we're going from 900,000 square feet to 1.6 million square feet. And we will have a gallery, a museum, a restaurant that's a sports bar, and have a lot of memorabilia, a lot of important artifacts in our past. And we've been curating to be able to celebrate, you know, the great players that have passed through.
That's an interesting thing that they're going to do. I don't know exactly where this is going to go. He's saying they're going from 900 to 1.6 million. Like, is it something where Gallery Place is going to turn into a part of Capital One Arena? I'm not exactly sure, but it is going to be.
It looked like a lot of construction going on over there. It may be.
There's a lot of stuff going on.
Used to be a Bed Bath Beyond, all that stuff. Ain't none of that stuff there anymore.
No.
It's just construction.
No, I'm interested to see what exactly they're going to do, but it is cool that they're going to have statues. You mentioned Elena Deladon. You mentioned, obviously, Alex Ovechkin. I think Ovi should have like 3. Like, just different poses.
That's what I like about, like, you go to Denver, and they got that little area outside the stadium where you walk in and they have all these plaques and the guys bust head on it and stuff like that, where it celebrates, you know, what they had before. And it's not just one particular statue or whatever. It's multiple, you know, like some people, like what they did at FedEx, well, now Northwest, but they have what's called around the stadium. You have to be in the stadium to see that. Why wouldn't it be somewhere outside where people can see it without having to be in the stadium?
Yeah, that's true.
I think that that mindset where anybody can see it and recognize who you want, who the guys were, not just guys who have to go in the stadium.
That's true, because like you have Monument Park for the Yankees, that's inside the stadium, but like walking by Lucas Oil out in Indianapolis, there's Peyton Manning outside.
Yeah.
Like anybody walking by sees Peyton Manning
or you
there.
Go to Philly and got Rocky, imaginary person,
right? Only in Philly. But I think the other thing too that is interesting is like, who else is going to get a statue there? He said multiple people, right? Like, you're obviously going to have Alex Ovechkin. I would think that maybe Backstrom and some of those guys would.
I think Backstrom deserves it.
I mean, heck, I would put a Holtby with the save there somewhere if you could.
Yeah.
Wizards, Bullets, you got to go Wes Unseld, Elvin Hayes if they're going to recognize them.
Yeah. And I think thing about it is you have to put people that have the credentials to be there.
Absolutely.
You can't dilute that. If you're going to have that type of thing, it needs to be a certain level of criteria to where you have to get into it. Not just there, because everybody has a moment they remember, and that moment may not just be good enough. The moment might be better than a person's career. You know what I mean?
It's true.
So make sure the guy's career matches whatever that moment can be.
Yeah, I think so. I think they've got plenty of people that they can choose from. The interesting thing would be, you know, what's the credentials? Does John Wall get one? Are you going with Gilbert Arenas and some of those guys? Or is it strictly guys that I know there's a lot that goes along with it. You could, if you were watching on YouTube, the look that B-Mitch gave me.
I'm just saying, like when you start thinking about it, you can probably find something to make certain people go, but you have to have a criteria and stick to it. That's when those things are best.
Yeah.
You just can't start making everybody get into it, a joint.
JP going to join us up next from a special place in Georgia. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan. Welcome back, B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today. It is Masters Week. JP joining us now from a beautiful place down in Georgia called Augusta. JP, what's up, dude?
What's up, boys? How's it going?
Chilling, man.
I did want to tell you, JP, that apparently sitting in your chair, maybe it's not you that is bad at math. It might be the chair or something's rubbed off of me, because I was trying to tell B. Mitch that the draft is 3 weeks away when it's clearly just over 2.
Yeah, I did. We had to retape a TV segment for 4 the other day when I was in Long Island because I said the draft was in 10 days. And then we were like, wait a second, the draft's closer to 3 weeks away.
Way past the 10 days.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, Toby just saw a dude with some big ears and say, he thought it was you on TV just a moment ago.
That's messed up.
He said, hey, JP right there.
That's big earsist. You're a big earsist.
Yeah, you know how it is. How is it down there, JP?
How's it going on?
Dude, it's beautiful. So the weather was awful yesterday. I got in last night and it was still bad. It's beautiful today. The sun's come out. I just watched Justin Thomas on 11. It couldn't have been his drive. He probably just wanted to practice from a distance because he dropped the ball. I don't know what the number was. Say it was a wedge for him. Say it was like a $110 or something, and he put it to like 5 feet. It was really cool. I saw his dad. His dad knows B. His dad knew Danny, so we talked to him for a second. He was double fisting beers. It was very cool.
Hey, did you see WB down there?
I have not. Is he here today?
I don't know. He was there yesterday.
Is he not in studio, I guess?
He's not in studio.
Is he? I mean, with the loyalty of our staff, we could go to war with these guys.
We got Jeff in today.
Good.
Jeff is white Brian and himself.
I heard Jeff accused you of something during the break, Brian.
What did he accuse me of? I don't know.
Lampfield told me something on hold. I'll let you guys figure that out.
A lot, man. Lampfield, what is it going on that I don't know about?
Oh, we'll all get fired so fast if we talk about this.
All right, I'll talk to you off air then.
What
you know me, always bringing stuff to air, B.
That's JP's specialty. What's your
even when I'm on, even when I'm not in.
Right? What's your plan for today? You walking around? You just chilling at a couple of holes?
Yeah, dude. So I like to walk around, just see everything, run into some friends. My favorite place, and honestly might be my favorite place to sit and chill out in the world, is on the 16th hole. There's a grandstand, and if you're on the tee at 16, if you go as far as you can in the grandstand towards the hole, and it's that par 3 where you got to carry the water,
right.
I go as far down as I can, and you can watch the guys hit on. You can watch them play 16. And then all the caddies and the players try to skip it across the pond.
Yeah.
And you can watch guys coming on 15 hitting that second shot where they got, water in front, water behind, and they're trying to usually, for those guys they're hitting a 3-wood or a hybrid, or hell, those guys might be hitting a 5-iron or something. But it's a great little spot to sit in the world. So I'm going to walk around now. I'm going to go get some lunch, and then I am going to go park down there for the afternoon. I got to walk with Barry Svrluga for a little bit, which was really cool. Yeah, man, it's been fun. It's Augusta, dude. It's B, you've been down here. You ever been down here, Tony?
Yeah.
Never been down there, no.
So, are you indulging today?
I've had a beer.
No, I didn't ask you that. So you're indulging today. So you will be indulging. So after which beer do you stop walking?
You got to walk. There's no other option.
Well, I'm just saying you could find a place and chill, or you can keep walking around the place.
Well, this afternoon, I love sitting at 16, and there's also a concession stand and a restroom right behind there. So it's a good little.
There we go.
Good little triangle.
That sounds like a place to hang out.
So you already set up in your spot.
I haven't gotten there yet, but I will.
All right.
But dude, this is not a place where you get rowdy or sloppy. You keep it buttoned up here. So I will keep it buttoned up here.
We're proud of you for that, JP.
No, you don't get rowdy or sloppy, but you might look like you are.
Nah, I got shades on, so nobody can see the eyes. Landfill calls me a hobo or a vagrant. Right now, I got a vest on, a quarter zip. I got some product in my hair. I look all right.
What's the plan for lunch? We go on pimento cheese. We go on barbecue. We're trying that new
how much is splurging? $1.50, $2.50, what?
Well, B knows who I'm down here with, so we're gonna go.
Oh, you gonna eat at a nice spot?
We're gonna go have lunch inside.
Okay, well that sounds good.
But my one seed of all the $1.50 sandwiches, I love the egg salad. So I will have one of those.
Yeah, eat it while it's fresh.
I will. I don't think. Remember what I was talking about the other day, B?
I don't remember.
Well, I don't think I'll be able to bring sandwiches in. I got to leave early this afternoon for some stuff going on.
Yeah, I got you.
So my trip will be a little shorter than normal, which might mean no sandwiches for the boys. But
don't worry, Landfill wait till next week and get his.
We'll see about that. B, how about this though? Danny Frank told me to ask you, what hat would you like? He's going to get you a hat.
Oh man, I'll take any hat from over there.
What color do you want though?
Black.
Black. All right. They got some dope ones. And Toby, I'll get you something. You're a golf nerd.
I appreciate
you want a hat?
Sure, absolutely.
Don't get him balls. He lose all those.
I would not be hitting a Masters golf ball anyway.
You never know. You might be running out your other ones. You got to hit something.
I might just walk off the course.
I've done that before.
Well, B, it was cool. So I'm waiting in line for the phones, and some dude has a Dewey Beach hat on. He goes, JP, you calling B Mitch? I was like, yes, sir.
There you go.
And so his name is Nick Franco, and guess what club he plays out of?
Where?
Cannon Club.
Really? Oh, man. Cool.
So he knows all the Weingartner boys. So it was cool.
Good stuff.
Small world, man.
Who do you like this week, JP?
I mean, B knows I'm a Rory stan. It's hard to count on him to finally break through here. It's just so hard to know what the live guys are up to.
Yeah.
But I like Bryson this week. I also,
that course gets Bryson after a while, though.
Yeah.
It's not just bombing away out there. You got to shape that thing. He can do it all. But once he makes a mistake out there, it seems to
ask him if it's still a par 67.
I think he gave up on that. I think he was humbled by the ghost of Bobby Jones.
He said it was a par 67?
A couple of years ago.
Yeah, remember that? Because his plan. Well, dude, I'm standing right now. They have these like payphone banks, or not? They're like free phones, but they have these phone banks, and I'm standing kind of amen corner, and where I'm looking, I can see the tee box on 13, and then I can see where the green is.
Uh-huh.
They have moved that tee box so far back, and I know these guys bomb it, but you know how, I mean, for years and years and years, like the famous picture of Amen Corner is you see the green on 11, then you can see all of 12, then you see the tee on 13, and it's all surrounded by the azaleas. The tee box now is so far back, it's like, it honestly, the walk seems like where you get off the Metro at Navy Yard, and then you walk to the center field gate, like that whole strip of bars on Half Street. Like it's like that's the walk to the tee from the 12th green, and it's uphill.
That is crazy.
What's your favorite hole there? Not even just like to watch, but just like if you could play there. What's the hole that you think you'd enjoy the most?
Not 18 for me, B.
I like 18 because not that I would love it, but that gap coming out of the chute,
that narrow chute,
and then uphill, and then that green is wicked.
I love number 2 when you get that par 5 going down to the hill to the
Sure.
left.
Yeah,
the
that's
green
cool.
kind of sloping.
My favorite hole, and it'd be, I mean, I'd probably take a 9 on it. I love 15.
Yes.
And that I love 15 because the risk reward of going for it in 2 and knowing there's no bailout. There's water short and there's water behind. I also think 9 is awesome because, you know, these guys bomb it. It runs all the way down that hill. And then TV doesn't do it justice how severe that slope is coming back up. And then that green is so slanted. Depending where that flag is, there's no way to be below the hole. So, like, I mean, it feels like every putt's a knee knocker, you know?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. What are the vibes out there like? I know yesterday it got rained
elite.
out. Are there more people out there today?
It's packed, yeah. It's jumping.
Sounds awesome.
Yep.
It sounds like
I
have
to
get
down
fun, there
man.
sometime. Yeah, enjoy
it's a cool
it, JP.
spot, man. Yep. B, I'll probably give you a call or a text this evening.
All right,
to update you on things.
Got you, man.
All right, see
boys.
you, JP.
All right,
enjoy,
peace.
man.
Later.
Take care, fellas. See ya.
JP Finley down there at Augusta National Golf Club getting ready for the Masters. I mean, so you've been down there, B. Mitch? How many times have you been there?
Twice.
For a practice round, or
I went there for the practice round. We did a golf trip where we left Kinloch on a Sunday, drove down to Selma, North Carolina, played a course called the News, and we drove down to South Carolina, not Columbus. That's with a C.
Columbia,
South Carolina. Then we drove down to the Masters that Wednesday. and watched the part 3 and all that stuff. On our way back, Anderson Creek, got back to Kinlock, played Kinlock,
Sounds like a great
and
trip.
watched in the cabins on Saturday and Sunday.
Where's that fit on your bucket list of courses you want to play?
Oh, that's one.
Yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of the others I wanted to play, I played those.
Yeah. Is that your favorite major? The Masters? To me, it is.
I like the U.S. Open
Okay.
more because what it does, it goes to different places and it challenges the hell out of them. I love seeing pros get 7s and 8s.
Right?
I mean,
yeah.
I love that.
I like it when the winning score is like
the thing
minus
about
8.
the Masters is every year, you know basically where the pins are going to be.
Mm-hmm.
They've adjusted it some. But if you don't have familiarity there, you're in trouble. That's why when you come a new person shows up, it's rare that a new guy shows up there and wins. It's the guys that have played for some years and understand every little nook and cranny about that place.
It's Masters week. In 2 weeks, it'll be NFL Draft week. That's right. 2 weeks, not 3. 2 weeks. I'll get it down by the end of the show. We'll talk about what the Commanders need next here on The Fan.
to go 3 or 4 innings in this bullpen game. But the Dodgers, they started their season strong, but now they've lost 3 of their last 4. So this is a huge opportunity for the Nationals to potentially get a series win over the reigning World Series champions. The Dodgers have to turn to prospect Justin Robleski to start today after replacing Blake Snell on the IL. First pitch scheduled 6:45 p.m. As always, you can listen live right here at 106.7 The Fan to that game. TheWindowMan.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. Superior fiberglass windows from TheWindowMan.com. Now is the time to replace those drafty, cheap vinyl windows. Visit TheWindowMan.com for your free consultation. $200 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installations still apply. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back, B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell. I want to get into the NFL draft here in just a little bit. The NFL.com put out a NFL draft top 5 needs for all 32 teams. We'll get into that in just a second, but I don't know if you've seen this, B. Mitch. This is kind of making the rounds on Twitter right now. Caitlin Clark had a scrimmage while she was at Iowa. Where, for like these women's basketball teams, they'll bring in a bunch of college guys that maybe played in high school that are at the college to scrimmage against them. She scored 22 points in 2 minutes against them in practice.
How you scored 22 points in 2 minutes?
Basically, every time down the floor, she shot a 3 from like just past the logo and drained it.
But I'm just saying,
like they turned the ball over or they shot.
They probably couldn't dribble.
Yeah, I mean, how crazy is that? 22 points.
That's crazy.
In 2 minutes.
I know she's good, but she ain't scoring 22 points on me in no damn 3 minutes.
What's the greatest? I don't know if it was something high school. Maybe you were playing pickup or something. Like, what's the greatest performance you ever had, like on somebody? Maybe it was that real game.
Basketball?
No, football.
Football?
I mean, 22 points in 2 minutes. I don't care if that's practice or not.
I might have thrown 6 touchdowns against Donaldsonville. Probably had 1 or 2 rushing.
Okay, so an 8 touchdown day?
A little something.
Little something. Maybe the Commanders can add a little something in the draft. They need to get some more talent on this team.
I did play some ladies one time at LSU. They were all like Teresa Witherspoon and those people.
Yeah.
Newfound respect.
Yeah, I mean, they can play. They can play.
But they ain't scoring those 22 points in no damn
not
2
minutes, right? Maybe over 5, not 2, right?
You might be shooting from the free throw line. I'm hacking the hell out of you.
So the NFL draft coming up in 16 days. What are the Commanders' needs? According to NFL.com, I believe Dan Parr wrote this article talking about the Commanders' needs at pick number 29. Going into this draft, edge rusher is their number 1 need, cornerback, wide receiver, safety, and offensive line. I think the good thing that they've done here, B-Mitch, going into the NFL draft, what Adam Peters has done a good job of is there are still holes on the roster, but there's nothing glaring. Like if they had to suit up and play right now, I think they could play where they don't feel like anywhere is a giant weakness.
What they've done is put themselves in position to where when they get to a pick, they can go with best player available.
Yeah.
Instead of having that pressure to get a person at a particular spot, And I think being in that situation makes it a lot easier, and it confuses the other teams. When other teams know what you're going to pick, that's when they start calling people before you, and they don't know who the hell they're picking. They don't know where they're leaning to because all of the little signings and things they did in this offseason, you came with Debo. You got your another receiver. You got Tonzo. You got your left tackle. Okay? The kid Martin, he's may not be the biggest name, but he has a lot of lean and stuff when it comes to pass rushing. So you may have somebody at the position, but you're still going to need a younger guy. So I think if they were to go and say, listen, we're going to get bigger and better on the lines, they could pick all people like that. A running back falls to you. They could draft a running back.
Well,
Not saying they don't need to or they have to, but they could.
So I'm curious on your thoughts on this. When I look at the offense right now,
Mhm.
I think they're a weapon short. And I don't know that it necessarily matters where it is. I think a dynamic running back, so like to your point, if at 29, if they were to want Trevion Henderson out of Ohio State, or if Omarion Hampton or someone fell there,
Mhm.
a dynamic running back could be that guy. A speedy receiver could be that guy. A good pass catching tight end to go along with Zach Ertz could be that guy. I feel like they're a weapon shy because you've got Debo Samuel, who kind of opens it up horizontally, the way that he can go all around the field. I don't necessarily feel great about the running back room. I think they're okay, but I think dynamic you want.
But
and then
I think
obviously
the thing
you got
about
Terry.
it, when you have receivers like a Terry and a Debo, Zach is still very effective. You don't need to be super dynamic with a quarterback like that, like Jaden.
Yeah.
He allows you to be not as dynamic at the running back position to where you can do some things. I think Debo is also going to be an extension of the running back room where now when he's getting those screens and stuff on the edges, those defensive backs don't want to deal with him one-on-one. So this team has been set up in a way where it's not traditionally how you set up an offense. Because they got guys that are going to be playing positions and doing things that you don't ordinarily see.
I think the one thing that I want out of the offense this year that maybe didn't get as much as you had last year is a little more explosiveness. And they were very efficient last
They
year.
averaged damn near 30 points a game last year.
I'm not saying they couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying like they were built on efficiency, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But I want a guy either in the backfield or maybe you get a guy that can go deep in the passing game outside of Terry, where instead of every time it's we got to pick up 5 yards, stay ahead of the chains, and we're working long, 6-7 minute drives. You can have that one dude where you want to read option with Jaden. He hands it to the running back and he's gone for 65.
But see, the thing about that is this. The quicker you score, the quicker the other team get the opportunity to score. If you can get plays where you go 10, 12 plays and you score a touchdown, pressure goes onto their offense.
Sure.
Now they get one-dimensional. They take risks, and they put you in a better position. That happened last year. I want them to be explosive, but I still want them to be able to, take some time down the field where you put that pressure on them. Or at the end of a game, you need 10, 12-play drive to shut it out. Do it.
Yeah, I think I want something where that's at least an option, because like last year, outside of Terry, Diami did it in the playoffs, but during the regular season, maybe not as much. I don't feel like they had a super dynamic weapon. Not to say that Zach Ertz wasn't really reliable, not to say that Austin Eckler wasn't good. Outside of Terry McLaurin, and obviously they're going to roll coverage his way, knowing he's the true top guy, they didn't have somebody that was like, ooh, that's a one-play touchdown waiting to happen. And maybe Debo gives you a little bit of that, but he's more so still like the side to side. And like you said, DBs don't want to tackle him, so maybe that
He's
plays
gonna
into that.
some, like the play that Terry had in Detroit, where he split the guys and went.
Yes.
Debo is very capable of that. And a lot of times, the fact that Terry's over there, he's going to have man-to-man or one guy trying to deal with him. There's not many defensive backs. There may be a couple, but not many of them are going to take Debo Samuels down one-on-one.
Yeah, I just think if you added one more,
Yeah.
whether it's a speed guy on the outside or if you could add a dynamic running back or even another pass-catching
But
tight
see,
end.
I am with this mindset. Offensively, they are effective enough
Correct.
to compete with anybody in the league. They need to be able to stop some people.
I agree on that.
That's why I'm like, go defense.
Yeah.
Because right now, I think if you talk to people, you got to take one side or the other. Offensive, defense, where you have the most confidence, it's offense.
Yeah.
Easily.
100%. Yeah, I don't think there's any question there. Defensively, I think that's the only place where there's not a glaring hole on the roster to what I said earlier. But I think the biggest hole for me right now is still edge rusher.
Yeah.
Because you got to figure out what you're doing outside of Dorrance Armstrong. Javonte Jean-Baptiste, you can use Dietrich Wise as someone you brought in there. But those are kind of journeyman dudes. I don't know how much you want to depend on them to be your second dude. I think if you could get someone at 29 that can be a difference maker that you can build into your defense, I think that's the route I'm looking. But to your point, too, they're in a spot where if
they
some studs.
If they draft
29.
big and outside pass rush at 29, I have no problem with it. But I read a thing this morning where Cleveland has proposed a thing for Brian Robinson. Whether or not it's something that's going to happen or not, I don't know. But they were trying to offer one of their, fourth round picks, I think it was, and another pick. If I just believe they now have about 5, 6 picks.
Mm-hmm.
I think they'll have more before the draft comes.
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
What's your philosophy on the draft picks? Because some people, it's like, screw the picks, give me the talent. I tend to understand that, and I don't disagree with that. But when you're trying to build the roster, I think the draft picks are important.
If I get a young, talented player that's going to be here for a while, I'll take that player over draft picks. If a guy has established himself already and is going to come in, I'll take it any day. But if I can't get that type of guy, I want to have more opportunities.
Sure.
Or more choices. And the thing about it, I watched Adam last year, and you watch how Dan and his staff, they can go out there and take a guy and bring all that talent out of it. They know how to do it.
Yeah.
Adam seems to be giving them the right guys. So those guys watch this thing on a daily basis, and they dissect the hell out of it. They probably already know who they want or the guys they're going to pick. What I love about them most, they don't give you much information.
Definitely don't. No one. I mean,
They
no
don't
one
give you
heard
much at all.
No one heard any rumblings about Tunsil. That came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
But
I
remember
like that.
We were in here, and when the news broke, and I'm like, Tunsil? They traded for Tunsil? Like, where'd that come from? But
Hey.
to your point, B. Mitch, when it comes to the draft picks, because I think I lean more draft than a lot of people, but that's something I love. So I understand that's maybe a weakness of mine. When you look at the moves that they've made, I don't have an issue with giving up draft picks for a guy like Lattimore, where last year you got him for a rental for half a year, but then you also get 2 more years.
Yeah.
So he's here for 2.5 years.
Yeah.
You trade for Tunsil, he's going to be here for the entirety of Jaden's contract, right?
Yeah.
Like that's your franchise left tackle for the next 4 or 5 years. Debo is the one that was not. You gave a 5th rounder. So I think the trades make sense. I don't necessarily love that they don't have all the picks because you're still trying to build this thing. But if you're going to do it and you're going to be aggressive moving picks in a rebuild of sorts, which has got accelerated because you found the quarterback, I think those are the sorts of moves that you make.
Yeah, because like what they did, instead of going draft a guy and have them see if he's going to pan out, they went and got a guy that you know how he can do it. And yes, he had a great year. He was down a little bit last year, but hell, the whole San Francisco 49ers were down last year. But if Debo steps in here, and he's now in a position like everyone thinks that a guy could just hit a light switch anywhere and just turn it on, where he's in improvement mode. And that guy with that level of talent in improvement mode, I'll take my chance with him over a rookie.
Well, and so I was having a discussion.
And a rookie at a later damn round.
I was having a discussion with Grant a couple of weeks ago, and we're going back and forth. He wanted to trade a 1st for Hendrickson if that became available.
Mm-hmm.
And I said I did not. Part of it's obviously the context there. Like, of course, I'd trade a draft pick for Hendrickson, but it's the paying, the contract, and all that stuff. But to me, when it comes to it, some people look at it as like, well, they're drafting at 29, so what does it matter anyways? I think some people are so used to drafting high that they're like, oh, 29th pick, there's no guarantee. This doesn't let their scouting department, this doesn't let Adam Peters and those guys off the hook. Hopefully this team is picking in the 30s every year because you're playing for Super Bowls and you're playing for conference championships. So you still got to hit on those picks.
Are dumbfounded. They are dumbfounded when the ultimate thing is this. Everyone thinks that every team has all top 10 picks in the first round. Everybody's not that.
Mm-hmm.
Most teams are built, and their nucleus and their core are guys from 3rd, 4th, 5th round. James Harrison was as effective as any damn defensive pass rusher you've seen in years. He was undrafted. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So to think that you can't find somebody at the 29th, that's not a smart move.
And this is where you have to earn your pay, right? Like to me, we love to give credit to people that get things right early on that are like picks that we could have made, right? Like, I'm not saying Jaden, but like for other examples, because quarterback's so hard to get. But like if you draft some stud out of college that was a running back and congratulations.
What happens?
I watched him; he was good too.
Guys go out there, and this is what you see guys get drafted in the first round sometimes because guy may be projected late 1st, 2nd, and then one team drafts a position. The other team, I got to get somebody in that position. Then it goes on a run of those guys. And then you see guys who were legitimate first rounders get pushed back deep later into that round. Sometimes they get pushed out of the first round to the second round. And the mindset is just, we need a first rounder, we need a first rounder. Our best receiver was not a first rounder, right?
Yeah, no question. Third rounder.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when you start, I understand, there are a lot of guys who get drafted, then they stop working. There are a lot of guys who get drafted, then they really work even harder. And if you got a person with the mindset of a Terry McLaurin, I don't care if he's a first rounder, second rounder, third rounder, he's going to be effective for your football team.
So one thing that I think is interesting is there's a couple of pass rushers that have some stuff swirling around off the field. Mike Green has had some stuff swirling around about him off the field. Maybe it drops him down some draft boards. I think James Pierce has had some things that have swirled around off the field that have been discussions about whether he's going to slip down. Because talent-wise, I think both those guys are top 15 players. But maybe they slip down the draft board. Before, I don't think that this was a team that was built to say, we're going to take a chance on someone with a potential character risk.
Huh?
Do you think that the locker room, the culture, the building is more set up that obviously you have to do your background. You don't want anyone in here that's going to be, a long-term problem. But if you think that you can bring them in here and get them in order, is that something that you're willing to do at 29 now? And now that you feel like the building's more in order, or is that still something that you're shying away from?
Depending on what that
What the
allegations or what the situations are. Hell, remember Tunzel? Tunzel, he dropped in the draft, didn't he? Still around, right?
Tunzel had a
Still
nice
one of the best
little mask on right before. What was that?
So
the night before the draft. Yeah.
Now that's not even illegal anymore.
No. Yeah, and it's not even talked about either.
So it's like it's depending on what the person is accused of. Because I will say this: every time you hear a rumor about a guy off the field, it's not 100% true.
Absolutely.
Because hell, I know when I was coming out in 1990, it was all kind of crap. Okay, I got asked a question from one of the scouts or guys with affiliated with the team, and I'm like, "That's my brother," because my name is Brian Keat. My brother's name is Michael Bryan. It was a police officer in my hometown who was a straight ass. He always held me. He held me at fault because his son didn't make it. His son was awful. His son, my boy, today he couldn't play football. He was smart as hell. He's an engineer,
sure.
But he was not a good football player. And this dude gave my brother's criminal packet to a scout. So I started getting questioned about fucking tests and selling drugs. And I'm like, I never flunked the test and I never sold a damn drug. I say, but I know my brother did. But think about that. Yeah. So you have to deal with that.
Sure.
And sometimes, who's to say who they talk to that started a rumor?
Yeah, I mean, you never want to take someone that's obviously going to have done something that's,
How about the guy at Georgia with the accident? And what is he doing now?
So that's my point. Is Jalen Carter was probably the most talented guy in that draft,
yes.
Right? And he falls down the draft board because of the stuff that happened. Has anything been a problem since his time in Philadelphia? And they got the most talented guy in the draft.
Let me ask you a question, man. It's
a catch-22.
18 to 22-year-olds do some stupid stuff.
Jeff, can you attest?
Well, when he was 22, he's 31. He still do it. But most people have done some. The thing that really annoys the hell out of me, that people all of a sudden hit 30, 40, 50 and act like they never lived before. If they just think about, it's social media out there now.
Yeah.
And if you just heard that a guy, he was driving fast, or this, that, that's all you heard?
Yeah.
If all you hear is that he was a fast driver or he may have had a fight, that's not nothing serious.
It is
because back when I was in college, they didn't have those social media.
Yeah, it is.
There's a lot more crap going on.
How fast stuff can fly around, especially stuff that isn't true. Yeah. Obviously the stuff that is true, you need people to be held accountable, but stuff that is not true, the quickness in which it can spread like wildfire is really frustrating. Let's take a break. When we come back, a NFL executive was predicting that Jaden Daniels might have a sophomore slump. We'll tell you why we disagree with him next.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home team, Keller Williams Realty. Let's start with baseball, where the Nats have started to turn things around. Big win over the Dodgers last night. James Wood, 2-run shot. Nats win it 6-4. Shohei Ohtani put on a show for L.A. Homer tripled and singled, even though the Dodgers have now lost 3 of 4 after their 8-0 start. Nats have won 3 straight now, so they'll try again for another win against L.A. tonight, 6:45, in the Fan Series finale tomorrow afternoon at 4:05. Also today, the start of the final week of the NBA season. Only 4 games to go for the Wizards at Indiana tonight, 7 p.m. Team 980. Final home game of the season is tomorrow night against Philadelphia. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address, 800-763-3000, 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Welcome back. B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today. So, The Athletic put out an article recently. Could you see him take a step back? Maybe. I'm not, you don't want to deny that because he was so remarkable. The thing about it, B. Mitch, is he was so remarkable. He was playing at a top 5 level, arguably a top 3 level at the sport. If he falls to top 5, that's technically a step back. Like if this team wins 10 games next year and gets into the playoffs as a wild card, it's technically a step back, right?
That's if you only look at the result.
Exactly. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they're worse. I think for Jaden, a big part of this, when you look at CJ Stroud, because it's mentioned, he took the sophomore slump, so to speak, right? When you look at CJ, he took a step back, but also look around him what happened. The offensive line wasn't as good.
They were banged up.
And Bobby Slowick's no longer the offensive coordinator there because he was so bad.
He's no longer the offensive coordinator, but they also they traded for Stephon Diggs. He got hurt.
Yeah.
Tank Dale, he got hurt throughout the year.
Yeah.
And their top guy was banged up for a little bit.
Nico Collins.
So not only did you have your top 3 receivers be hurt, your offensive line wasn't good, and your offensive coordinator wasn't good. You're supposed to take a sophomore. You're supposed to take a step back.
Well, and by the way, a step back for them was what? Getting in the playoffs and winning a playoff game, right?
Yeah.
So I think if you're Washington, you'd take that in a heartbeat. So the thing that I think about this too is,
you know what? How about that same guy? Ask him, since he mentioned about them getting older players. Most people think older players mean experienced players.
Yeah.
And normally when you're experienced, you don't have to be as athletic.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to know what that same he don't want to be known.
Yeah, of course.
I want to know what he said last year about him. I promise it wasn't positive. So now he got to double down because he was already proven wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. I think when you look at Jaden, though, one thing that I think saves him, and it's something that I'll admit I underrated when he was being drafted, is his legs are just such a weapon. So that, CJ Stroud, if his offensive line isn't good, if he doesn't have everything working in process in the system, then he's going to struggle.
Yeah.
Jaden, Cliff Kingsbury feels great because he can call the wrong play and Jaden still turns it into a 10-yard gain because he just turns, something out of nothing.
Listen, man. Pat Mahomes has taken steps back. Joe Montana took steps back. But overall, they made the right decision in the right plays.
Yeah.
What I like so much about Jaden is this. Jaden is not the player who thinks, I have to make up everything in one play. He proved that in a rookie year where I'll wait. I'll wait till later. I'll just get this amount right now. He proved that he can learn, and he also proved that He's not one who thinks I can get all back in one big swoop. So he sticks to the script, which most quarterbacks do not do.
Yeah.
I think that helps him right there. And yes, they've gotten some older players and all, but I think they got some more experienced players, which overall I think the team is better offensively than it was last year right now.
Yeah, no doubt. Jeff, you want to weigh in on this?
I personally do not think he'll take a step back. Like B said, things change season to season, schedules get harder, but the thing is, that's only if you're looking at the result.
Yeah.
One thing we learned about Jaden, and I think because he make plays with his feet that it tend to overshadow that he can actually stay in the pocket and make a pass, he'll take that hit. People don't understand that he's not just they like to label him a running quarterback. No, this man is an all-around quarterback from what I've seen.
Quarterback who can run.
Yes, it's like, okay, I can do this in the pocket. I see this in the pocket. Oh, I gotta go. Now I'm gonna go make the play. It's hard to stop that when you got a guy that can carve you up in the air and outrun everybody on your defense. So I don't think it will be a step taken back. I don't care record-wise, as long as he just, shows that, okay, I made the right play here. Okay, I messed up on this play, but I came and I bounced back. Yeah. So,
but if you look at what he did last year, and you were talking about it earlier, we had one dominant guy on offense. Other than him, it was Terry.
Mm-hmm.
You have extra people now.
Yeah.
You brought it. So now, what do? What poison are you going to take? Do you try and take Terry out of it and let Debo go one-on-one? Do you try to take both of those dudes out and when you're running man-to-man, Jaden is even more dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Does Luke take a step forward? Luke fly and become something remarkable for you as well. I just think that normally guys take a step back when teams stay stagnant.
They did not.
When they don't try to improve things. Try to make it to where you have to worry about more than just one guy or the other. I think Washington has done that. No, they didn't go out there and grab a lot of big names, but big names don't always just win games for you. You need to have effective players.
Yeah, and I think for me, when you look at Jaden, to your point, Pat Mahomes has taken steps back year to year in his career, and he's still the top guy in the league.
Yeah.
People do it all the time, and I think it'd be one thing if Jaden didn't show me everything in his rookie season. He checked every box for me, right? Like, he can obviously run. You look at what he was week one to what he was playing like in the NFC Championship game. Totally different quarterback. He grew and improved. But just look at everything that you need to see from a quarterback. To Jeff's point, decision-making from the pocket. He can do it. Check. Can run. Can create. Check. Isn't bringing his eyes down. Isn't rattled by the blitz. Check.
And stop taking hits.
And
check.
And clutch. Right? Like that's the other thing, too, is like,
the gene he had right there, that clutch gene he presented, that doesn't leave you.
Exactly.
That's not something that you can teach. Either you have that or you don't.
Mm-hmm.
I have watched this dude and see everybody here, and I'm not trying to make myself more different than people, but I don't look at football like the typical fan. I watch, like, the guy, if he's in the NFL, he can play football to me. Point blank. I watch what else he does. He's not only calm on the field, he's calm in everything he does.
Everything.
The dude is just, and that is not something I don't think he was taught. I think that's just his personality. When you watch him and you hear, dude doesn't act like a young dude. He doesn't really care about what all the young, he has to have fun. He does what but some people think, oh, I got drafted. Nah, I made it. He got drafted. He said, I got to go to work. That right there takes you a long way.
Yeah, I mean, he's just so different than some of these other guys that have come into the league that haven't had it work out. The thing, looking back at when we were talking during training camp and just thinking about some of the things that we were talking about with Jaden then, like, immediately, the first couple days where he'd come off the field and, whoever's stepping in, Mariota or Driscoll or someone's getting a rep, and who's he over there talking to? He's talking to Bobby Wagner, picking his brain like, hey, what are you looking at here? What are you seeing? Or even just having fun building camaraderie with the guys. He's such a good leader at such a young age. And it's something that I kind of discounted, where his learning experience going from Arizona State to LSU, I think kind of awakened him to some things.
Mm-hmm.
And then he carried that over with the work ethic that he learned at LSU and continued that into his time here in DC.
People talk about that sophomore slump. And it's not just in the quarterback position. It happens at other positions too. And normally what happens is a guy comes out, he has a great year. The defensive coordinators in this league, they're exceptional, okay? They're going to look at what you did well all offseason, and they're going to come in and try to come up with a game plan to affect everything you do great and try to make you do things that you don't normally do great. You know who else got to be able to do better? The offensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
If you go back, I've always said you got to self-scout. If you go back and look at all the things you did spectacular last year, you better damn well know that they're finna come and try to stop that. And what you need to do is be able to have something ready for them. Or just give them a different look and run the exact same damn thing that you did. Because, see, this is what happens. Defenses make their calls based off of your look that you present to them. By the time that ball snapped, you could be in something else. What Joe Gibbs always did was he'll have different personnel groupings, and he ran the same stuff. But he may start one time with guys in like two wides, two slots, backfield, and then one guy go into motion and end up somewhere else. The next time he got a different personnel group and they line up in that, they come back to what they started in before. So now the defense is trying to, they're looking at your look and going, oh, and then you run something that I didn't run this ordinarily before. You know, it's up to the coordinators now and the coaches to figure out something different for the offense, not just the quarterback.
Yeah.
You know, and I've heard people I hear people all the time, oh, that quarterback. No. He's not calling the plays.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, only person I know that called the plays all the time was Peyton Manning. But if I am getting plays from the coach, he as well as I'm as a quarterback, I got to look at their defense and understand what they're trying to do to me in this offense to try to come up with something differently. But you better be on page with your coach.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of it. We saw that relationship grow as the season went on. And then the other part about it, too, is Cliff Kingsbury has so much experience, not just as a play caller, as an offensive coordinator, but as a head coach, that where Bobby Slowick kind of took a step back in year 2 with C.J. Stroud and now is out of a job or has moved on to somewhere else. I don't necessarily worry about that with Cliff. It's never been starting seasons, and it's more so the Cliff in the second half of years. So be interesting to see. I hope that he takes that step with Jaden, like you're talking about, where the offensive play caller doesn't necessarily take a step back as well. I do want to talk about the second part of what that executive had to say about adding older players and not maybe building through the draft and building with young guys. We'll talk about that next here on B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Baseball fans love the long ball. And FanDuel is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means you bet when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to a new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an Oppo Taco, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Brian to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back, B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today. Real quick, I want to get back into the Commanders, but apparently Caitlin Clark was talking about that 22 points in 2 minutes thing.
Huh?
I guess she was down 15 in the scrimmage and decided to go hero mode. I guess that makes a little more sense, right? Like, just in those 2 minutes, just going nuts.
Well, first time she shot from right across half court, I'd have been picking her up.
Full court.
She wouldn't have been jacking it up then. So whoever just sat back and let her cross half court and shoot for free, knowing how well she could shoot, they were idiots.
So, speaking of idiots.
I don't care if it's Caitlin Clark or her brother, or it could be whoever.
Exactly.
I'm not letting you score 22 points in no 2 minutes.
Not when you just keep shooting it from deep in my eye. I don't want that.
I'm gonna have to rough you up a little bit.
So one senior personnel executive from around the National Football League, anonymous league exec, said that he was afraid that Jaden Daniels could be one that has the sophomore slump. He also said, you've invested in all these older guys. You're not really building a team anymore. You're just adding pieces. At some point, you get diminishing returns with all of those old guys. First reaction when you hear that, B-Mitch?
That's a person who doesn't have a quarterback. And what happens is this. Sean McVay, they said hell with the draft, and they went and got some older players. And within 2 years, 3 years, maybe 4 total, they had been to 2 Super Bowls. They won one, they lost one, right? And then, yes, after that, the team began to fall off a little bit. But you've been to 2 Super Bowls and you won one. That exec, would he take that?
Yeah, you better.
Okay. You just went to the NFC Championship game. I would say when you go to the NFC Championship game, your next mode is mine. If not, let's go get a bunch of young guys and build something. You want to capitalize off of what you already have.
Yeah, and I think they're put in a weird spot where this was looked at as, okay, it's going to be a couple-year rebuild, and we see this all the time in the NFL. It doesn't even take a couple of years. We saw it last year with this team, right? This was a team that was drafting.
Teams go from worst to first.
This team was drafting number 2 overall last year for a reason. It's not because they traded up for that pick like they did with RG3. Yeah. They were drafting there because they were that bad, right?
Yeah,
like they were drafting there, rightfully so, and they turned the roster all the way over. And I think, to his point, maybe they're not building through the draft traditionally, but they're using some of those draft picks to go get guys like Laramie Tunsil, like Lattimore, like Deebo Samuel. And I think, I'm still a little bit wary on the approach because it is maybe not building something as long-term as I'd like. But when you look at what they've done, I think one thing that we're discounting, if people are looking at it the way that he is people are looking at this year's draft. People are looking at the year's draft after that and saying they don't have the picks. But look how many picks they had last year.
Yeah.
That are now going to be exactly. Well, and even the guys that didn't quote unquote hit, they're now in year 2, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think Jaden's obviously a hit. Sandra Still's a hit.
Yeah.
Brandon Coleman's a hit for getting a guy that can play on the offensive line in the 3rd round. But like
they seem to think John Baptiste is.
Exactly. A 7th rounder. Like Johnny Newton in year 2. Is he going to take a jump?
There you go.
Ben Sinnott in year 2. Luke McCaffrey in year 2.
Johnny did play, and I think part of the reason of letting John go was because you believe Johnny's going to take that step.
Yeah, and I mean, they had, I think this is either 9 or 10 draft picks last year. They all made the team. Jordan McGee, what is he going to take a step and play a bigger role? Dominique Hampton, could he play a role?
They seem to think so.
So that's the thing that I think sometimes we discount a little bit when you're looking at this saying, well, they're just adding all old guys. They're adding a bunch of veterans to help out, to your point, and they were in the NFC Championship game, so they're trying to continue that. But they also added a lot of guys last year that's where they had the extra picks versus, maybe they don't have as many picks this year, but they're kind of looking at it over the 2 years, they end up with 2 normal draft
But let's
classes.
think about this. The old guys that they added last year. You think you could have drafted somebody that played like Frankie Louisville?
No.
You think you could have drafted somebody that would have come in and played like Bobby Wagner?
Mm-mm.
Or even Jeremy Chin? He's gone now. But you know what Jeremy Chin did? He allowed some guys to get 1 more year under the belt. Now they get to step on the field. Quan Martin was in his 2nd year last year. Played some damn good football. Okay? Percy has had his ups as well. They are now getting guys to step into this thing. And maybe just 1 more year of getting some old guys allows some of the guys this year one more year to grow. And maybe, just maybe, a guy from last year who needs a little bit more, bacon in the oven to get ready. He may get a little extra time and hit somewhere in the second half of the season.
When you look through the depth chart right now, B. Mitch, and you look at people that are going to be here for at least the next 2 seasons, because it changes year to year.
Yeah.
But I feel like if you've got a guy here for at least two more years, like they're a part of your future, right? Like obviously quarterback set. I think running back could be a revolving door potentially. Maybe tight end with whatever happens with Sinnott and Zach Ertz. But like right guard with Sam Cosmi. Once he comes back from injury, you're set there. Left tackle, you're set there. Center, Tyler Biotis, you're set there. Terry, he's going to get an extension. He's set there. I don't know about Debo, but Luke McCaffrey, you're set there. So that's a lot of your offense.
Yeah.
That's going to be there year over year. Defensively, I think is where it gets interesting because you got Johnny Newton. Is Deron Payne here after this year? Not sure if that's going to be the case. Dorrance Armstrong will be here. Javon Kinlaw is going to be here. Frankie Louvu's going to be here. What about Bobby Wagner? Who knows?
Your questions are more about defense, right?
Yeah, definitely.
The man who just stated Jaden will take a step back, you don't have tons of questions offensively, do you?
No, and you have a lot of continuity.
See, a lot of times people make these broad statements and not look at what's actually happening.
Well, it's also easy, B. Mitch, to say who's going to take the sophomore slump
especially when you're anonymous.
Well, especially when you're anonymous.
I'm serious. I would love to hear what the same person thought last year.
Well, who are you going to go say is going to have the sophomore slump? Caleb Williams? He wasn't great.
Who said stuff last year? They were like, oh, man, they're not putting nobody around and they're signing all these old people. And they did well.
Yeah.
Yeah. And to have a slump, you have to do well, right? They can't pick anybody else. So Jaden is the guy. They have to talk to him.
I mean, if you're going to try to pick anybody for a sophomore slump, it's either him or Bo Nix.
I would think that the person, I'm going to tell you this, the person who made the comment is from the Chicago Bears organization.
Very well might be the case. Final hour of B. Mitch and Finley coming up next. We'll talk a little Capitals. Also, is Alex Ovechkin the most important athlete in professional DC sports history? Ted Leonsis seems to think so. We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Let's start with some baseball where the Nationals are starting to get in the swing of things now with a big win over the LA Dodgers last night, 6-4. As James Wood hit a 2-run shot for the Nats. LA put on a show with Shohei Ohtani. Certainly he homer, tripled, singled for the Dodgers, but they have lost 3 of 4 now after their 8-0 start. Nats starting to turn things around. 3 straight wins after they dropped 6 of 7 to start the season. They'll try to keep it going tonight. Another one against LA. 6:45 for the first pitch. 6:15 pregame show here on The Fan. It is the final week of the NBA season. Only 4 games to go now for the Wizards. They're at Indiana tonight, 7 p.m. That's over on the Team 980. Final home game is tomorrow night against Philly. Season finale Sunday afternoon, 1 p.m. against Miami. Wizards have dropped 5 of 6, 17-61 with 5 games to go. Second worst record in the NBA. Also, the final week and a half of the hockey season. Caps are off for another couple of days before they get back on the ice. Thursday night home against Carolina, down to the final 5 games of the season now for the Caps, who are likely headed for a first-round playoff matchup, it looks like, against Montreal. Ready to level up your skills? PGCC offers over 500 courses, job training, personal enrichment, and workforce development. Register now at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Final hour, B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today. Hey, Landfill, you're a big tennis guy, right? I know you're big into European tennis, right?
You know it, man.
So we're watching some clay court in here. Francis Tiafoe. He's facing a guy named Kekmanovic.
Kekmanovic? That's the name?
What's your file on Kekmanovic?
I mean, he's great at tennis.
He don't know what the hell that is.
I mean, he's currently beating Tiafoe.
He's never heard
in the third set.
He's
So.
never heard that voice.
Yeah,
I mean that man's name.
Kekmanovic is my guy.
I think his name is.
Where's he from?
Yeah, where's he?
The Czech Republic.
He's
Oh,
Serbian.
you just pulled it up. He's Serbian. No.
His best ranking was 27th in the world, and he peaked at, or no, maybe it was a little bit lower than that. Regardless, enough about Kekmanovic. Want to talk about the Washington Capitals? So they're getting things going a little bit, or hopefully they're going to get things going. They've been struggling their last couple of games, but now that Ovi's broken the record, hoping they can get things going. How far do you think they go? I mean, it's such a dart throw once you get into the Stanley Cup playoffs. Like
Yeah.
the best teams lose all the time.
I don't get it.
It's crazy, but because you don't want to run into one of these teams that has a really, really good goaltender and they get hot, right?
Yeah. But what happens is, I think it's human nature. When you're in a situation like Ovi trying to break that record, although your game plan may not be to try to feed Ovi, your game plan becomes feeding Ovi.
Yeah.
You a guy who about to take, you got a shot, and you're like, oh, Ovi's over there. You try to pass it to him. Something happens. But now that the record is gone and you don't have to worry about that anymore, you can now just go back into your regular game plan and fire and do it. Because what I was so impressed by early on was they could score 8 goals, 7 goals, 6 goals. Ovi didn't even score.
Yeah, they could win anyway.
They could win because other people can get it done too. But if you look at the games down the stretch for that record, everybody was looking for Ovi.
Mm-hmm.
And that may not have been what they planned to do. But
you
hell,
just do it. Yeah.
when you go home at night and you're looking at TV and they're talking about him breaking the record and this, that, and the other, human nature, it weighs on you.
Did you ever have something like that where someone was going for a record or someone was going for something to note that you kind of deferred to them a little bit?
Not well. I mean, Art Monk was going for the receiving record early on, but I didn't have to defer.
But I
know
change,
the quarterback was looking for him.
Yeah, did that change the game plan or the way that you played? Maybe not you specifically.
It didn't. I would say when I was going for some records, I noticed guys trying to do different things that kind of made the play worse because they were trying to, like, instead of just blocking his guy, he pushed his guy and then he'd go to another
trying to
guy,
do too much.
and then his guy made the tackle. Or you go back and you're trying to do something so you can get 2 blocks at, like, I'm going to hit both of these guys, and you miss them. Things happen because ultimately you want the guy to get the record too. And I think the people, like, always, they ask everybody, and the first thing he said, I don't have to answer these questions no more. And you know who else said that? His teammates.
Yeah.
They were probably like, oh, yeah, you're right. Every time you ask a question, they're going to say, oh, man, it's great. But you don't want to be asked that all day because you're trying to focus on your game plan.
Well, and that's why it was so important for me, the way that it's gone. We talked about this with Nate earlier, where they were so far ahead this season that they weren't going to have anything to play for this last month of the year, basically.
Yeah.
And this goal chase gave them something to play for. But in turn, I think it also changed a little bit of how they were playing.
True.
But now that you have 5 games left, you can kind of get back in. He's broken the record. Now it's time to get back in shape. Let's play some hockey. Let's get ready to go for the playoffs.
Because, I mean, when you look at that team, Strome and you got my man Chitrin and all these different guys, these guys can play.
Yeah.
You got guys running, skating fast as hell, doing their thing. And I got to a point, a part of Ovi's career, we had spectators on ice with him. A lot of guys watch him do his thing. These young dudes right now, they're trying to do their own thing. He still can do his, but they played. And I think when you have everybody moving at a pace, every line can play. You put pressure on the defense. But over these last few weeks, month, we've been trying to get a goal record broken.
Mm-hmm.
And it slowed down the pace a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it like you said,
It made it stagnant.
Even if they're not trying to, even if Coach Carbs isn't saying do that, you just naturally are deferring a little bit to Ovi. I don't want to play a cut from Ted Leonsis. He was on with Grant and Danny yesterday. You can check that out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. He said that Alex Ovechkin is the most important athlete in professional DC sports history. Here's Ted Leonsis yesterday.
Alex is in a class by himself right now. When you break an all-time record in the league, and we've had MVPs pass through here. Wes Unseld is an all-time great, but for Alex to do what he's done, it can be debated. I'm certainly open for the debate, but I'd have to say he's the most important athlete in a professional sport in Washington, D.C. Certainly when we drafted him 20 years ago, I don't think that would have come into the conversation. And so he's earned it. I mean, his longevity, his body of work, his accomplishments, and what he's done for the community, and what he's done as a person, his charitable work, his outgoing personality and nature. He loves the fans. He loves the community. He loves the kids, right? What he gives back to charity, we're not scripting. He's doing it because it's organic and authentic to him. And every accolade, every statue, everything that he gets, he deserves, he's earned. And, I'm going to be forever grateful to him.
What's your reaction to that? Because I think
I can understand why Ted says it.
100%.
But I will say this. If you start asking that question, you put out and ask people, just what you call it?
Like a poll or
put
something.
a poll out. It wouldn't come back like that.
Well,
and not because what Ted said isn't true.
Sure.
The sport itself doesn't touch a lot of as many people as other sports touch. Ovi's played 20 years. Darryl Green played 20 years. I would say if they put a thing out there, and if you put it with all hockey fans, he'll win.
Sure.
If you just put it out there naturally, Darryl win every time.
Well, and I think it's semantics here, but I think if you're saying most important, I don't know that he wins that. He has changed a lot of hockey around here. Like hockey was not a sport that was cared about nearly as much around here. Now you've got rinks where people can grow up playing hockey, that wasn't the case. So he's impacted it a lot. If you're saying maybe best, he holds the all-time goals record.
Probably go best. You could probably go best because listen, man, I've said it many times. I watched what he did at 6'3", 238 on that little blade. That's some. astronomical stuff he can do. He's unbelievable. But I just think that the notoriety of the sport will never allow a hockey player to amass or take over what Darryl Green did or John Riggins in this area.
Yeah,
to be honest with you.
I think that.
But I think when you look at the straight talent, yes. You know, like Sugar Ray. And then you look at Michael Phelps and Katie Ledecky. Those are people too. But what did Michael Phelps and Katie, what sport is it? Their sport is not as out there as other sports. And you lose a little luster when it happens like that. And this is no knock. But you understand it's just that's the way it is.
Well, and it's one thing too, like this city is a football city, right? This is a football town. There's no question about it. And it'd be one thing if this football team has never had anything, right? It'd be one thing if it's a football town just for the sake of being football. But when you have 3 Super Bowls, you have notable legends that everybody just reveres, like a Darryl Green, like an Art Monk, like a John Riggins, and so many others that wore the burgundy and gold. They're going to get the first dibs on this just because of the fact that people care so much about that sport. Now, you know, maybe Ovi's better at hockey than whoever you want to name is at football or basketball or whatever. But I think just like you said, because of where hockey ranks, and that's not to take anything away from Ovi.
No, it's not. Oh, no, it's not taking anything away from Ovi at all. I mean, hell, to be honest with you, this dude from Louisiana started loving hockey because of him.
Yeah.
Listen, I was here. Ovi got here in 2005. I've been to a couple games before he got here. I still wasn't a hockey fan. When he got here, I went to way more games and I became a fan. You get what I'm saying? It makes a world of difference when you have somebody that can really show you what's it about. I went to a practice with Coach Thompson and Al Koken. You know, me and Coach Thompson ain't know much about no damn hockey. Al sat there and discussed everything to him. And I said, don't tell me who Ovi is, you know, because in practice they wear all those different colored jerseys and stuff. He ain't had no number 8 on. And as soon as he got on the ice, I said, that's him right there. Because he moved different, you know? And then you start watching him like, this dude, God, he is huge. You know, when you look at most hockey players, they're tiny. Not 6'3", 238. That's not tiny. Yeah. That's a linebacker.
Look at that Caps team now.
Moving like that, it was unbelievable. But I understand why Ted says it.
Of course. Of course. Yeah. I mean, it means so much to him. And I mean, I think when you look at what he has done, he's had a huge impact, you know, for people. And I think your point's so right, B. Mitch. Like, I didn't grow up watching hockey. Didn't bother me at all. Caps playoff time, though. My mom and I were dialed in. Alex Ovechkin is hockey to me. Like, I think it's, you know, if Ovi and the Caps weren't in the playoffs all the time and we're not having, you know, heck, I didn't watch Crosby versus Ovi, but I always was arguing about it, right? Like, I was always on Ovi's side.
You have no choice.
So I think it's just something that the impact that he had on the city in terms of a hockey town, I think is huge. But when you look at what this town still lives for, it's the burgundy and gold. So I think those guys have the edge. But I don't think there's any question in terms of the best athlete. You know, it's just leading goal scorer in hockey history. It's such a remarkable accomplishment. It's so cool to see. One thing I saw here, B. Mitch, I want to get your thoughts. The Commanders are having in Jonas Sanker for a visit today. He's a safety from the University of Virginia. He's I saw him play when I was down at Virginia Tech, their final game of the year, and this dude just covers all the ground. He's in on every tackle. I think that kind of a guy they could use, a guy that's a heat-seeking missile. Maybe Will Harris can do a little bit of that. The safety they brought in from the Saints.
He does.
I think they could use that sort of a guy because Jeremy Chin was that guy last year.
Yeah,
they need to replace that.
Yeah, I think Will can do that, and Will you know he has that capability. But Will is what 8-9 years in the league, something like that. You know, so you got to always be. You don't have a true form system in the NFL. College is your form system, but when they get on your team, those guys are expected to show you what they're capable of in 2 years, sometime hopefully 1 year. And I think Will, if he's around doing that for 2 strong years, and then you bring somebody like that kid or anybody else that they may draft, they step in and then all of a sudden they can move right into that position in a year or two. That's how you have that long sustained success when it just become a rotating wheel. A guy comes in, he's at his peak, right when he's about to go out his peak, boom, somebody else is stepping to theirs. And you win consistently for a long time. And I'm sure people would love to see that. That's how Baltimore does it.
Yeah. I think this would be an interesting guy if they brought in like a Sanker or someone of that nature, because projections wherever they're at. I mean, it kind of says he maybe could go on day 2, but just reading some of the strengths from his NFL.com profile right now, highly active with downhill default as run defender, willing to run the alleys and strike with authority, plays with good route anticipation and man and eager eyes in zone, instinctive with plus burst to close, excellent timing in attacking the throwing lane, deserves attention for his play on kick coverage and as a gunner. I mean, this sounds like my kind of guy, B-Mitch.
What I love about that, it shows they want guys who could play special teams.
Mm-hmm.
They take it serious. There were regimes here in this town for a long time didn't. They talked it, but they didn't go out looking for people that could do it.
Well, and by the way, too, they're talking about maybe making they're trying to push to make the new kickoff permanent, right?
Yeah.
Are you a fan of that?
I'm a fan of it, but I think now you got to learn how to become good at it, because just kicking it out of the end zone and putting it on the 35-yard line now,
yeah,
that's not the smart thing to do. So what you saw Washington do last year, one time it got them, but the most point, they were tackling people inside the 20. They'll hang it up, catch it, put it in that corner, tackle people inside the 20. Make them have to get those extra 10-yard foot to get to the 30. But there were teams that just kick the ball. They just kick it straight to out the end zone, give it to the team on the 30. Normally when you do that, you get scores.
Yeah. What's your key to that? Is there something that they need to try different? I mean, it seemed like they had success doing that last year. What's the key to a successful kickoff and kick return?
The kickoff, you need a kicker who can place the ball, who can kick it at different levels, and you need guys who are gung-ho about it. The kick return, you have to have a return man who's going to hit when they get to the line, to the action, they're doing it full speed. Like what I saw early in the season last year around the league, running backs and bigger DBs or receiver types were more effective.
Mm-hmm.
The smaller DBs and the smaller receivers, when they got close to the action, they started pitter-patting their feet because they're not used to all that stuff going on in there. And the running backs, what it looks like to me now is like a running play. When you get to that little group, it looks like you're running through an offensive line, defensive line.
Yeah,
and that's running early on with Austin.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, he was gone.
Well, because back in the day, there's just a lot more space, right?
You had a lot of space
back
back
weaving
then.
in and out.
Yeah,
versus
so you
now
have
it's
to be
a run
concerned because, like back in the day, it's like you know where your aiming point is, and you're so focused on that, you may not see this guy coming from over here untouched, and you get hit. You're running full speed. He's running full speed. Something got to give.
Who got you best on a kickoff?
Curtis Buckley. Yeah, Curtis Buckley.
What was that like?
He caught me in the right spot, you know. I went down, and then they come out and ask me, what's 1 + 1? I'm like, 2. Well, how many fingers you see? I see 8 fingers, 2 thumbs. I was hitting them with I'm answering that question. They're like, okay, you got to come to the sideline. I'm like, what you mean? Because I told you something you didn't expect me to say.
Yeah, because you thought I was concussed and I'm not.
I went back in that game, though. I definitely went back in that game.
We'll keep talking Commanders. Also, Cody Bellinger going to miss the game today for a weird reason. We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. And if you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Got to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in mere seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly. And here's the best part. Rude's systems are whisper quiet. No more noise interruption, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. And here's the best part. You can't forget about the savings. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit ruud.com/federal incentives to learn more. We're talking about Ruud, R-U-U-D, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. College basketball season ends last night with Florida's dramatic win over Houston for the national title. Odds are out already for next season in college basketball. Duke, of course, is the early 10-1 favorite to win next year's national championship. Houston, the second choice, 12-1. UConn next at 14-1. Final week of the NBA season is this week. Only 4 games to go for the Wizards at Indiana tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off, Team 980. Nationals have another one against the Dodgers tonight, 6:45 on the Fan. That's when they're third in a row, downing L.A. last night, 6-4. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Welcome back, B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell. So I want to get into the Commanders here in just a second. I saw that Cody Bellinger is going to be out of the lineup today, B. Mitch. He is dealing with some food poisoning from eating chicken wings.
Where did they eat them at?
I don't know.
Or did they, like, one thing you got to do, you got to check with chicken wings. Chicken wings don't always be cooked all the way, and that's the last thing you want, bite into some chicken and it's uncooked completely. I always ask people, I want mine well done. You know, my wife goes to
extra crispy, please.
She goes to when you go to Outback, she tells them exactly how many minutes. She knows the whole deal. And I'm telling them straight up, I say, look, bro, I want them well done. Because I don't want my wings coming out, you bite it and you see, I'm like, oh, because if you see that, you might get sick.
Hold up. She know the exact time.
She tell them the amount of minutes they get fried. Because, like, you know, Outback does them a little different. And she tells them exactly, I need it to be 9 minutes, 30 seconds. Like, I said, what? How do you know that?
Yeah, that's hilarious.
They said, like, they will tell them that they do it for like 7 minutes. She make them mad. So,
I'm all for it. You can't risk that. Do you ever have anything like that when you were playing? Had something bad, had to play on the Michael Jordan flu game?
Nah. I didn't like a lot of food because, you know, if you eat, it gets coming out.
Yeah.
And if you get nervous, it runs you to the bathroom. Butterflies normally turns into other stuff. So I would try to eat like light, and then after the game, I destroy it.
It sounds like a good idea, honestly. That's the best way to do it.
But you got to be careful going, like, you know, you go places, and with chicken wings, they are something that's fast. And some people just don't.
Well, I'm sure
don't pay attention that damn long.
So what's your schedule like as a football player, or like eating? Like, is it something like day to day, it's kind of, you know, whatever? Because like for baseball, it's probably weird. Like you play every day.
They're playing them every day, and they all over the place. So they don't, like, when you're playing football, you go to a city, you probably been there before. You know the places to go to.
Well, and you're
baseball,
there one night,
you're just trying to get it quick.
You're there one night for football,
in and out. Yeah,
versus
for the most
like
part.
baseball, you could be all over the place.
In 1 week, they might be in 3 different places.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know how they do it. 162 games, just wild.
But still, you go get some wings, ask for them things well done.
So
chicken that's not cooked all the way, you get sick most times.
You don't want to mess with it. I don't blame you at all. So Mel Kiper Jr. just came out with a new mock draft. He did 2 rounds for the mock draft. At pick number 29, he has Washington taking Shamar Stewart out of Texas A&M, an edge rusher. He said Stewart's draft stock is hard to predict. As I mentioned earlier, I considered him for Cincinnati at number 17. He comes off the board here 12 spots later. It's the same dilemma that GMs will be struggling with on draft night. Stewart has all the talent in the world, speed, explosiveness, and power, but he also had 4.5 sacks over 3 seasons. If an NFL coaching staff can help him put it all together, the upside is immense. I'm betting on Commanders coach Dan Quinn unlocking that potential Dante Fowler's departure and free agency means there's a whole opposite Dorrance Armstrong on the D line. What's your take on that, B. Mitch? I mean, this guy, you read about him, traits are all there. This is almost like one of those NBA draft picks, right? Traits are there. Maybe the production hasn't been there. You fine with that? I mean, gambling on a guy like that at 29.
A lot of coaches look at that same thing and they see the guy always there, just not finishing. Is he not finishing because somebody else didn't push the quarterback to him? He's not finishing because the quarterback, but is he hitting the quarterback? Is he getting there? Some other thing, and I mentioned this earlier about they can develop talent here.
Yeah.
This staff has shown what they can do. What if they get that same guy with those same abilities, and all of a sudden now he's getting 9, 10 sacks, 11 sacks? World of difference.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at where, he among these edge rushers, he's somewhere that he probably is going to be available at that 29th pick. He's somewhere that could go a little bit of everywhere. I think that's the position that I want to see them address.
What's his other numbers, or what's his speed and his 10 and all that stuff? And those things sometimes tell the coach, okay, this guy has it. What? And then they'll go look at his film and see, why isn't he getting there? Was he being chipped? All those different things. Was he the guy being double teamed because of how effective he was? So that's why he didn't get sacked.
So what he had at the combine, he ran a 4.59 on the 40, 1.58, 10-yard split, had a 40-inch vertical jump at 6'5", 267, and a broad jump of 10 feet, 11 inches.
Okay.
So extremely athletic.
Yeah. So you have to look at the film and see how he was being blocked and what made him not get the sacks. Because let's get this straight. We watch some guys, they come out and boom, they get off instantly. Quarterback moves over, somebody else gets the sack. We look at it, we go, oh, so-and-so got a sack. The coach is saying, assist. He helped make that sack happen. He pushed him into somewhere. He pushed him off his spot into somebody else. That guy gets a lot of credit. He may not get the sack, but as fans, we see the sack. We don't see the other stuff.
Yeah, I'm interested to see exactly, what he can be in the league, because we've seen a couple of guys get drafted highly that weren't the most productive in college. Rashawn Gary was kind of like that coming out of Michigan when he went to the Green Bay Packers. And then the other one was Trayvon Walker. Wasn't necessarily the most productive in college, and he came out and played really well. Real quick, we got some NBA news I want to get to here in just a second. I want to get to that in just a second. But in the second round, he has them going corner. Darian Porter out of Iowa State. He said, I'm intrigued by Porter as a day 2 pick because there's a lot of untapped potential. He has a 4.3 speed. What are you looking for at corner? If you're going to go draft a guy, what kind of traits are you looking for as a second corner or maybe even third corner outside of San Ristil and Lattimore?
It comes down to what you really want to do with San Ristil. Are you trying to leave San Ristil?
Well, what would you do?
Outside? I think he has shown he's capable of doing multiple things, but I think he's as good inside with those guys. If you can get somebody else outside and leave him inside, those 3 guys right there, top notch.
Well, do you view it as something with San Ristil that he's better inside, but he can play outside, or is he plus outside and plus inside?
I think he's better inside and he can play outside. And then last year, he's shown that he could be a real dude for you outside. With experience, he can get there. But what if you could draft somebody right now
and that's
who's already in that mold and you put him there, you'll have 3 of the best out there.
And that's kind of my point, where I think it gives them versatility, but I think ideally you find another outside guy. I think the thing that opened my eyes a little bit with San Ristil was the pick that he had in the Detroit game, the first one.
He set him up.
When he's taking Jamison Williams down the field. Like, if you're looking at who's the kind of guy that Mikey San Ristil would probably struggle with outside of like a Mike Evans type, who's the guy that he struggled with? Probably the long speed Jamison Williams types. And yet somehow on a post route, he's right there and picks it off.
You know what he ran? Post. You know why? He was a receiver.
It's true.
He was a receiver until his almost his second or last year in the league. I mean, in college. Then he moved to DB. So he understands the route tree. And he was sitting there, and I'm like, damn. And then he just stepped in like he knew it. He saw it coming the whole way.
So this is wild. Okay, we got to transition over to the NBA. We got some breaking news here. The Denver Nuggets. This is the second team in the Western Conference to do this, by the way. There's 5 games left in their season. They have fired Michael Malone, their head coach. They're also firing their general manager, Calvin Booth. 5 games left. Looking at the Western Conference standings right now, they're 4th in the Western Conference. Oklahoma City is way ahead. They're 12 and a half games ahead of second place. But the Thunder are first. The Rockets are second. The Lakers are third. Then the Nuggets are right there. Now,
why fire your coach right now? I mean, I can see if they were out of it, but they're 4th.
Well, here's what's interesting. They're 4th, but they're only a half game up on 8th. And they want to stay out of the play-in. I don't get it though, B-Mitch. I mean, the Grizzlies just did this exact same move with Taylor Jenkins. What was it, last week? Maybe 2 weeks ago, where they fired their coach and they're trying to feature John Morant a little bit more.
Just win the championship not long, a couple years ago.
But here's what I don't understand. Like, I don't think Michael Malone. I don't know that he's the best coach in the NBA, but I don't think he's as much the problem as I don't think they put a great roster. If you wanted to fire the general manager, fine, but like, I don't know that normally, it's Michael Malone's problem.
It's the NBA thing. Normally, the general manager and the coaches attached at the hip.
It's just weird because, like, the issue with the Nuggets, I don't think is the coaching. I think it's they don't have enough talent around Jokic, right? Like, Jamal Murray got hurt, and so Jamal Murray hasn't been the same player since he's come back. They got Michael Porter Jr., but I don't know, like, they got a lot around him outside of that.
Nah,
and that's not on Michael Malone.
Yeah, but sometimes you just want a different thing. But I just think you're in 4th. With 5 games left, what is a new coach going to do?
Maybe it's 3 games left.
It's 5. What is a new coach going to do, though?
I don't get it.
He ain't going to change it in 5 games.
That's what I don't understand. Like, what's a new coach going to come in and do? Like, you're going to run the same stuff, maybe change up a little bit.
Yeah.
You're going to come in and run the same stuff.
They just probably had their mindset. They already got the game plan going into it. Like, if they don't do this, we're going to let them go.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get with this time frame. I don't know that it makes much sense to do it right now. Like, I don't have an issue moving on from Michael Malone and your general manager at any point, but why in the world are you doing this right now? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Not whatsoever.
Looking at the standings though, real quick while we're still here, I think the Wizards, they're locked into a bottom 3 spot.
They just lost their 60th the other day.
They're 17 and 61.
Yeah.
So I think they're locked in to be on a bottom 3 record right now. The worst record in the league with only 16 wins is the Utah Jazz. They're 16 and 63. Wizards are 17 and 61. And then you have the Hornets at 19 and 59. As long as they're a bottom 3 team, they get a 14% chance of the number 1 overall pick.
They're going to be.
Yeah. And
did y'all, when we went to the game the other night, did anybody ever notice that the 5 that was on the court late in that 4th quarter weren't the 5 that was playing earlier?
It's a 5 to make sure they don't come back and win, right?
There you go. Because Bub was killing it. Bub was sitting on the bench late in that game.
Well, and the other thing, too, is like you don't mind. Danny's kind of talked about this on Grant and Danny. Is like you don't mind if you win, if Alex Sarr and Bub and some of these guys, if they win a game, okay, that's improvement, right? Like,
well, that's what they thought it was going to be. They took them out.
I can't have Chris Middleton and Marcus Smart and guys that aren't a long-term part of this thing finding ways to win for me. Like,
well, Bub was the one that had 30-something points.
32, a career high the other night.
Yeah.
I think
would have had more if he wasn't sitting down late.
I think he knew Brian Mitchell was in the building. So Bob Carrington had to go a little crazy.
Bob Carrington is good, man. He knew it.
All right, we'll get to Heard It Here first next. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an Oppo Taco, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Brian to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Final couple minutes here of B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today. In the break, Landfill, tell me if I'm exaggerating this, but Jeff had this reaction like it was either the greatest thing ever, there was breaking news of some sort, I don't know what it was, and he was so thrilled, and so we immediately go, what happened? What is it? And it's because he holed out in this stupid golf mobile game he's playing. Am I exaggerating how big this reaction was, Landfill?
No, he had the reaction that, like, if you discovered that the Browns traded Myles Garrett to the Commanders for like a 6th-round pick,
right?
That would have been the appropriate reaction there. And I mean, he lost his mind, and it was just that he got
lost his mind. He don't have a mind.
So while y'all all in prayer position, because you actually played the game before, so for you to say it sucks is really out of pocket because you played this before.
I played the game before.
And you liked it.
I played mobile games before.
I was playing somebody that was like, he's like a leader, and I just beat him on this shot, and it was cool.
B. Mitch, I mean, he's making me watch replays as if he did something cool on a mobile game.
When he do it in real life, then I'm
cool.
going to
That's what I said. I told him, I said, Jeff, I've done this in real life from 125 yards away.
No, you have not.
Yes, I have.
Where's the proof?
You think I have to every golf shot?
We have proof of yours. That's just like fishing. Everybody's got the biggest fish with no proof.
I hit it from I get multiple witnesses. I hold out from 125 yards away. My uncle, my cousin.
Bro, you name it. Everybody that's your family gonna have your back.
Jeff acts like you go golfing with like 100 people.
No, but what I'm saying is you naming people that you could call.
You think I have video of every golf shot of my life, Jeff?
You should have took a video. That's all I'm saying. Look, I showed you what I did. You can't show me what you did. You just want
Jeff. You hold out in the video game, dog.
That's fine.
I do that all the time.
Then do it.
I do that all the time in video games.
No, you don't.
You don't see me showing you highlights?
That's not true. Because when you was in that week battle league with us, you were showing me highlights
of holing out in golf.
Bro, it's just like it's just like scoring a touchdown in Madden. How is it not?
How far have you holed out from before?
Landfill. Am I gonna be able to get my last 2 minutes of my life back?
That's all I'm saying. How is it not?
Have you? What's the furthest? I know you have a hole in one. What's the furthest you've holed out from?
225 yards for Eagle on a par 5 in Chantilly.
Yeah, see, that's impressive. What you did, Jeff, is not.
Bro, you're just on knees, bro. We are talking about a video game here. You act like you can do it. If you can do it,
do it.
That's what we
download it and do it.
We're talking about a video game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You act
Jeff,
like you don't
trying
play
to host a show here. You want me to be playing?
Yeah, can we talk about this?
Y'all talking about what I'm doing in the break. You just trying to be like JP, and now I did it.
JP's
That's what's crazy.
When you jumped up, I thought you had just saw somebody get killed or something.
But I'm in the break minding my business. Why does what I do in the break matter to y'all? We're on break.
Let's get. I'm not doing
it during the show.
That's your question. Was he quiet when he did it? No. Gather around.
Do we know what yesterday was? Do we have any of those picks?
Yeah, me and B, which won, everybody else lost.
Feels like that tracks.
Liar.
It feels like that tracks.
Me and Lanford were here.
I'm sure that's exactly what happened. What do we got for tonight?
None of y'all.
I'm taking the Nats. I'm gonna do it.
I like it.
I'm gonna go Nats 1.5.
4 in a row. Brad Lord on the hill tonight.
I'm taking it.
I don't know how long he's going to pitch tonight, so that'll be an interesting one to see. I don't hate that. I'm going to go with Landfill. I need to alert you to this because you might change your pick. Do you know who is on the mound tonight for the Texas Rangers against the Chicago Cubs?
Is it Corbin?
Patrick Corbin.
I'm taking the Cubs then.
Give me the Cubs.
Parlay.
You know what? I'm going to take Patty Corbs and the Texas Rangers tonight. And we'll since I'm in with B Mitch, I'll parlay that. Give me the O's over the Diamondbacks tonight.
O's, son.
I'll take give me the Texas Rangers, Patrick Corbin, and give me the O's. What you got, Jeff?
I think I'm gonna bet on my golf game on my phone. That's what I think I'm gonna take. Yo, they got us messed up. Give me the Wizards plus 19.
What are they playing?
They playing the Pacers.
Jeff, the last time they played the Pacers, they gave up 162 points.
That's why we on revenge time because we let.
Jeff, they scored 109 and lost by 53.
And we on revenge time. Plus 19.
I don't know.
Halliburton not gonna get that hot again. Like that was a
that was a
Halliburton.
Did you not hear the show
game.
earlier when we just said they take people out late in the game to make sure they lose?
But it's not going to be that type of game again. Did you watch last time they played the Pacers? Halliburton he blacked out that game.
That's what he does.
No, he don't. He don't do that usually. That was just
an
outlier. It's an outlier. Hold on, let me pull it up because it's down from last year.
What do you got, Mitch?
That is an outlier.
I just say I was taking whoever Corbin is playing against.
So you take the Cubs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then let me come back. I got to throw a basketball thing in there.
Yeah, I mean.
He averaged 18. He put up 29 against us.
Ooh, Lord.
That was an outlier game.
I mean, he has had a disappointing season overall.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said that was an outlier.
Give me a Boston Celtics plus 2.5.
Who they got tonight?
Knicks.
That should be a good game.
In New York.
Yeah, that should be a good game. That'll be an interesting one to watch on TNT tonight. Lakers Thunder is a good one
New
as
York,
well.
New York, big city.
Warriors Suns. There's some good NBA action tonight. I don't know that I'm going to care. Nats tonight should be a fun one though. Brad Lord on the hill making his first ever major league start, and Justin Robleski on the hill for the Dodgers. You think the Nats can make it 4 in a row, B?
We tough, man.
It's crazy because yesterday, I'm curious to see what the Dodgers do tonight because yesterday they came in, they did not play sharp at all, but they were at the White House yesterday. They ain't coming to the White House today.
Yeah, they ain't going to the White House today.
Yeah, they might come out and play a little.
Granted, they probably had some. What's the last time? What they got when they went to the White House? The people when they won they got
Big Macs.
They got the Big Mac. They might have had Big Macs yesterday.
Yeah, maybe that's what happened. Maybe they had some Big Macs and they just weren't on their game. Appreciate everybody that joined the program. Appreciate Mark Zuckerman for joining us in the first hour of the show.
Yep.
Appreciate Barstool Nate for dropping by and dropping some nuggets on his time watching Ovi score his last 3 goals to break the record. Appreciate Landfill and Jeff for doing all the hard work behind the scenes, especially Jeff. I don't know about that.
Appreciate Jeff for bringing us his sports.
I'm not posting none of this.
Appreciate Jeff for doing all the, playing golf games behind the scenes, all that stuff. He's leading the league in that one. For Brian Mitchell, I'm Toby Altizer. Thanks for listening. Grant and Danny up next.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're sponsored by Door Pro America, Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Start with baseball. Nationals starting to get things turned around after a struggle to start the season. They are now on a 3-game winning streak after a big victory over the LA Dodgers last night, 6-4. The James Wood hit a 2-run shot for the Nats to counter Shohei Ohtani, who homered, triple, and singled for LA. Dodgers, though, have lost 3 of 4 after their red-hot 8-0 start. So those two teams are going to go at it again tonight. Another one against LA, 6:45 here on the Fan Series finale with the Dodgers tomorrow afternoon, 4:05 first pitch at Nats Park for that one. Final week of the NBA season, only 4 to go now for the Wizards. Mercifully, the season ends this weekend. Tonight, they're at Indiana, 7 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. Final home game of the season is tomorrow night against Philadelphia. And the final week and a half of the hockey season caps with a couple of more days off, hoping to get back on track Thursday night home against Carolina. Caps have dropped 5 of their last 7, down to the final 5 games of the season now for the Capitals, who are likely headed for a first-round playoff series against the Montreal Canadiens. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. April 8th, 2025. We will take you all the way up to 6:15 tonight. Nats in action at 6:45. Charlie and Dave pregame at that time. 4+ hours with you on the Fan. Daniel, how are you?
Very well, my friend. Went to the dentist today. Got a lot of compliments on my teeth. I'm like, thank you. Like, I don't really know. This is what they are. I brush them and do the things you're supposed to do. But people were telling me like the structure was good and like you do a good job with the hygiene. I feel this weird sense of pride about that. Like I feel like no one said I was handsome, that I was in good shape, or like that I didn't have a desperate need for attention. They didn't like address the real stuff, but like my teeth were a little bit silly.
Makes you feel good.
It was nice. It's nice to hear nice things.
I don't have this happen, but I'd imagine there are people that go to the doctor and they have similar appointments. Where the doctor will say,
good job by you.
All your numbers look great.
Is that, yeah. Oh, mine are high. Is that good?
Everything's going swimmingly. You weigh less than you did last time you were in here, not more. Things like that. What are the important ones? The cholesterol, the blood pressure, the blood sugar, all those things. All those numbers are just wonderful. You're doing great. You know, those skinny athletic people that go to the doctor. Speaking of skinny athletic people, the NCAA tournament is over. The Florida Gators are national champions for the 3rd time. They win the title in 2025 over the Houston Cougars last night. So the early story in this tournament after the first few rounds was the lack of upsets. And it turned into a big conversation, and the dialogue became, are upsets over now? Have we seen the end of the 15 beating the 2, the 14 beating the 3, the 13s routinely having a chance against the 4s because of transfers and the portal? And, you know, the fact that if you look at like some of the upstart schools, Florida Atlantic or St. Peter's or any of these, all those guys a year after they get to the tournament are just going to be scattered about all over other Sweet 16 teams. So it would stand to reason that the rich are going to get richer, the poor are going to get poorer, the divide in the classes gets more substantial, the upsets subside. But here's the payoff and the benefit, I think, to that. Because there's no doubt the casuals and just the majority of the people watching the tournament, Danny, want those upsets early. But if we don't have them, then there are more good teams remaining as the tourney goes on. And at the end of this thing, we get really good on really good. So there's not a risk of the 9 seed who's in the Final Four having the clock strike midnight and reverting to what they were all season long. And so you got really excellent games. Florida and Auburn was terrific.
Yes, it was.
Duke and Houston was awesome. And Duke choked, just like last night. I think Houston kind of threw up on themselves at the end of that game.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for them, it cost you a chance at a national title. But the quality of these games, the shot making for stretches, just the quality of the basketball, you can't do a lot better. And I think that comes back to the best were playing the best. It was all ones. It was Chalky Chalkerson. You know, the Sweet 16, the Elite Eight, it was basically to a man. Certainly the Elite Eight on. It was like the 8 best, the 4 best. The committee got it right. There weren't upsets, and so we got the elite teams remaining at the end of the
You
tournament.
remember, it's only a handful, right? St. John's lost maybe a little bit earlier than you'd think. Clemson lost in the first round. But you're right. I mean, that's kind of the new phenomenon.
St. John's, real quick, was the only team not in the Elite Eight of the original
of the
top
ones and twos. Yeah.
Ones and twos.
So
like, that tells you everything you need to know about some of
was this year. So the thing you laid out at the beginning is the fear. That's what people are worried about. And my point all along is upsets are exciting as long as they're not totally 100% all the time. In other words, it's no longer an upset if it's routine for the 11 to beat the 6 every time or 60% of the time. That's not an upset anymore. That's just a game result, right? So keeping them rare or more rare isn't the worst thing in the world to me, because it means that, you know, it becomes more special when it happens. The other side of that coin, though, is if it never happens. If now we're just doing 4 number ones or 3 number ones and a number 2, or, you know, the occasional 3 seed sneaks through. If there isn't parity in college basketball anymore, because, you know, the NIL money up at the top is going to dictate these things. Who knows how this salary cap that may or may not be implemented happens, or collective bargaining. Who knows where it's going to go over the next couple of years. But this year, certainly, the top, there was a gap between these maybe 3 or 4 great teams, then another tier down for some teams in that 5 through 12 range that you could probably rattle off the top of your head. And then there's a big gap between everybody else. You could just see it.
I just always feel bad, more so than I do happy, in these games where I'm watching without a horse in the race, for the kid that blows it. Now.
Yeah, I like somebody wins it. You know what
Exactly.
I mean? Think of the UNC Villanova game back and forth. UNC makes a huge play. Chris Jenkins comes down and drills it. Your heart breaks for the UNC kids. They didn't do anything wrong, but it's not you didn't even get a shot off and you just sort of had to watch the ball bounce kind of thing like Houston had last night.
You just know that with Duke and some of the moments they had, although there's a little less empathy for them around these parts, obviously. But Houston, when you jump up and then have to drop the ball and now you can't touch it, and the turnovers down the stretch, one after another, those kids are going to wear this for a long, long time. First chance for them, an opportunity, I should say, for their first national championship, and it didn't happen. But really, really good basketball. I got home last night just in time to watch the stretch run, got to listen to the vast majority of the second half. I was working the Nationals game and had Nats post game on the radio network. By the way, don't look now.
Don't you dare look now.
The Nats have won 3 in a row.
Here we go.
A winning streak. It has happened before. They beat the Los Angeles Dodgers yesterday, the defending World Series champions. Now, the Dodgers were at the White House, and they were celebrating their World Series all afternoon. I have to imagine that was part of why last night they looked awful. They committed a couple errors. They just weren't in any way playing the type of baseball that they played to get off their 9-2 start. You know, at one point in time, they were 7-0. Now they're 9-3. But give the Nats credit. Mackenzie Gore, quality start, 6 innings, 2 runs. He's got a major league leading 25 strikeouts right now after 3 outings. And James Wood hit a big 2-run home run to left center field. It was a wow moment. It was a left on left. I think it was a slider, but it was left in the middle of the plate.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just a very high lofting, opposite field, cold night.
Yeah, ball wasn't really traveling.
Zero ability to push the ball out. I mean, Shohei Ohtani hit a ball that would have gone to the second deck in about 6 weeks.
Yeah, he came to the ballpark yesterday, by the way. Good Lord.
Was only a wall scraper. I love watching him. I went and saw him last year, and he hit like 2 balls over 115 and 3 balls over 110 at Nats Park. In fact, we went and saw him, I think Toby, Darius, Ryan, and I, in Camden Yards a few years ago when he was with the Angels on a day where he was pitching and he was hitting, if memory serves. And he was a double shy of the cycle in that game. And then yesterday again, he was a double shy of the cycle and had an at bat at the end of the game to try to get it. And luckily, Kyle Finnegan punched him out. But 3 in a row for the Nats. They've gone from 1-6 to 4-6. And if they can somehow steal a win from the Dodgers today, they take a series from the defending champs.
It is allowed. By the way, Cal Finnegan through 3 straight days had to get 5 outs yesterday. So remember when Davey Martinez was like, I got to be smart about. Anyway, 3 straight days he's throwing.
What do you want him to do? They don't have a bullpen.
They don't have a bullpen.
Their bullpen stinks. His options are terrible.
That's true. That's totally true.
They either win yesterday with Kyle Finnegan throwing 32 pitches and facing the top of the order on his 3rd straight day, or they go to Colin Poche and walk the yard.
A little Revolta piece to close it. I don't know, but it's just you're right. There's the desperate times, I suppose.
Weird when you spend no money on your bullpen, except for Lucas Sims for $3 million, who's been terrible.
That
so
hasn't
far.
gone great.
How the bullpen without Derek Law, who's kind of one of the veteran non-closers, isn't that good. There's just not options. Yesterday, Ferrer was down. And they really didn't have many options. They could have just stayed off Finnegan and possibly lost the game. But when you're there with a chance to win it, I think you got to just go for it and worry about it later. Now, he's potentially going to feel it for a little while. But now you keep him down for the next 2 games. It's going to be really hard to win those 2 games with the state of the bullpen, obviously. But you got to strike while the iron's hot. You had a 2-run lead in the late innings, and you're watching Lucas Sims give away the game. Hey, Kyle, let's do this thing. It was their first 5-out save since 23 months ago. May of 2023. Hunter Harvey did it.
Had a 5-out piece? How about that? Yeah. So, but listen, it's a lot more fun when they're competitive and winning. They got a little help yesterday, as you referenced, but Mackenzie Gore was pretty good.
Very good so far, man. 2 excellent home starts, 1 mediocre road start, but the bulk of the work now over 3 outings, an ERA in the 2s, and
strong.
Your major league leader in strikeouts off to an all-star caliber start, which is good to see from the ace. Saw this today on ESPN.com. Mel Kiper gave answers to some of the draft questions, some of the burning questions about the NFL draft with his 2-round mock that he just put out this morning. For the Washington Commanders at number 29, and this is non-trade mock, by the way, so you stick and you pick. He has them taking an edge, which should surprise nobody. He's got them going with Shamar Stewart, the defensive end out of Texas A&M. Big kid, man. 6'5", 267 pounds, 21-year-old native of Miami, Florida. Shamar Stewart's really interesting because nobody seems to know where he's going to be drafted. He's one of these defensive ends that you look at some mocks and he's going 13th, 14th overall. Then Kuiper's saying, I thought about having him as high as 17 to Cincinnati, but he ends up falling 29 to Washington for me. I would bet against him being available.
I would too.
Based on the athleticism and just some of the physical traits. But here's the problem, and I think this is why there's some thought that maybe he'll fall. He's one of these defensive ends who just doesn't get sacks in college. That doesn't matter to everybody, but if it matters to teams at all that you haven't been able to finish and get quarterbacks on the ground, then you'll ding them for that. A total of 4.5 sacks, Danny, over 3 seasons.
Like, that's almost impossible, by the way. When you're getting snaps, it's not like he was a part-time player at different moments or whatever. Like, he played, he was on the field. Not getting that few is almost like a space-eating nose tackle who's, like, not allowed to cross the line of scrimmage based on your scheme might end up with that. That's a crazy low number.
Again, not in one season. 4.5 sacks in 3 years at A&M as a freshman, sophomore, and junior. He had 1.5 sacks each of the last 3 years. To me, that's a red flag. I'll be honest. It's just alarming. It's not like, by the way, he had 11 tackles for loss. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like he was unbelievable against the run, or he was crashing and hitting backs. He had 4, 2, and 6 TFLs, so 12 in 3 seasons to go along with 4.5 sacks. I'm not solely ever going to, ride or die with prospects based on counting stats, but I say that to tell you, when you only have 4.5 sacks or 12 TFLs through 3 years, I do have some tough questions for you to answer when you sit down with me at the combine.
It's one of those things that scares you. Now, at the top of the draft, right, you would be, if he was the highest rated defensive end at the top of the draft, just bear with me. I couldn't do it. I need some level of production that matches the athleticism, matches the incredible combine that he turned in. I mean, his raw athletic scores are off the charts. He's big, he's strong, he's fast, he's agile. He looks the part. And I got to go, okay, well, what happened on the tape? What happened in these games where you're not dominating? You should be dominating at that level of athleticism. Who knows what's going on? Is it a coaching problem? Is it a bad habit? Do you have a tell? Is there something that is amiss here? In the 20s, you're now maybe a little bit less picky. You're going, this is an upside play here. if we harness this lightning, he could turn him into a star. I'm thinking of a team like maybe Washington picking in the high 20s. This is one of those variable ones where it's about scouting versus some level of production. I always like having to explain inflated production. Like, hey, he's in a goofy offense where all they do is throw horizontal and his guys are better athletes. I'd rather explain away hyperproduction than lack thereof. You know what I mean? When I'm drafting guys, it's just my own proclivity.
What do you mean hyperproduction?
Meaning someone has inflated numbers based on, well, he's playing in the Big 12 or he's playing
but why
bad
would you have to
defenses.
explain that away?
Meaning, I'd rather have to water, like if I'm talking about evaluating a prospect, right? A quarterback who has gaudy, ridiculous numbers against a guy that didn't, like a Daniel Jones versus somebody that had awesome numbers. Daniel Jones had crappy numbers in college, but it's like, well, here we're explaining this away. I would stay away from Daniel Jones. I would default to the guy that had incredible numbers.
You would default to the guy with the better numbers than the worse numbers.
More often than not. But that's not,
me too.
Well, that's not what scouts do. Scouts will go, well, look at this. Look at Daniel Jones. All the attributes. He looks great. I'd rather have him than maybe the Tommy Changs of the world throwing horizontally a million times. So I'd rather have to go, yeah, okay, I understand the caveat. These numbers maybe come with an asterisk. Then where is my dominance at the lower level? Like, for my own proclivities, I need that dominance. I didn't do it.
Yeah, I don't know if scouts necessarily, I don't know if I completely agree with that, but I certainly get your point that like they're looking for boxes being checked, size, athletically, looking for traits, and maybe the numbers matter less. As an example, Dwayne Haskins threw 50 touchdowns in the Big Ten, right? When he threw 50 touchdowns at Ohio State, all of a sudden everyone's eyes get bigger and they go, this dude can sling it.
Yep.
But if you watch him, he doesn't move. He didn't move that well coming out. He wasn't like overly athletic or a guy that was going to make a whole lot of plays with his feet necessarily. And so maybe he was not like to the same extent, even though he had the numbers. I guess that's, fair along the lines of what you're talking about. But I don't know. Do I want them to take a defensive end? Yes. If Shamar Stewart's the best available, would I have any problem with that? No. But this does again speak to the fact that I have been hell-bent on trying to move this pick in a deal for Trey Hendrickson. And I just point to this because this is the latest claim that I can make, which is Mel Kiper saying you're going to get a Shamar Stewart-like guy here. And the argument is, well, he's young and he has upside and he's cheap. And I would say, yeah, and he might not get any sacks. Give me the guy that is proven. Give me the guy that I know will go get 15 of them. If they're available at 29, there's probably 5-ish edges that have gone before them. It's because they've got some holes in their game. I'm not pretending like it's the 4th round, but we ain't picking 6th anymore around these parts.
Everybody's going to have a wrinkle at that point. Now, in this draft, now maybe not other drafts, but this one isn't thought of as deep. Look at a guy like Mike Green, for example, out of Marshall. Every attribute you'd want, the production that you'd want, you'd go, hell yeah. There's apparently some potential baggage there. So again, there's a variance on where he might end up. Somebody might take a chance thinking their culture is great in the teens. He might be on the board there in the 20s. Everybody's got something that isn't ideal. Otherwise, they'd be that top 10 pick.
The other option they'll have is just trade back. And I think it is probably going to be complicated for them to find the perfect dance partner sitting at 29. But as I said earlier in the month, I really do believe, as we sit here now, 16 days from round 1 of the NFL draft, that Washington, because they're picking 3 picks left in the first round, they'll be able to get somebody to come up to get the 5th-year option for a rookie. Because the way it works, for those of you that don't remember, is if you're taking a rookie in round 2, you get 4 years of the rookie contract before that guy gets paid. If you take him 1 pick earlier, 32 versus 33, you get the full extra year on a rookie contract, even though there's growth and it's a little bigger than the rest of their deal on the 5th-year option before you really allow them to break the bank. So,
but it's still very affordable.
Absolutely. I think somebody comes up and is willing, especially if they're trying to get a quarterback that fell or,
well, speaking of that,
wide receiver maybe.
Jalen Milroe got invited to the draft, which I'm kind of going, probably a 2nd rounder. But maybe there's enough pulse that's not what's going to happen. So that may be the candidate where someone does a Baltimore Lamar Jackson type move going, he may not be a 1st rounder, but it's worth it to us to take the risk because that 5th-year option is so valuable at a premium position.
Possible.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, I think you look at the positions that cost the most money.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the spots where teams are going to leap. So quarterback, Now wide receiver, where you got a $40 million wide receiver for the first time, maybe even edge. Washington is a team sitting at 29 that could take one, but if they, let's just say they don't love whoever's available and they want to move back, they may also feel like they don't have the luxury of taking a player at 29. If the comparable, grades of someone they could get at 29 versus 38, let's say, and they can move back and pick up another pick, they may have to do that because they're down to the 5 selections. But this will be our poll of the day, Metropolitan Moving and Storage. You can go vote on this right now on Twitter at 1067 The Fan. With pick 29 in 16 days, would you rather Washington take an edge, a weapon on offense that could be a wideout or a running back, or trade back? And again, we don't know who's going to be there, and that's going to ultimately dictate what they do. But just philosophically, they've got to have a blueprint when they go into round 1 of the draft. How do you hope that they're viewing it? What would be your number one preference? Defensive end, a offensive weapon, or trade back? You can go vote 1067 The Fans social account. Plus, we'll take your calls. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on that? We're Grant and Danny on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Baseball, the Nationals starting to get things right. Big win over the Dodgers last night, 6-4. Third straight win for the Nats after dropping 6 of 7 to start the season. James Wood had a 2-run shot last night, so Nationals will look for another win against powerful LA tonight, 6:45 first pitch here on the Fan. Final week of the NBA season, only 4 games to go for the Wizards at Indiana tonight. That's 7 p.m. on the Team 980, and the final week and a half of the hockey season on tap for the Caps. They're back in action Thursday night home against Carolina. Down to the final 5 game of the season now. Caps have dropped 5 of their last 7. In just 16 weeks, the Team Builders Academy can jumpstart your career in construction, energy, or utilities. Train for high-demand jobs and start building your success. Visit us at pgcc.edu and enroll today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
The G&D poll of the day is posted, presented by Metropolitan. Moving and storage, local, long-distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Mel Kiper put out his 2-round mock today. He's got the Commanders taking an edge. He believes at pick number 29, they stick and they grab Shamar Stewart, the defensive end from Texas A&M. Question we're asking you guys is, what would you prefer? Defensive end, offensive weapon, or trade back? You can go vote now. This is what Mel wrote for the pick for Washington. He said, Stewart's draft stock is hard to predict. As I mentioned earlier, I considered him for Cincinnati at number 17. He comes off the board here 12 spots later, though. It's the same dilemma the GMs will be struggling with on draft night. Stewart has all the talent in the world, speed, explosiveness, power. But he also only had 4.5 sacks over 3 seasons. We just talked about this.
That's right.
That is a red flag. Goes on to say if an NFL coaching staff can help him put it all together, the upside's immense. I'm betting on Commanders coach Dan Quinn unlocking that potential. Dante Fowler Jr.'s departure in free agency means there is a hole opposite Dorrance Armstrong on the D-line. It is nice, not just that Kiper feels good about the coaching staff, but that I feel confident for once that we can actually groom and develop talent. Like there was a time for a long time around here where you couldn't draft a guy like Shamar Stewart and expect to get more out of him or tap into the sack potential. But I think he's right. With Dan Quinn and Joe Witt and the defensive line group, Ryan Kerrigan, Daryl Tapp among them, I actually think he's right that this is a pretty good coaching staff to try to take an athlete who's got all the starter kit, speed, explosive power, all those things, and then turn him into a stat compiler.
That's the design, right? And that element of player development is something that you see once in a blue moon. Every once in a while, you get a Terry McLaurin, right? Who's a 3rd rounder who blossoms and, I suppose takes advantage of the coaching or whoever's there, but turns into a star. That doesn't happen around here all that often, right? You get guys that either come in with the pedigree and they can already do it, or, I guess it's sort of rare that it would happen. More commonplace, I think, in good programs, and you like to think that's what this is now. So you could take someone's bit more of a clay mold and turn them into something really, really good. I'd have more confidence in them than, say, the Rivera era.
What's your answer to the poll? You taking an edge, you going weapon, or you trading back?
It's weapon for me. And I know that's probably going to go against type or against the majority of the people. They're going to say edge rusher or trade back. To me, this is a philosophical thing. I look at what happened to Houston this past year, and that's kind of my roadmap. Year 1, what Washington just did mirrored them. In fact, superseded them. Year 2 for Houston was disappointing by every account. They went and added a bunch of pieces, and CJ Stroud stepped back a little tiny bit. I think that's a schedule thing. It's a league adjustment thing. Defensive coordinator staying up late thing. I want to make things easier in year 2 than they were even in year 1 for Jaden Daniels. So I think it's special and wonderful and awesome and all the good things. To me, if Matthew Golden somehow was there, I would go crazy. I think Tet McMillan's going to be gone. I see a lot of variance on where Golden might end up. Seen him in the 20s at times. If he's there, great. That's what I'd be excited about. But I don't know. To me, one more wide receiver to kind of complement the group that you had instead of going, let's give these touches to Jamison Crowder. I'm trying to make it as easy as possible. I think they've done an awesome job now with trading for Tunsil and sort of improving 2 spots on that line. I would love one more weapon to help this offense.
I'm going to try to have my cake and eat it too, I think. I'm going to trade back for sure. And that's my answer to this poll, is that at 29, I'm coming back several spots to add picks because I've only got 5, and I'm only picking twice in the top 125, and I'm only picking 3 times in the top 200. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's just not enough quality football players being added to what is an old team, essentially.
Yep.
I mean, they sign a lot of guys that are on 1 or 2 year deals that are deeper into their career. This is my opportunity to add some youth and some upside. And if I'm just taking 2 players in the first 3.5 rounds, that does not butter the bread for me. So I'm going to trade back from 29 with an eye on getting an edge, getting a running back, getting a receiver shortly thereafter. So if I can move back from 29 to, say, like 40, and I could pick up 2 picks in the first 125, I think that would be perfect for me. Because while getting an elite weapon at running back would be cool, you know, if Amarion Hampton, as an example, fell, it would be really hard for me to trade back. I'd probably take him. I don't think he's going to be there. I think Genty and Hampton both come off the board. I think I could probably take Henderson, you know, at 38, 40, wherever I'm picking, after I trade back if I wanted to do that. I may feel like I have to go edge there, and then later I go with Quinshon Judkins from Ohio State or Caleb Johnson from Iowa, or, you know, another of the running backs that could go in the second round. But I'd like to get to a point where after I trade back at 29, maybe I trade back one more time at 61. And so it's a quantity over quality thing. But I think that you can get what you want, Danny, the wide receiver that can help, if you draft well in the 3rd round where Terry was. Now, are you better off drafting in the 1st round? Probably. Although I would say the late first round.
This class is probably going to have 3 guys going in the 1st round.
And I think late 1st round for receivers is kind of a dangerous area anyway, if you look at it. Like in the late 20s, I don't know how often those guys end up being the really, really good players. But we've also heard, and it's been a few weeks since we had a draft expert on, but remember, we had a couple of guys on that said the difference in this class between like 20 and 50 is not that substantial. So I think it might actually be the perfect year to be able to trade back at 29, get your receiver, get your running back, get your edge, and just add more overall.
That makes a lot of sense to me, honestly. That's probably the most prudent approach, right? And my view depends on a guy or 2 falling, that I don't know how likely that is. So to me, that would be my 1A, if not even my full-out second choice, because it takes pressure off, in my view, right? When you're sitting there with only a couple of picks and X number of holes, you get a schlub like me, and they don't view it this way. They'll probably, stay. This is what our board said. We stick to the board, best available. But for me, I'm sitting there going, look at the glaring need. Here are the 3 glaring needs, and I've got 3 picks to do it. Whereas last year, you could go, here's a bit of a luxury pick. We're going to take Johnny Newton. We don't need it desperately right now this minute, but we're layering, and it's going to come in handy. We got a need at corner, enter Sandwich Toe. We got a need, at tight end potentially, and who knows how that's going to go. But you know what I mean? Instead of saying, I've had free agency, I've got way fewer salary cap dollars to allocate, and I have fires that I have to put out right now. There's less pressure when you've got more picks to do it. You could start taking some of those luxury items.
It's been 6 years, so I'm not even sure that this is the best way to try to get a feel for what you could get. But Washington traded up to the back end of the 1st round, if you remember, to get Montez Sweat at pick number 26. And when they did that, they gave up pick 46 and a 2nd round pick the following year. So it was the equivalent of the pick that they gave up, and then 46 and the pick the following year. I don't know how much I'd be interested in something like that on a trade back, in fairness. Like if I'm trading back, Danny, I want picks this season. Because part of why I'm trading back is, as I said,
I need the right now.
I think it's important to add youth to this team. I have no problem with the veterans that they've signed, because I think that, it worked last year, and I think this is what Adam Peters kind of wants to do. It elevates your floor. It makes it harder to be really bad. But I also think it's the way of the league now, where there's just not as many really good players coming available younger in their career. But I'm not going to trade for, to move down 20 picks this year and add a 2nd rounder next year. This is not about next year for me. Nothing about this offseason has really been about next year, in my opinion. When you go get Deebo Samuel for 1 year, when you bring in Laramie Tunsil the way that they did, the picks that you've given up for Marshawn Lattimore, who's got 2 years left, it's about this coming season.
I agree with you. I mean, the window at least is now-ish, right? In other words, if it's not this year at a premium, maybe it's next year. But the point is, this is all short-term thinking, right? Which is fine because you've got the window now, and Jaden Daniels has already crossed that bar of, yep, it's worth going all in because that dude's awesome.
You can call us at 800-636-1067 like Mo did in Largo. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Hey, bud.
Grant, I don't know if we're simpatico or I've just been listening to you guys so much that now I'm just starting to think like you. Because I'm totally with the trading back twice scenario if the opportunity presents itself. I understand that, yes, we do need another threat at wide receiver, and I'm with you there. But personally, I got my sights set on Ty Felton. And I don't believe we have to go high in the draft to get him. I think he's an exceptional playmaker, great route runner, exceptional hands. I mean, what else do you need from the young man? But we definitely need to address the edge rushing position, but we do need to acquire more picks because, like you said, it's an older team, and we need to build some type of foundation of youth for the years moving forward. Thank you, gentlemen.
Appreciate you, buddy. So Ty Felton, for people that don't know, is the wide receiver from Maryland. I watched him a lot this past year. He's fantastic. Had a good pro day. He is the exact type of player I'm talking about. Now, whether he's available, whether the stars align, that I can't tell you. But coming off 96 catches for 1,100 yards, not being in the first or early second round mix, in my opinion, that's exactly what I'm talking about. A player like that, where if you strike gold and develop him, and we're saying we like their staff to develop a little bit better. They added Wes Welker yesterday to the wide receiver room.
They did.
Was going to help them continue to coach these kids up. Like, there are guys like him that you can get who will help your football team in mid to late round 2, maybe round 3. Another guy I'll tell you that I really, really like is Bashol Tutin, this running back from Virginia Tech who ran the fastest 40 among all the running backs at the combine. He ran for 1,159 yards and 15 touchdowns this year. This is not a player that is in the first round mix. I don't think there's mocks where he's going early to mid second round. Again, these are just local guys that I watched a lot.
Sure, that you got to see, yeah.
That I think could help them a ton as a non-draft expert. And I know they're going to be available in rounds 2 and 3, so to speak. So I think that's going to be there for them if they need it. And it's why trading back is a perfect solution for me. If they didn't have only 5 picks, then yeah, stick and get your edge. Stick and get your wideout that's better than Ty Felton. But I think Felton can play in the league for a long time. I think Tutin's going to be a really good back for a long time. And there's several guys like each of them at their positions that are going to be available in the mid-rounds.
The only thing I worried about, if you add extra picks and start layering in a smart way, which we're all talking about, I'm not sure about the Ben Sinnott situation, kind of as my glaring example. I've got veterans that are very dependable, and I've got this veteran-laden team for my window right now. And if I'm trading back for a third-round receiver, like I need time to develop that guy. Is Noah Brown getting those looks? Is name that other veteran that's TBD going to get some of those chances instead of him? That's always the hard part about trying to win right now. I mean, the Caps have done it, but most teams have a hard time either kind of walking in the middle of the road between rebuilding and competing at a high level.
Speaking of the Caps, Ole the goalie Kolzig joins us at 3:30 today to talk Alex Ovechkin. And the ratings just came back on Ovi's record-breaking day on Long Island for the national broadcast, and they're pretty darn juicy. I mean, it's a big number. We'll get to that next on The Fan. Oli Kolzig joins the show today at 3:30, and we've got a chock-full Beltway Blitz for you at 4. At that time, we'll cover the Caps, the Nats, and the Commanders. Grant and Danny, welcoming you back on the Fan. It was a record-breaking day for TNT's hockey coverage. Turner Sports' NHL coverage over the years has been a success, but their biggest games have always been the Winter Classic contests. On Sunday, with Alex Ovechkin chasing history and scoring goal number 895 to move past Wayne Gretzky as the league's all-time leading goal scorer, Danny, 1.3 million viewers were tuned in for the big moment. The game itself averaged 905,000 viewers, which is a substantial number. It's not a massive number, but for a regular season hockey game, is very significant on a network cable channel. So TNT, biggest regular season game for the NHL non-winter classic that they have had ever for people tuning in to watch Ovechkin, which is some evidence that people still care about records, I'd say.
I would say so, right? I mean, when you start adding up a couple data points here for hockey, and this is why I wanted to bring it up, that's just an American TV network, I believe. I don't think TNT goes to Canada. The reason I bring that up is remember the Four Nations tournament that seems like ancient history, but wasn't that long ago, drew over 16 million viewers across North America, 9+ million in the United States and over 6 million in Canada. So don't look now, but it feels like hockey is, as the young people say, is having a moment. People are tuning into hockey. This has been a pretty good little run here for the NHL with, again, Ovechkin's record tumbling. I mean, the chase could have extended into next year. We lost some momentum there. Nope, sorry. He just has too much of a flair for the moment, basically scoring in 7 straight games or whatever it is to put him right there. And now all of a sudden it seems like this is kind of like striking while the iron's hot, where hockey's kind of moving in a very positive direction. The NBA, while still a topic of conversation constantly, I mean, the amount of coverage and inundated we are with it, is not having a very good PR time at this moment, right? Where, I mean, just look at the dichotomy of coverage. Ovechkin does something amazing, the celebration is great. Ohtani does something, the celebration is great. Pat Mahomes or any NFL quarterback does something, the celebration is great. Like LeBron and Stephen A. Smith are yelling at each other. Do you know what I mean? Like
I've seen those tweets.
Yeah, like or whatever it is. Like it's just it's not a great time for hoops. No, I'm not suggesting
people are making
hockey's
fun of the NBA because it's like Wayne Gretzky's there to honor him, and they're going through all these other sports and how they handle these records, and they're like, LeBron does something and Stephen A. Smith challenges him to a fight or whatever.
Yeah, whatever the meme is.
Apples to apples, but
right. And I'm not suggesting
it's a funny zing.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting hockey's going to take over basketball as the second most watched sport in the country. That's not the case. Simply saying there is some positive momentum for hockey right now at the moment, and I wonder where it leads.
I think there is positive momentum for sure. I think it's a couple of one-off amazing things more than it is sustainable or growth. I could be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, the salary cap's exploding. That's indicative of a much healthier sport. I mentioned this yesterday when we had Ted Leonsis on the show. He was very good. If you missed any part of that, you can grab that at thefandc.com or grantanddanny.com and go listen to Leonsis. But I thought it was interesting that he signed Ovechkin to a 13-year deal, Danny, for $9.5 million a year. And then at the end of that 13-year deal, Ovechkin got a 5-year deal for $9.5 million. Like, think about that compared to the NFL as an example, where 13 years before your contract, you get a contract. And now, still on top of your game as a superstar, you sign a 5-year deal, but you get the same AAV. Well, that would never happen in the National Football League because the cap is skyrocketing. And now it won't happen in the National Hockey League either because finally the cap is growing. But there was a long time where there wasn't any significant major growth. I think that is fairly telling.
It's indicative,
about the league. But Four Nations was huge. I think it will lead to some new fans. I think it will lead to some momentum. I just don't think it's sizable. I don't think it's necessarily notable.
Because, we talk about all the time with the Olympics and then usually, but really the World Cup is where it happens.
World Cup is the best example of this, where the numbers are going to be massive again in 26, especially in this market. The DC TV market loves the World Cup, right? No doubt about it. We're going to, as a city, watch that thing, get obsessed with it. People like me that don't watch soccer the rest of the year, or in some cases for 3 years at a time, will be infatuated and waking up early and setting my alarm. But it's for the event. The Four Nations was the event. I don't know that anybody necessarily who doesn't like hockey is still to this week watching games because of that. But the Ovechkin game, and the reason the league put it on a pedestal correctly, I thought it was the right thing to do. It was a moment. It was history. We like history. We like records. If I knew that in tennis some unbreakable record was falling and I saw everybody tweeting about it, I would probably click over to see the pageantry and the celebration and what's going on and who had the record and who broke it. There would just be some human intrigue there.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably what happened.
Yeah, I think there's a big part of that. So, for example, like the Masters this weekend, and I don't care at all. I don't know anything about it other than I know it's this weekend and the Junks are going to talk about it a lot. But like if somebody was about to set the record for something, and it wasn't just like bogeysing around, but like something meaningful, like a career achievement thing, and it was close, you're right. I'd be far more likely to tune in than now, which is not likely at all.
Records are probably less important now than they've ever been societally. I don't know why that is. It just feels that way. I think they're less hallowed. I think there's maybe it's just that I'm older. I don't know, but it seems like there's less intrigue and fascination behind them. But the record number of people that tuned into the game, 1.3 million for a regular season game on Turner, which isn't even to speak to how many people watched on Monumental Sports in DC, how many people were consuming in other ways content. ESPN Plus has carried some of these games with some exclusivity and things. I mean, the chase was monitored by millions of people, but it tells you that this particular record still resonated, which is cool.
Yeah, I think it's a smart point about records. I think there's now so many more options to get content. Used to be like when I was a kid, you had your game of the week, and that was your game. That was the game you got. Now it's like there's way more at my fingertips, and I've got more data and more stuff. So it just nothing seems as special anymore when you're given everything in the buffet versus you go to the buffet with one item. Now that I've got everything at this incredibly special thing, nothing feels special anymore. But that one certainly did.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. An unnamed executive thinks Jaden Daniels could hit the wall this year, sophomore slump. I want to give you a thought on that, see what Danny thinks as we get ready for Ole Kolzig today at 3:30 on the Fan.
I'm Roll Forsey. We're brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Well, the boys of summer are certainly starting to turn things around in D.C. The Nationals get another win last night, big win over the Shohei Ohtani and the L.A. Dodgers, 6-4. James Wood hit a 2-run shot for the Nats to balance out Ohtani's damage. Shohei Ohtani homer, triple, singled for L.A., had a big night, but the Dodgers lose again. They've dropped 3 in a row, 3 of 4 after their 8-0 start. Nats have won 3 in a row, starting to turn things around after losing 6 of 7 to start their season. See if they can get another one tonight against the Dodgers. 6:45 first pitch here on the Fan. It is the final week of the NBA season, just 4 games to go now for the Wizards, starting at Indiana tonight, 7 p.m. on the Team 980. Final home game of the season is tomorrow night against Philly. Final week and a half of the hockey season. Capitals are hoping to get back on track Thursday night against Carolina. Final 5 games of the season now for the Caps. They have lost 5 of 7, but still some time to get things right before the Stanley Cup playoffs begin. Capitals are likely headed for a first-round playoff series against the Montreal Canadiens. Baseball is back. The tailgate must-have is Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Each can of Surfside's only 100 calories, and the best part, 0 bubbles. They're absolutely delicious and pair perfectly with a day at the ballpark. Must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of this show, the law firm Kandori and Murad, can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today. kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. Get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. You're locked into Grant and Danny on the Fan. Eddie Olczyk. That's Eddie O. That's the guy Danny does the bits about. He's on the show today at 5 because he was on the call with 1.3 million people watching on TNT when Alex Ovechkin broke Wayne Gretzky's record.
It's not about him specifically. It's when they cut to I guess, is it Pierre who's down on the boards?
Well, Edzo is what you always talk about.
Yeah, like whoever he says Edzo, and I don't even know who he's doing. I'm just sort of doing a bit on the bit. But I thought he was talking about Doc and Enzo or Ed, whatever. But he breathlessly will explain that Sidney Crosby is able to exhale after inhaling, just in awe that the Canadian player executed a dump and chase for a line shift. Like it's the greatest achievement in the history of mankind, and the swooning over everything. And then it's like Alex Ovechkin sneezes, spread his germs everywhere. It's disgusting. He didn't cover his mouth when he sneezed. Well, look at Crosby, brushed his teeth twice today. Just enough.
Edzo's on the show, man. First time ever.
So do I have to? Can we just talk about Ovechkin, or do I have to confront him about everything?
I don't think there's anything to confront him about.
Yeah, he didn't do anything.
But you could say Edzo in that way that you like to say it, I think. All right, so I wanted to bring this up. So while we were in West Palm Beach, we went back to the restaurant that we eat at and thoroughly enjoyed our meals.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're delicious and they're wonderful. But there's this one restaurant. It's like outdoor seating. It's beautiful. It's in a really nice money area of West Palm Beach.
Mm-hmm.
And it's our favorite restaurant. And if you remember last year, there was a waitress there that took a liking to us for some reason as a collective.
Sure, yeah.
She enjoyed our time. We were doing skits and bits. And it seemed like she was really interested in Ryan at the time. And she was basically saying that she was going to the beach by herself the next day. And she was an immensely attractive person. And she was like, what are you doing tomorrow?
If only someone else wanted to go to the beach.
And Ryan did the Dumb and Dumber thing when they were asked to oil up some bikini models. And they sent the bikini models to the town where all the men were.
The town is back that way.
And Ryan was like, oh, you need someone to go to the beach with you? Wow, I bet you could easily find someone.
There's so many young men around your age.
She's like, yeah, what are you doing tomorrow? And he's like, not doing much. Just going to be hanging out around the pool with these guys. But I really hope you have fun. You should definitely read a book at the beach. I love reading books when I'm at the beach by myself. And so it was kind of like just a tough moment for everybody.
Yeah.
So now, when We don't have to worry about any awkwardness because Ryan is in love and in a relationship, right? You and I are married. Toby was the only single guy of the group. But we went back to eat at this restaurant. And lo and behold, that waitress still worked there.
Yep.
And she came running up to us when we're at the hostess stand waiting to get a table. And she recognized us and said she wanted us to sit in her section. Now, among the highlights of the meal that we had, she said something that was so stupid.
Oh, no.
And so embarrassing.
Oh, no.
That Ryan couldn't stop laughing. Again, this is a girl that once, and in his past life, Ryan loved and thought was the most amazing girl ever, right? And now he's laughing in her face so hard that she's on the verge of tears. I literally thought she was going to burst into tears.
Well,
he just wouldn't stop laughing in her face.
The initial moment was terrible, and Toby and I immediately is you laughed a little, he laughed a lot, not the oh that's so funny, but like a ha 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 ha, like pointing at her, like
he was pointing at her.
Yeah, like you idiot.
Well, here's what she said.
Yeah.
I mean, it was bad. It was the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
It's not good.
And she's a very sweet girl, but she said, "So you guys are from DC?" And we're like, "Yeah, Washington D.C."
Right, good
absolutely.
memory. Yeah.
And she said, and I quote, "Oh, what state is that in?" Well, initially that's tough because it's not a state, and most people are pretty well aware of those facts, but that wasn't the deal breaker.
You can be forgiven if you don't remember that specifically from civics, that it was carved out from part of Maryland, and it's the federal city, and okay, it's fine.
But as I was in the process of explaining, it's not a state.
Mm-hmm.
It's DC is kind of next to Virginia and Maryland. She said, "Isn't it in Philadelphia?"
There you have it.
Washington, D.C.
Yep.
Where we are.
Yep.
Isn't it in Philadelphia?
Yep.
No.
Yeah. Ryan's reaction. Now, I did a very brief but authoritative guffaw.
Yep.
I mean, it was what a hilariously dumb thing. And then I kind of locked it in. It wasn't easy.
Right.
But I shoved that down where it needed to go.
I felt too bad to laugh.
Ryan did this for the better part of 3 minutes while she stood there, still trying to make up for her comment and asking us about calamari and stuff. 3 minutes later, he just finally got silent, but put his head down in his arms and, whole head, body shaking. Like you could still see he was laughing, even though he wasn't making any noise.
Right. So after
this gorgeous 9.8 out of 10, lovely girl standing in front of us who had just asked if DC was in Philadelphia.
So she eventually, the conversation ends and she moves away, go to the other side of the restaurant, and Ryan is still he's pinching you, hitting you, like head down, like visibly shaking with laughter.
Actually, after when she had left and was out of sight of the table, that's when, it all came crashing down for me. I laughed harder than I've ever laughed in my. Have you ever seen me laugh so hard?
Not like that, but tears came out of your eyes. And that's when she turned around and looked at the table and saw.
It's 5 minutes later. It'll be fine.
Yeah, and saw you guys laughing.
Again, she has no idea what we're laughing at.
Yeah,
although she has a pretty good idea when Ryan's laughing in her face.
She had a pretty good idea that it was the same laughter.
But just an amazing moment, right? That this young lady asked that question and Clary answered or laughed the way that he did, right? The other thing that she said that was so funny at that dinner, if you remember, was you and Ryan had gone to the beach the day before.
Mm-hmm.
And so you told her you had gone to the beach. And I guess one of the many people over a couple of years in West Palm that had suggested a beach to you the previous year, she had said, go to this one. It's in this area, whatever. And I think you had said, hey, we went to that beach you told us about last year or whatever. And she's like, oh, no kidding. You said the only bad thing was while we were on our way there, the drawbridge went up.
We got stuck there for 20 minutes.
You got stuck for 20 minutes. And she asked if you were on the bridge when the drawbridge went up. And that was a sneaky, hilarious thing, too.
Now,
because her concern for you was very serious. And she's like, well, you were on it. And you said, no, we weren't on it. But that was very funny.
Because at the beginning of the bridge, there's some spot where it's technically bridge, but it's not the part that's going up. You could tell by the way that she asked that you wait, you were on the part that went up?
She thought you guys had fallen in the water.
Yeah, those are their barriers. They don't let you. They don't let your car right up there
Like,
when it's going to go
actually,
90 degrees. Yeah.
But so here's why I bring this up, right? Not to just joan on two of the funniest things I've ever heard from this very, very nice girl. But this person, okay, told us that she wants to be an influencer, correct?
Yes.
That's what she wants to do.
Yes.
She had provided her Instagram, right? Now, Toby's the only single guy, okay? So Toby, on behalf of all of us, was going to follow her on Instagram. I also, for the sake of the science behind everything, Danny, for the sake of the science behind everything, tried to follow her on Instagram, right?
And you and I both said, listen, for lack of no other way to not sound like a jackass here, but we both have pretty substantial followings, more than your average bear. I am happy to help you. If there's any advice that you have for Grant or I, happy to give you any assistance.
Yeah, there's no way I could help her, I don't think. I don't think she's coming to me for help. I think she could have plenty of success on her own, if I'm being honest.
Sure, yeah.
She'll be a great influencer. But Toby tried to add her on Instagram, as did I, as did Danny, and she never accepted any of us, right? She still hasn't.
Still has not.
Our West Palm Beach trip was weeks ago. Now, here's the whole question why I bring this up. It is my contention that she just doesn't get on Instagram. She only has ever posted 27 times. Okay? Think about that. 27.
That's a very specific. You know that? You counted?
Yeah, we've looked it up.
Oh, I see. Okay.
27 posts, right? That's her whole lifetime existence on Instagram. 27 posts.
Okay.
So my point is, guys, relax. She doesn't hate you guys. It's not that Ryan made fun of her to her face for 5 minutes and made her feel humiliated and a foot tall and did the meanest thing that anyone's ever done to her. It's not that she hates you guys now. It's just that she doesn't get on Instagram very often, as evidenced by the fact that she never posts on Instagram. But I think there is a growing feeling in the producer room that maybe our friendship with this person, this future influencer, has been ruined by Ryan being the meanest person of all time. And Danny, I guess what I would ask to you is, do you think that her not accepting the follow request from
our group of four,
the Philadelphia contingent here on 106.7 The Fan, do you think that is more about Ryan humiliating her to the point of tears, where she had to go home and cry to her boyfriend, and her boyfriend has to pick her up off the floor and tell her it's going to be okay? Or do you think she just hasn't been on Instagram since then?
I think she's been on and is specifically saying no to our group of four people.
Oh.
Yeah.
So she won't even help us get our calamari next time.
I don't know what it's going to be like if we ever get to go back to West Palm again. I don't know. I don't know if we go to the restaurant and she's still working there. I don't know what it's going to be like. I do know that there's a fork in the road. There's a moment before Ryan went for 5 minutes in her face. But there's before and then after. After's different than before.
I'm not even saying it was advertent. Has anyone ever done anything meaner to anybody?
So the story I told you guys this at dinner. One of my best buddies, God bless him, was a great lacrosse player. One of my great friends. About as subtle as a jackhammer. This dude. So we were seniors in high school, and we're in the training room before our practice starts. And a little fourth grader comes in with his thumb jacked up because he had a broken thumb. They're playing dodgeball, it bent the wrong way. I mean, the kid's freaking out. He's 9 years old. He's in hysterics, right? So you get all these seniors who are in there immediately spring into action. We're not helping medically, but we're like talking to him and like, man, you're so tough. Like, how cool is that? And we're distracting him, asking about his classes, and oh, that's awesome. We're gonna get to go home early. Like, just trying our best to calm him down, reading the situation. My buddy walks into the room and goes, "Oh my God, look at your thumb!" And then the kid starts screaming, crying again. That's Ryan. Ryan's the look at your thumb, it's jacked up.
The laughing was bad when he said, "You thought DC was in Philly, you're an idiot." That was too far, in my opinion. He didn't actually say that, but he might as well.
But his laughter did.
Honestly, that would have been better than what he did because it was so long.
It was so mean. The length of it was so mean.
Was it a situation, Ryan, where you just couldn't control?
I could not control it. Like, still, I mean, Toby and I were literally just laughing about it this past hour. Like, I could not control it in the moment. I was a few adult beverages deep at that point. I could not
could
hold
be a factor.
The state of Philadelphia.
And I was trying to contain myself, but I think trying to contain myself made it even worse, to where it just dragged on for minutes because I was trying to hide it. I knew I was doing a terrible job at hiding it.
The way I remember it is, so when she said that, it was like early in that visit to the table. But then she was there for a while after. And I don't remember specifically what we're talking about. That might have even been when she was talking about wanting to be, her boyfriend's a streamer and she's trying to do this and that and whatever else. She was there for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And the entire time she was there, laughing is not the correct word. Cackling. It was like she would look over at him every now and then, like he's still doing it. And you just saw her die a little bit every time.
That the look on that, I mean, this look will stay with me. Like, I don't know, whenever it is that it's my last few moments on this earth, my deathbed, hopefully surrounded by loved ones, friends, family, whomever, right? Before I pass on, I will remember the look on her face when she looked over and Ryan was still laughing.
I mean, what a difference a year makes,
the life
by the way.
Leaving, all the joy that sweet soul feels on a daily basis was gone.
Well, she's the sweetest, most nice, positive, energetic person. And then I've never seen her on the verge of tears until right then. I literally thought she was about to start sobbing and walk away.
Well, and you sleep on the fact that she had mentioned to us earlier on in dinner that she had a rough day.
That's true.
Oh,
she had a rough day.
Yeah.
A bunch of people making fun of her for not being smart, I bet. I mean, she was quite literally fighting back tears as Ryan was crying in her face out of laughter. He didn't fight back the tears.
Ryan had tears.
Yeah, he didn't mind the tears flowing. So, Toby, you today re-requested her, right?
Sure, yeah.
Do we think she's been on Instagram since the original request?
100% she's been on Instagram. Now,
how do you know that?
I mean, what influencer doesn't go on Instagram?
She's not an influencer.
Okay, what wannabe influencer doesn't go on Instagram?
And she can't figure it out. Why wouldn't she have more posts if she was a regular on Instagram?
I'm betting she went on Instagram. Now, in her credit, perhaps she has not looked at the notifications tab on Instagram, which is not in the most convenient spot.
Okay.
So maybe she hasn't done that.
Give me a percentage chance that she has seen your request and hasn't accepted it versus she has not seen it.
65-35. Seen, not seen.
See, I think it's like 25% seen, 75% not seen. Maybe even lower.
Yeah,
I think there's a 50% chance she has not been on IG one time. She doesn't know where DC is. She doesn't know how drawbridges work. And you have to remember
Instagram is perfect then.
But she's a young person.
But her boyfriend is like a streamer of wacky things.
And he's doing that stuff.
She told us she has like cats and she goes home and just plays with the cats.
Yeah, but like he's doing stuff. There's going to be a time where you're scrolling. I didn't know that the request tab existed. I'm an old person that doesn't know who anyone is or what they're saying. It took me I had Instagram for almost a decade. I started my Instagram account because you spit out cornbread. That's my first post ever. Okay.
Jalapeno cornbread.
That's a long time ago. I didn't know that my wife had to show me. Look at all these requests of these people that are trying to. I go, oh my God, I had no idea. She's a young person. She was raised in this. She knows it. She knows exactly where that tab is.
Can we talk about what a difference a year makes too, though?
Yeah.
I mean, a year ago, single Clary, enamored, doesn't know what he doesn't know, but also screws up his golden opportunity. Now he's bunned up in a relationship. He's an older man.
Climbing the corporate ladder, laughing in her face. Dark heart.
And he thinks so little of her now that he's just scoffing in her face. Did you feel bad at all about it?
I felt terrible, guy. Like, here's the thing. It's like, I can't even, this is going to sound terrible, but like, I'm a good guy. I am a good guy.
I agree with that. You're a very nice person.
I'm a great guy.
That's why I was so stunned that you did the meanest thing I've ever seen.
I know. It was awful. Like, I felt so bad, but I simply could not control. Like, it was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. But I'm not gonna throw you under the bus, Grant. I'm not. But
he's dragging you down. Watch this.
I'm not gonna drag you down. I'm not.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm not. I'm not.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
I think seeing you, because I saw that you were also trying to hold it back at that point, and
Yes.
I let it loose.
Of course
but
I was.
I think seeing you
I
hold
did
it
the
back,
socially acceptable thing.
I lost it, though.
I'm aware that you lost it.
I lost it.
No. I'm not pretending like I didn't laugh in her face. I 100% did. She said the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Yes.
I didn't expect it. If I had a drink in my mouth, I would have spit it all over her on
That's
accident.
where I was at.
Right. But here's the difference. I got it together. Like at some point, I started pinching my inner arm. Like I It was hard. It was not easy. But within 7 to 8 seconds, now like the time where it was okay to laugh is over.
I know. I crossed the line there. I went too far.
You are a good person. That was a tough moment. Let's go to Charles in DC. Hello, Charles.
Grant and Danny, how we doing this afternoon,
Hey,
gentlemen?
Hey, buddy. How are you?
Grant, there is a 100% chance that this young lady has viewed the request.
I don't think so. She loves us, Charles, or at least she did.
Just hear me out. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, she used to love us. So if she has seen it and not accepted us, then Ryan's ruined our relationship with our favorite waitress.
It is quite possible. It is quite possible, but just go down this road with me and tell me if you disagree or not. She's trying to be an influencer, right?
Sure.
She's an attractive young lady.
The most attractive, yes.
So I'm going to assume that she has had multiple conversations with individuals that have requested to follow her. I'm sure that they have submitted requests.
She brought up her account to us. We weren't being weird or creepy. She's like talking about, I'm trying to increase my Instagram following. I'm trying to do this and that. And we were like, oh, really? What? Like, Danny actually did it. Danny's like, oh, what's your now this was a good move by him because I think we're all curious what's on that Instagram account. Are there pictures of the restaurant or what have you? And Danny's like, oh, what's your Instagram?
Are there pictures of nature?
yeah. He's like, we'll follow you.
Are you a good photog?
By the way, Danny acted like he's going to help her. I'm sure. Selfless Danny over here.
I'm happy to help.
Nobody better at helping the young people with all their technology needs, Ryan.
Just in terms of having a public persona, I felt guilty because my friends were laughing in her face, so I thought I'd extend that.
No, that's a good point.
Yeah, I thought I'd be nice.
That is
it's my fault though.
But Charles, she kind of brought it up, and we just kind of pounced like, "Oh yeah, we'll help you with your following. Here's 4 follows right here." Unaccepted.
So I'm definitely more convinced now that she's seen it, and 100%. I'm not 100% certain of how Instagram works. I'm not sure if let's just say Danny and Grant sends a friend request, and if she has a friend of hers, let's say I'm gonna make up a name, Tanya wants to follow her. Now, will she, when she sees Tanya's request, will she see Grant and Danny's request as well, or is it specifically? Will she see all of them, or just certain ones?
I know exactly what you're saying. So for me, I don't have any like Grant and I don't have any barriers for Instagram follows. We'd like people to follow us, right? I'm at Humorous Danny. Grant's at Grant H. Paulson. She's got that. You got to request it.
It's a blocked account.
To remove bots, to remove creepy 45-year-olds from the city of DC / Philadelphia.
I would also block it.
Yeah.
If I
was an attractive person, I would do that too. And any request to follow her, whether it's a friend, it's anybody that's not already in the club, it all goes to the same spot. And she's seen it.
I don't know that she has. It's very possible. I'm going to say she has not been on the app yet. Maybe she gave it up for Lent. This has all been during Lent, 40 days. My wife gets off all social media for Lent. Maybe she gave up Instagram for Lent.
That's not a bad idea, honestly.
See?
I could buy that. I could buy that a little bit.
I will say, at one point I had a private Instagram, and it is a little difficult to figure out where the follows are.
Boom.
But I would say that it's pretty easy to figure out if you're my age, which she's around our age. And if that's the case, I will never forgive her.
I would also say if somebody made me cry, I would not accept them on social media.
I don't know if she gave up Instagram for Lent. She may have given up happiness and hope.
Let's go to Dylan in
May have given up
Germantown.
joy, Ryan.
Dylan, what's up?
Guys, how old do you guys think this young lady is? Because there is a 1,000,000% chance
I think
she saw this request.
27, did she tell us?
25, I thought.
25, yeah.
25,
my
yeah.
age.
25.
Yeah, so she's around my age too. I think there's a 1,000,000% chance she saw this, and it is just ruined from here.
Well, then they've ruined my favorite restaurant spot. Not that it's just if she's there now, it's awkward.
Yeah,
because she doesn't like us.
Yeah,
I just want to eat my calamari.
Yeah,
is she going to say anything?
I don't know.
I just want to be able to go back there, get my calamari, my Brussels sprouts, and have a good old time.
Like I'm already thinking about our next West Palm trip and going to that place. I love that spot.
I will fly to West Palm to go to that spot. It's that good.
Oh man, can we not go back there now?
I would say unless she accepts us before we get down there next year, we can't go back.
Is there a way to call during business hours and find out and like have someone not on the air, but like speak to her and be like, hey, Like, do you hate us and should we never come back?
No, I don't want to do that at all.
Okay.
I don't want any interactions until next year, potentially.
I see. just to leave it up to anticipation.
Exactly. Just does she accept or does she not accept? Olaf Kolzig, Capitals goaltending great, going to join us next on Grant and Danny to talk about the grade 8 Alex Ovechkin. Hey guys, it's GP for my friends at the FanDuel Sportsbook. Dinger Tuesdays, back and better than ever. The Major League Baseball season is here. You're going to bet on a Major League Baseball player to hit a home run. If they hit a home run, you're going to win. Dinger Tuesdays, FanDuel customers, home run profit boost means that you bet on moonshots, you take your winnings to new heights. FanDuel.com/GP. Gear up to go yard all season. FanDuel.com/GP. Everybody loves the long ball. Got to be 21. President, Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Nationals looking for another win over the Dodgers tonight. They won 6-4 over one of the best teams in baseball last night. James Wood, 2-run shot for the Nats, are looking for a 4th straight win tonight. Game 2 against the Dodgers, 6:45 here in the Fan. Final week of the NBA season for the Wizards. Only 4 games to go at Indiana tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. Stunning move made in Denver today. Mike Malone fired as the Nuggets head coach only a week and a half before the playoffs begin and just 2 years after winning an NBA championship. Final week and a half of the hockey season for the Caps. As things are trying to get back on track Thursday night, they'll be home against Carolina. 5 games to go in the season now for Washington. And college hoops, Florida wins the national title last night. Final AP poll comes out today. Maryland ends the year as a top 10 team. Terps finished 9th in the final poll. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Send in Wilson on the flank. Cross ice. Ovechkin fires. Score! The chasing days are done. Alex Ovechkin is the greatest goal scorer in the history of the NHL.
Tell him, Joe B. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Ovi, 895 on Sunday on Long Island. Moves ahead of Wayne Gretzky, who's now just 1 goal from tying Alex Ovechkin on the all-time goal list.
I don't know if he's going to catch him.
Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, is where we find Capital's legendary goaltender and longtime member of the organization since in various capacities. Olaf Kolzig is with us, Ole the goalie. Ole, it's great to have you back on G&D here on the Fan. How are you?
I'm good, guys. Thanks for having me.
Our pleasure. You tweeted something yesterday, and I wanted to ask you about it to start the convo, about a text you had sent Ovi and the response from that text message and why he is the guy that he is. Would you mind sharing that story with our listeners?
Yeah, so obviously I played 3 years with Ovi and I'm still fairly close with him. And I mean, I just sent him a congratulatory text and, you know, a bunch of other stuff. And he texted me back within probably an hour and said his typical "thanks, babe, but you're part of history too." And I said, well, I just, you know, I only gave up 1 goal. I probably would have delayed the celebration until Thursday if I hadn't have given up that goal. But he comes back and he says, "No, you assisted on 5 of my goals." And I had no idea. And so for a guy like him, with everything he's going through and everything he's done, to know that, it was just amazing. And it just kind of says everything you want to, you know, it says everything that Ovi is. He's a guy that not only what he's done on the ice and superstar, but he respects the history of the organization and the former players that have come.
How about that? That's really cool. You guys obviously got to know him at the beginning of his career, and you know him so well still. What's the same about him since then, and what's different now, kind of over the years?
Well, I mean, he's matured, if you can believe that. He's become a terrific leader. He's a throwback. You know, most kids now after games are drinking protein shakes and doing their stretching and, you know, tweeting out things or catching up on TikTok, and Ovi will be in the back probably with the trainers having a Bud Light. You know, that's kind of what the players did back in the 80s and 90s and 70s. And he's a lot like that. His excitement for the game, his exuberance. Most Russians or Eastern Bloc players, when they come over, they're a little standoffish. You've got to gain their trust. And that wasn't the case with Ovi. He came over and right away wanted to room with the North American guys so they could learn the language, learn the culture. whatever we did, he wanted to be a part of. He was part of every dinner. And he didn't have any sort of like a sense of entitlement. He just wanted to be one of the guys. And I think to a man, that's what we all really appreciated about him, because we all knew this kid was going to be a superstar. To the level he's at now, no, but back then we knew he was something special. Yeah, there's still a lot of that Ovi. There's still a lot of that Ovi left, but he's a man now. He's a leader. So yeah, that's what I'd say about him.
Former All-Star and Vezina winner, is the best goalie in the National Hockey League. Ole Kolzig with us on Grant and Danny. I don't know in practice if there's ever even sequences where he's shooting at 100% max capacity for you to see that. But you mentioned with the Lightning that he beat you once for a goal. In terms of his actual shot from the goaltending perspective, what makes it so hard to stop? Because goalies have known for years that he's going to be in his office. It's a slapper, it's a one-timer, or like the record breaker, it's that gather and wrist shot. But is it just a matter of having to slide across the crease and the pass coming from the other side of the cage? Or is it there's something actually about his shot?
Well, to be honest, the goal he scored against me was probably one of his least memorable ones. I think it was just a rebound that went in off his thigh pad and got by me. But Ovi, I think Ovi only took a legitimate full-out slap shot on me, and it was the very first practice that we were on the ice together before training camp, his first year. And I think I've mentioned it a bunch of times. I just said I was so thankful that thing didn't hit me, because I haven't seen a shot that heavy and that fast in a lot of years, probably since Al Iafrate or Al McGinnis. It's the blade of his stick. It's such a hook that if he gets it right in the middle, it's an absolute like slingshot. Like it's gone. And then if he gets it a little off the toe or a little off the heel, it puts a little bit of a movement with velocity. And it's just sometimes hard to pick up off his blade. And here's a perfect example that you think, you've got Ovi figured out. They played Winnipeg last week, and Connor Hallebuck, first couple power plays, was over anticipating Ovi and would get there in time, and Ovi would just hit him in the chest. Well, in the third period, Ovi made a bit of an adjustment and got a one-time pass. Well, he kind of, instead of one-timing it, he cradled it, and it totally set Hallebuck's timing off, and then he was able to get it by him. So it's not a matter of just getting there and hoping it hits you. There's some movement to it. And for a guy that shoots that hard, he's fairly accurate. He's not a hit and hope kind of guy. I mean, he's got a target picked out, and 6 out of 10 times he'll nail it.
Only over the course of your career, goals per game per team went down, right? So when you first broke in, back in the 90s, teams were scoring about 3.5 goals per game. Then it was pretty much sub 3 once you get into the 2000s. So objectively, it's harder to score, or there are fewer goals at least, through the duration of Ovechkin's career, which to me makes what he's done that much more incredible, as the league has not trended as others have in terms of just emphasizing and having more offense.
I agree. I think, and that's why I think he's the greatest goal scorer ever. I think with it's not so much anymore, but back in those early 2000s, that's when the left wing lock came in. There was a lot of clutching and grabbing, and that's not the case anymore. But the goaltenders have evolved. They're so much bigger. They're so much more athletic. The D are so mobile, and just everything. It is harder to score, but he's just one of those anomalies. And I saw an interview the other night before the Islander game, and they had Gretzky on there, and he made some good points. Though he said he wished they had 3-on-3 back in his day, and they made another couple good points. And guys like Gretzky, they had that ability to adjust. So you put primetime Gretzky into today's game, and he'll figure a way to continue to be successful. But from a pure goal scoring standpoint, yeah, I just don't think there's, maybe Brett Hall was maybe the closest to Ovi as far as just pure power. And, he's the best I've seen.
Ole Kolzig, Capitals legend on Grant and Danny. Thanks so much for the time. We appreciate it. What an accomplishment. What a great week for the organization.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Appreciate you. Got it. Great to reminisce with Ole about Alex Ovechkin. What a cool story, too. To text Ovi a congratulations and for him to know right offhand that the goalie, Olaf Kolzig, assisted on 5 of his goals is a pretty nice window into Ovechkin for sure.
Because I'm looking it up. Over those 3 years they combined, Ole had 8 assists. So 5 of those were Ovechkin goals. Pretty good chance if you're responsible for a pass or two, it ended up on his blade.
Beltway Blitz at 4 o'clock. Our double play is next. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Bonda delivers. Swinging a high fly ball left center field deep. Back goes Edman way back at the wall. Going. Gone. Goodbye. Into the Budweiser red seats in left center field. Bang! Zoom goes James Wood with his second home run of the year.
James Wood went deep last night, his second, tied with Keibert Ruiz for third on the team in that category. Nats are hitting more home runs this season. Last year, just 135, second most in Major League Baseball. Early this season, C.J. Abrams and Nathaniel Lowe both have 3. Ruiz and Wood both have 2. And then Josh Bell, Luis Garcia, and Ahmed Rosario have all homered once. But they are on pace for upwards of 170 home runs, which would be a nice spike. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
So apparently this has been going around here, Jeeps. Not this specific thing isn't a communicable disease or whatever, but apparently this has been very common with the explosion of allergies here over the last week, 10 days, 2 weeks or so, and the temperature's going up and down or whatever. I was talking to another parent, and their kid had 2 of these. I've got one. It's gross. I've had a sty in my right eye, which I know sounds like a Dr. Seuss rhyme, but it's not. I didn't know what they were. I just know that all of a sudden it's like, I think it was Sunday morning. I woke up and I was like, this doesn't feel right. And like I touched my right eye and it was like very puffy and it's gross and I hate it.
It looks pink-eyish a little bit.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
But it's actually more of almost like a pimple on the eyelid.
That's pretty much what it is. I mean, it's got all these fancy-sounding things. It's a bacterial infection of an oil gland, a Meibomian gland or a Zeiss gland. That's basically an eye pimple. So it's not on your eyeball, but it's like down there. And it's one of the most annoying things you can have. Again, there are people who are dealing with real stuff and like actual injuries and things that are painful. This thing is so irritating.
Do we add this to the Danny Rouillet list?
Yeah, it's my list of random maladies that are inexplicable. I'm so annoyed by it.
You
It's
were
getting
sick
better.
like 4 times in 2 weeks.
Yep.
But you're here. You're fighting through this one.
Yeah.
But you've got a sty.
I've got a sty. I've got a sty.
How do you spell that?
S-T-Y-E. S-T-Y-E.
So when I've heard about this before, I feel like it's almost like a white substance. It's like a pimple that's obvious.
Yeah, that's
Yours
like where the
is
head
just
is.
like
Yeah.
a pink, almost like a bruising, it seems like.
Right. So it's tough to see from over there, but there's
Is it contagious?
No, the sty itself is not.
Okay.
The whatever, like airborne bacteria, they're just everywhere. Everybody's got it at all times. And sometimes it's like, you know what, you're getting one of these weird things. So kids are getting them a ton because everyone's rubbing their eyes, whatever. Just, something gets irritated and it's like, so you ever have one of those ingrown hairs on your leg? It's nasty. It's like, it's not particularly pleasant, but it's like you pop it, you don't even think about it, and you move on. Well, you can't really do that up here. And it is the most exasperating thing because like, I'm not in pain. I'm fine. But the only thing you can do is just sort of put a warm washcloth on it sometimes and just wait for it to go away. It's dumb.
It's time for your boys. Double play. Double play brought to you today and every day by our friends, the local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Our bathroom here is so disgusting that we have been told to avoid it at all costs. So you lessen your water consumption, right? You do everything you can to avoid having to go to the bathroom. You go full Cory Booker on this thing. I think he had like a 25-hour filibuster where he did not go to the bathroom once. Can you imagine, by the way?
No, I cannot.
I mean, that is...
The way I go, I can't do that.
Well, you are. During a 4.5-hour show, you go to the bathroom probably 9 times.
It's less than that, but the point stands. It's 6 or 7.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
He went 25 straight hours without...
Can't do it.
I think that would be painful.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Like when you have to... If I have to walk to the bathroom, have you ever sat through a movie and you push it, you grind through it, you're like, I'm not going to go. And then standing up is hard. And then walking is painful.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, how did he get from the dais to the bathroom on the back end of the 25 hours?
I was once in traffic on the way to Jiffy Lube Live to see the Red Hot Chili Peppers back in the day. And, I was like, I'll make it. And then they're doing the thing where like they're loading people into the parking lot. I have never had to go so badly and been in more discomfort.
That's scary.
Like I'm just, where am I going to go? What's going to happen? And people are asking me questions, like I can't talk. Like I have to go so bad I can't talk to you.
As a grown adult, have you had an accident?
Not on that end.
Not on that one.
No.
Isn't it interesting that the other end is where the accidents tend to come?
And those accidents, those are not mild ones. I mean, everyone's had a catastrophic.
A catastrophic? I hope not. Has everyone had a catastrophic?
Everybody has.
That's an old guy thing, I think. I mean, look, developing situation, sure. But there's a big difference between a whoopsie daisy and a catastrophic, if you know what I mean.
I do.
I think everybody's had a whoopsie daisy.
I would argue that almost everybody, universal, has had a catastrophic. Where you know what? We lost today. That pair of underpants in the garbage. That's the end.
That sounds more like a whoopsie daisy, I think.
Then maybe we need a better distinction on whoopsie daisy and catastrophic.
Well, a catastrophic, I feel like, is like everyone around you knows what happened. I think a whoopsie daisy is like, whoa.
Okay.
That's too bad. But nobody around you really is wiser for what's just taken place.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, to me, I think everyone even knows on a whoopsie daisy. I mean, there's trace elements on a whoopsie. Like people are going to, do you guys smell that?
Man.
And it's like you have to pretend.
I mean, it's so funny talking to buddies about those.
Yeah. So my point is everyone's got a story.
Like sharing stories about those. The best.
Yeah, on a 9-hour road trip, I stopped at a 7-Eleven, had a big bite, yada. On Highway 9 going northbound, you can find a pair of underpants.
The Beltway Blitz is next. We got Eddie Olczyk on the show today at 5. We're taking you up to 6:15 on Grant and Danny.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Surfside, Iced Tea, and Vodka. Let's start with the NBA, where there was a surprising move made in Denver today. Michael Malone fired as the Nuggets head coach. This comes only a week and a half before the playoffs begin, and just inside 2 years after winning an NBA championship in Denver. We're down to the final week of the regular season. Just 4 to go now for the Wizards. They're at Indiana tonight. That's a 7 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. Season finale for the Wizards Sunday afternoon in Miami. The final home game will be tomorrow night against Philadelphia. Baseball Nationals with a big win over the LA Dodgers last night, 6-4. Nats have turned things around a little bit. 3 straight wins after dropping 6 of 7 to start the season. James Wood had a 2-run shot last night for the Nats. Another one against LA tonight, 6:45 p.m. here on the Fan. Final week and a half of the hockey season. Caps hoping to get things back on track starting Thursday night, home against Carolina, down to the final 5 games of the season for the Caps. Final AP college basketball poll came out today. Maryland will end the year as a top 10 team. Terps came in 9th in the final AP poll. Baseball's back. Tailgate must-have is Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, and the best part, 0 bubbles. They're absolutely delicious and pair perfectly with the day at the ballpark. Must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
The Nats play tonight on 106.7 The Fan. 6:45 first pitch, 6:15 pregame with Charlie and Dave. We'll take you up to their broadcast. What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The sponsor of our show, the law firm Kandori and Murad, can help you to draft your last will and testament. They'll set up a trust or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Got to thank Verizon for the Rock the Red scarves.
Those are handsome. I like them.
And we just got just in time for the winter weather that we're getting this week in D.C.
Hey, what's up with that?
I could have used that yesterday. Your boy never dresses correctly. I just do not prepare for weather correctly.
That is true.
I don't look at it enough. So yesterday, no jacket, no coat, 45-degree first pitch at Nats Park, post-game, freezing my you-know-what off in the red box, and then waddling back down Half Street at 10:15 last night. It was damn cold. Felt like October playoff baseball.
Remember Grant's joke? That was good.
Back when we used to experience that around these parts. But it felt like it. A man who knows a thing or two about cold, because he's around the ice all the time, is Steven Wino. Let's kick off the Blitz, the Caps, the Nats, the Commanders with Swino right now. Covers the Caps for the Associated Press. 895 goals. I remember asking you about 2 years ago for the first time if this was going to happen, and now it has. The chase is over.
Yeah, GP, it was unbelievable. The fact that Alex Ovechkin, after missing 16 games with a broken leg earlier this year, still manages to get to that 42-goal mark and get to 895 and pass Wayne Gretzky. Just a magical couple of days. Friday night at a home with 893 and 894, and just sort of a celebration of that. And then Sunday on Long Island, and almost a measure of relief that the Washington Capitals and Alex Ovechkin got to this point and can now sort of move past what is a completely absurdly historical accomplishment and now try to go on with their lives. But it is certainly a once-in-a-lifetime sort of situation.
Yeah, there have been a couple of times here lately, Swano, where he scored the only goal of the game and losses. Kind of lost in all this, no pun intended, is they're not playing so great here at this moment as they barrel towards the postseason. Only 5 games to get right. It makes what's happened that much more remarkable, I'd say.
Yeah, Danny, and Alex Ovechkin has not been the problem. Even though maybe at this point of his career, he's not the sort of physical force, average 18, 20 minutes a game player he was in his prime. When what they needed him to do was score goals, and he scored goals in 5 in a row, 6 goals in 5 games, and all that. But there's some stuff off about the team game right now. Alexei Protas is week to week with that skate cut to the top of his left foot. Logan Thompson is out. We don't know how long with injury, and there's some serious concern about the Capitals needing to get things back on the rails.
Steve Wino, Associated Press. So let's get into that. They are playing okay if you look at the grand scheme of things since the holidays. But okay is not going to get them deep into the playoffs. And over the last couple of weeks, they've kind of cooled to a real, I would say, mediocre operation here in terms of the production. What are you seeing?
I'm seeing just mistakes all over the place and really the lack of structure that made their game so consistent throughout the entire season. And they did have a cushion to play with, and there's a certain human element in here that I think a lot of this was they cared about getting Alex Ovechkin the record. And that's not saying that that's the only thing they cared about. But with such a cushion atop the Metropolitan Division and the Eastern Conference, the focus and motivation of this team was to get Alex Ovechkin the record because they don't want the President's Trophy. They don't really care about that. They'd love to be first in the East, have home ice advantage for the first 3 rounds of the playoffs, and sort of figure it out from there. But so much of the game and the decisions within the game in recent weeks have been to try to get Alex Ovechkin the puck to be able to score goals and break this record. And you have, again, psychological elements in here. Jacob Chikrin finally gets his contract extension. Logan Thompson got his contract extension earlier in the season. And there really is kind of a coasting senioritis sort of status for this team over the past few weeks. That not that they can't be able to kind of put it back together and flip the switch. We're going to see if they're going to be able to do that. But this has not been the same consistent team structure game as the first basically 55 plus games of the season.
And Swano, that's my big question is I think the hardest thing to do, whatever it is in sports, is to get it back. Like getting that huge lead is amazing. And, you know, when you're all of a sudden not sharp down the stretch and all these other teams you're playing are desperate or in some cases out of it, not very good, playing with nothing to lose, getting that intensity back, I think, is a harder thing to do than people realize. This is such a veteran team by and large, but 5 games left, a couple of those injuries that you mentioned. I'm a little bit nervous here about turning the ship around.
Yeah, and you should be. And I think there's some internal nervousness about that, too, because you never know what's going to happen when the lights get bright again and the games go from, okay, well, we really don't need – I mean, everyone wants to win every game, right? But, like, these are games where the Capitals don't need them, and they've been playing desperate opponents the entire time. Starting that Sunday the 20th or Monday the 21st when the series starts against probably the Montreal Canadiens at this point, they're going to have to figure out how to get that sense of urgency back because you can't manufacture it. You can't in game 78, 79, when you don't actually need to win, feel like that. And that's going to be Spencer Carberry's job is to get this team going. And I think you're right. In terms of getting it back is important and tough to do, but also peaking at the right time. That's something that I think this team has been thinking about since the Four Nations break is how do you take a great regular season and be able to sort of build your game toward the playoffs. The OV chase certainly interrupted that in a lot of ways. And now that the celebrations are over, it's now how does this team over the past handful of games of the regular season build to where ideally you're healthy by game 1 of the playoffs and are ready to play a hungry young team like the Canadiens.
Swano, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
You got it. Let's talk baseball. Charlie Slows joins us to do just that after calling a win over the World Series champion Dodgers 3 in a row for the Nats. Charlie, 4-6 sounds a whole lot better than 1-6, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, definitely does. And get the feeling of a win. And last night, in very un-baseball-like conditions, temperature getting into the low 40s late in the game, 22,000 plus last night, might have been well over 30 on a nice night with warmer weather or even a weekend for sure. But that was a playoff-type feel game last night.
So how are they going to handle the pitching today? It looks like Brad Lord on the bump to start, but, you know, Kyle Finnegan's thrown for 3 straight days, had to get 5 outs last night. How's this one going to go today, Charlie?
We'll probably see Lord for 45 to 50 pitches, however far that gets them. And then we'll see if Davey plays matchups. He has another arm that can pitch multiple innings in Jackson Rutledge. Orlando Ribalta can give him multiple innings. And then he should have Jose Ferrer back in the bullpen tonight. Jorge Lopez will be available. Sims, maybe, maybe not. Salazar, maybe, maybe not. Finnegan, if he's available, will probably need an investigation. But this, I'll give you a little preview. He's on Nats on Deck with Dave tonight, and Dave asked him, do you have one in you? He said, well, this might be a spa day for him.
That's funny. Yeah, he needs it. 3 straight
he deserves
days.
it. Feet up.
30-plus pitches on day 3. That's unheard of. It doesn't happen. It kind of is a state of the union on that bullpen, though. It's an indictment, I think. Because I get the sense Davey realized you got to lead, you got a chance to beat the Dodgers, you got to pounce. And I don't know that he trusted anybody else to get him across the finish line.
Well, and there were a couple of guys unavailable, too. So Finnegan said he was good to go. He's more experienced, so you trust him. I thought, if he got them out of the 8th inning and they didn't score another run after he'd come into the game, that maybe they would go with somebody else in the 9th inning. So he threw 15 pitches in the 8th, and they didn't get anybody up, so we could see that he was going to come back for the 9th. I'll tell you what, that was big time last night, what he did. For all the analytics people who look at it and say, well, his hard hit rate, he doesn't get enough strikeouts, he doesn't do all the things that you really want in a closer, and maybe why he was out there as a free agent all winter. But you know what he gets? He gets outs most of the time, and if you have as many save chances as he did last year, and you get 38 and you only mess up 5, that's still a really high percentage, because the top closers in baseball are not going to save every game.
C.J. Abrams' health, how's he doing?
They're going to sit him again tonight. He might be available to pinch hit. They're hoping that he'll be able to play tomorrow. And if he isn't, they have a day off Thursday and think that he'll definitely be ready by Friday. I mean, when you have that type of thing this early in the year, and the temperature is going to be in the 40s again, I think they're just being very careful with him. And Paul DeYoung was a shortstop most of his career, very under control guy, made some really nice plays last night defensively at short for the Nationals.
Yeah, he made one particular terrific
sparkling to his right, yeah.
play. I'm not sure if Abrams would have made to that point, Charlie. So we'll be excited to see him back in the lineup offensively, but I don't think they're going to miss a ton defensively with DeYoung moving over to short. What'd you make of Dylan Cruz's base running to steal a run last night? I thought that was a heady winning play. And then also he had a hit and an RBI taken away on a changed scoring. Did you have any issue with the scoring on that?
Well, too many times now we see scoring as being based on exit velocity. It's kind of like if it's in the 90s, they're going to score at an error. And if it's over 100, when maybe it should be an error, they're going to score at a hit. That ball did something that stayed down on Betts. I don't know if the official score decided that he didn't get low enough for it and that it was a fieldable ball. That happens when plays can go either way. To me, if it's 98 miles an hour or 102, if you think you should field it, great. Call it an error. If you think it was hit hard enough, or it's a difficult play for him to make and should be a hit, I don't think the exit velocity should matter that much if there isn't that much of a difference on whether you determine how hard a ball is hit to score a hit or an error.
Charlie, Keibert Ruiz has been off to a pretty awesome start. There's still some of those moments, though, where you're kind of going, the growth isn't all the way there yet. And here's what I mean. Like, 2-0 count, swinging at a pitch out of the zone or swinging at a pitch that hits him here and there. But there's still been enough progress where he looks so good. He's throwing the ball better as a catcher, kind of bouncing around a little bit. I'm kind of buying this sort of 2.0 version of Ruiz as he's continuing to grow.
Yeah, and it's nice for him to show it against the Dodgers who traded him away when they didn't think he would ever, surpass Will Smith or anybody else to be on their big league roster as a starter or a backup catcher. For him right now, he was embarrassed at the way last year played out, and he really worked hard in the offseason, and he dedicated himself to getting to better condition, dedicated himself to be better at trying to block balls and work on his throwing, dedicated himself on working with the pitchers and game plans and calling the right pitches when they need to and kind of taking charge. And that's still a work in progress. But at the plate, we saw so many chases and so many times where he made contact on bad pitches and you had weekly balls in play for outs. There's still, like you said, some of that there, but we've seen more good decisions so far that you really like, that he's been able to turn into hits from either side of the plate and driving some runs. So, and they've been timely. They've been big hits at big times in the game.
Yeah, 7 runs batted in 9 games played for him, and he's hit safely in 8 of those as a 981 OPS. Charlie, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
All right. We'll see you later.
Yeah,
we'll
be listening. Charlie and Dave pregame, 6:15 first pitch, 6:45 here on the Fan. 2 hours from now, they get started with the official pregame show ahead of Nats baseball. Let's talk football. Michael Phillips, Odyssey Richmond, and the Richmonder. Michael, we started the show with Mel Kiper's new 2-round mock draft. He's got Shamar Stewart to Washington, the edge from A&M at 29. Our poll of the day is, if you called the shots, would you rather them go edge, playmaker, or trade back from 29?
Without having seen the full results here, I feel like trade back is probably a clubhouse leader here, right? Am I getting that correct?
It is indeed, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's you've got two like kind of consensuses building here. One is if they turn in the card, it'll be an edge because that's a position they need, and there's guys in the draft who fill that need. But I think the other one is they need some draft capital. By one count, they have the 31st most draft capital of all the teams, and that's not great because all the holes didn't magically disappear when they went on their run to the NFC title game. There's still a lot of roster holes here, not to be Debbie Downer right out of the gate here on this segment, especially after Charlie, who's always such an uplifting presence. I'm just here to bring the mood right back down, apparently. But, they brought in a lot of one-year options, a lot of Dan Quinn guys, Adam Peters guys. They're still working to build a long-term sustainable roster here, and having the 31st most draft capital is not ideal. I think they're going to want to ultimately have more picks when the dust settles.
Are you with me that I don't think they should be done shopping on offense? The Larry Tunsil's obviously the big ticket item. It solves or improves 2 spots on that offensive line. I know Deebo Samuel's a headliner in terms of what he is kind of more weapon maybe than pure wideout. I think they need another wideout, whether it's to take the top off or be another possession option or something. I'd love a speed back too. To me, I want them to kind of continue shopping in that department and not think it's solved. Where are you at?
I think they will too. I think that's kind of the traditional ebbs and flows of the NFL calendar. Start a free agency, lock in the big names, get the guys you want, big ticket guys go off the board, and then you usually see kind of a chill in the market until after the draft, right? After those first, we got to get that guy, moments are done. You want to see who you draft. You want to see who you end up with. And, if they move back into the 40s, not unthinkable that they could take a running back, right? And that changes your approach. So after the draft, we usually see another wave of signings. And I'll remind you, Noah Brown showed up like the day before the season last year. There are occasionally guys to be found on cut day and later in training camp. And I think they'll be willing to use all those paths and all those options to build this roster as the summer goes along.
Michael, The Athletic does a nice piece every year where they go team by team, breaking down their off season, and they get unnamed GMs to give them comments and break the team's moves down. And for the Commanders, this comment from an unnamed executive was, "I'm afraid that's a team that is going to have the quarterback hit the sophomore slump, and now you have invested in all these older guys, and you're not really building a team anymore. You're just adding pieces. At some point, you get diminishing returns with all those old guys." What do you say to that?
Well, I do think, though, the presence of Jaden will attract those old guys year in and year out. I don't think it's a ridiculous plan to continue to build that way. Obviously, the Patriots did that very successfully for a long time. The Chiefs have done that to an extent year in and year out. If you're an elite team with an elite quarterback, those guys are going to want to play for you. You don't have to get young because you just kind of stay old in a weird way. A lot of that, though, is contingent on Jaden balling out in year 2. There's certainly no denying that. If he takes that big step backwards, you're left holding the bag in a lot of ways after banking on going all in. Now, if I had to tell you right now what's going to happen, I think he's going to continue being a really good NFL quarterback. I worry, and I heard Schefter talking about this the other day, I think Jaden's going to take a step forward. I think that's probably the wrong expectation. I think guys with rookie years this good, you just want him to maintain in year 2. You just want him to be as good. If he's as good as he was last year, that's a big win for these guys. And I think that's where you need to calibrate your expectations right now.
Miguel, awesome as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Take care.
Be good, pal. That's Michael Phillips. Check him out. Odyssey Richmond and the Richmonder. What record in sports will never be broken? They once said that about Wayne Gretzky's goals record. Alex Ovechkin changed that. We're going to draft unbreakable records next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp, CoachWooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. Let's start with college hoops. The season ends last night as Florida beats Houston to win the national championship. Today we found out that Maryland will end the year as a top 10 team. Terps finished 9th in the AP college basketball poll, the final one that was released today. Final week of the NBA season, just 4 to go for the Wizards. They're at Indiana tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. And Nationals baseball again tonight on the Fan. Nats with a big win over the Dodgers, 6-4 last night. Nats have now won 3 in a row after dropping 6 of 7 to start the season. Nats and Dodgers, 6:45 tonight on the Fan. Coach Wooten's basketball camp. They instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps. Coach Wooten. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
So Carlson will make his way to the neutral ice, dropping it for Dylan Strom. He and Chikrin will team up and glide through center. Right side to Wilson. Centered up. Ovechkin has it. He scores! He scores! Alex Ovechkin scores 895. There's a new goal-scoring champion, and his name is Alexander Ovechkin. He has done it here on Long Island. His teammates love him. There is but one. Alexander the Great, the greatest to ever do it in National Hockey League history.
Before Cal Ripken Jr. played in 2,131 games in a row to surpass Lou Gehrig's record as the Iron Man, nobody thought anybody would. And before Ovi scored 895, 894 was considered insurmountable. What record are you most confident in sports never gets broken? We'll pose that question to you guys at 800-636-1067. But we wanted to have a little fun with this. So we're going to have a draft. There are 5 of us here in studio. I think we can go at least 2 rounds, but maybe we could go 3 rounds. We'll see. We could do a snake draft. I'm going to randomize here order. Okay, so I'll tap it 3 times. 1 more tap. And Danny's going to get the first pick.
Okay.
The order will be Danny, Darius, Toby, myself, and Ryan. All right. Basically, you are drafting the most likely record to never be broken. You have to bet your life on something during your lifetime not being broken. What is your number 1 pick?
Cy Young, 749 complete games. 749 complete games to give you a barometer or give you a point of comparison. The active leader in Major League Baseball is Justin Verlander with 26.
Yeah. It's over, Johnny.
Yeah.
That one is a foregone conclusion.
The world's different. People everyone was throwing 75 still, and it was spitballs and Vaseline balls and snot balls like Ed Harris from Major League, maybe, but
The only way that one could be broken in, say, 100 years or something is one of two things happens. One, baseball becomes like a 5-inning sport or something, right?
Seriously.
And we just call it the complete game still. And, not unlike a season being a different number of games. I guess that's possible. Or the other thing would be that we revert back to the old ways where over time, everything's cyclical and pitchers throw not as hard and throw deeper into games or something like that. But that is the entire list. I'm with you. I think that one never gets broken. That was right at the top of my list. All right, Darius, you have the second pick in the draft as we try to put together a roster of unbreakable records.
Now, just to clarify here, are we okay with single season records, or does this have to be career stuff?
No, it's records.
It's records,
Whatever
man.
the
All
record
right,
is.
cool. Then my pick is in. I will be taking the single season record that was set by Wilt Chamberlain back in 1965 and 66, where he had 48 and a half minutes per game average. No chance in the era of the NBA that we're in now, where there's all this resting players and load management, that anybody will ever break that record again.
Well, and there's only 48 minutes in a game now anyway.
There is. So the reason he went over 48, which was what I was reading, was because they had 8 overtime games that year. And in that entire season, he only came off the court for a total of 8 total minutes, which is unbelievable.
That is asinine.
That's a good one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So nobody's ever breaking.
Well, it's not even Wilt Chamberlain's 50 point per game average season that you took.
Maybe somebody will say that still.
Man.
Possibly, Danny. Let's throw some more out there this early in the draft. Why don't we? All right, Toby, number 3. What do you got?
I'm going to go with Jack Nicklaus's 18 majors. Tiger Woods is stuck at 15. No one's getting past Tiger's record of 15, much less 18 majors for Jack Nicklaus.
See, so because Tiger got so close, I feel like it's very possible someone could get to that. What is Scotty Scheffler at in terms of majors right now? Because I feel like he is currently the greatest golfer on the planet, has been for several years, has won a handful of majors, I would imagine. How many majors does Scotty Scheffler have?
2.
That's it?
Hmm.
Is that honestly how many he's won?
I believe so. The 2022 and 2024 Masters.
Oh my God. 18 feels like a boatload then, doesn't it? All right. I like it. Tiger was so close. You get what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you mean.
When
yeah.
we've almost
like that
seen
was the
someone
best
break
shot.
it.
But Tiger was close, but now the fields are so much better than when Tiger played.
True.
Because people now golf because of Tiger.
All right. I like that. Let's see. Am I up now? I believe, yes. I got pick number 4. Darius, my pick is ready. I will go with Ricky Henderson's stolen base record.
Great one.
For his career. Daniel, 1,406 stolen bases in the career of Ricky Henderson. 25-year career. Retired almost 500 more than anybody else in the era where you were athletic and you stole bases, and that was part of the game. Now, they have changed the rules to make stealing a bigger part of the game over the last year or two, and that's cool. But you would still have to, let's say you just stole 50 bases in a season, which is borderline unheard of. You'd lead the league. But still, to tie his record, you would need to play for 28 seasons.
I mean, think of the Acuna season where he stole 70. You do that 10 times. 10 times you steal 70 bags in a year. That's awesome. You're halfway to Ricky. Halfway.
1,406 stolen bases. Nobody will ever do that. I feel very confident in that. All right, Ryan, you get the final pick of the first round, pick number 5.
Yep, and the pick is in. I'm going with Wayne Gretzky's point record. He has nearly 1,000 more points than Yager. Messi is right behind him as well with just over 1,000 points. Like, that is not being touched. And I genuinely feel like this will stand forever.
How could anyone ever equal it? You know, when you look at the gap, to your point, Yager at 1,900, like 900 points behind him. Come on.
Yep.
In fact, I think one of those wild stats that stops you in your tracks, basically, if you only counted his assists, he would have more points than anybody else. And he was the all-time goals leader until this week. It's a really, really good one.
Insane.
Ryan, you get to double dip on the snake, my friend. Could you make it an all Gretzky snake?
You won't go all Gretzky.
You Wayne Gretzky guy over there.
No, I'm not a Wayne Gretzky guy, but the pick is in. I'm going to go with the single season record of technical fouls in the National Basketball Association. That is Rasheed Wallace with 41 technical fouls. You simply just could not get that many technical fouls in a single season at this point. You'd be kicked out of the league. It is not happening. No one will ever touch that record at this point. Not with those Blazers teams back in the day in that 01-02 record there.
I've got that on my list as well. That's a good one. How many technical fouls did Draymond Green have in recent seasons? Because he's the NBA's current bad boy.
Yeah, it's like 10 to 12, it feels like.
Is that right?
I have no idea.
I mean, if you told me it was 7 or 22, I wouldn't know the difference. But 41 in a year for Rasheed Wallace. How's that even possible? He averaged a technical foul every 2 games. Obviously, there were plenty where he got 2 and got ejected, I'm sure. But 41 in an 82-game season. How did that not come with constant suspension?
That's insane.
The most Draymond ever had was 16, which was in 2022-23.
So he was still not even not even close to halfway there, really. He still needed a handful to get to the halfway mark. Well done. Okay, I like that one. Darius, I'm ready to make my next pick. I'll keep it local. I'll keep it simple, stupid. Cal Ripken Jr., 2,632 consecutive games, Major League Baseball. Players almost never play 162. They certainly don't string 162 together for seasons on end. The active MLB leader in consecutive games played generally hovers in the couple of hundreds at any given moment. I think, right now, total games played. Think about this just as context. Andrew McCutchen in his career has played in 2,100 games, having been around, drafted in like 2008, I think it was, and got to the big leagues a couple years after that. That's not consecutive games, mind you. That's just a guy that's been around for a couple decades has played in 500 fewer games than Cal played consecutively. But I just don't see anybody surpassing that.
That one, just because of the way training is now. Guys are maximizing speed, strength, explosion. That puts things at risk. You know what I mean? It puts like ligaments at risk. It puts like they're maxing out their bodies in a certain way. It would take a freak of nature, Ovechkin style, quite honestly, who also played a position of inconsequence to do it. I mean, it's impossible.
Anybody have a guess at who's played the most consecutive games in baseball? I just found it.
I think I might know it, so I'll bow out.
Is it Pete Rose?
No. This is current. Most consecutive games in baseball.
Francisco Lindor?
Matt Olson,
629.
No way. Wow. All right. Matt Olson. How about that? Is Toby's next?
Yes, Toby's up.
All right, I'm going to need a ruling after this, but the pick is in. In 1943, this player led the NFL in passing, punting, and interceptions. That player was Sammy Ball. Does that count?
Are you saying the record of leading the league in all those categories?
Correct.
Well, sure. I mean,
put it down. Yeah.
If your point is no one's going to do it, why not?
Yeah, 1943, he led the NFL in passing. He averaged 45.9 yards punting and had 11 interceptions on defense.
Yeah, we'll never see it again.
That ain't happening again.
That combination. It's, the cycle is one of these things in baseball, hitting for the cycle, that I think is kind of arbitrary. Like, you want a single, double, triple home run. No, I want 4 doubles. I want 4 homers. That's better than, like yesterday, Shohei's at the plate. I'd rather him hit his second home run, not hit a random. I just need the double. Same with the Triple Crown. Average with home runs and RBI. Like, that's not the best thing. That's just an arbitrary 3 categories they told us at some point. So, like, that is 3 things that he led the league in. But damn, that's amazing to be that good that you are the guy doing it for your team.
3 completely distinct skill sets. Yeah.
All right, you get the last one.
Darius has to go.
Oh, Darius, I'm sure. I'm sorry.
Yep, it's fine. You want to skip me? That's fine. My pick is in. I just don't think that anybody runs the ball this much anymore, and I don't think there's any way that anybody's ever going to catch up to Emmitt Smith's 18,355 career rushing yards. The only active player that's getting anywhere close, and he's still 7,000 yards short right now, is Derrick Henry, and I would imagine Derrick Henry is probably not going to get 7,000 more yards before he retires. So I think that record's unreachable at this point.
That's the tell that Henry's that far away. Because I could see Derrick Henry getting another 4,000 probably.
Yeah.
Because he could hit 3 seasons or something, but he's also going to run into a wall. 7,000 yards away is brutal.
Yeah, that position just doesn't have the longevity anymore to be able to keep up with that record.
I wondered if you got off to a really good start like Portis did, where he had 1,500 yards back-to-back years in Denver, year 1 and year 2, and then comes to Washington, has a huge season. Like, that's the guy that would have the chance, is if you're really young in your career.
The greatest health luck possible.
Yeah.
At a position that doesn't happen.
But you also just don't get a chance because they move on from you the second they can at that position. That one, based on the changing of the game, Darius is right. That one's hard to imagine being broken.
Pick is in. I could go all Cy Young here with his win total, 511. Nobody's close to that. The next closest guy in the modern era was Greg Maddux, was 355, which is almost 200 shy. In honor of the guy, I'll go Wayne Gretzky. 1,963 career assists. More assists than anybody else has ever had points. We just addressed it. 1963, the next closest active leader is Sidney Crosby with 1,060. Just a cool 903 behind the great one as Crosby winds down his career.
Some others that we didn't mention here in our 2-round draft. Joe DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak. Never even been close to being touched in my lifetime. Pete Rose, 4,256 hits. Hard to fathom that ever falling during our lives. Nolan Ryan, 5,700 strikeouts in this era.
Yeah, no way.
Give me a break. Michael Phelps. I don't know about this one. I could see someone doing this maybe. Now, he has 23 golds, which is a boatload because you think about it. That you need to be in 4 or 5 Olympics. So you're talking about 16 or 20 years competing, which is really, really hard maybe. Unless you're him and you can get 7, 8, 9 in one fell swoop. But 28 medals, 23 golds.
It would take a great team for all the relays, right?
Yeah.
And a softer field potentially over 3 or 4 Olympics. So that one to me is maybe more vulnerable than some of the others. Still ridiculous, obviously.
Sure. Pete Maravich, 44.5 points per game in a per season for college at LSU. That's pretty good.
Jerry Rice, almost 2,300 receiving yards.
23,000.
Yeah, 23,000.
Justin Jefferson on pace for that in any way? How long would he have to play, I wonder? Because Jets, he shattered every single record to this point, X number of games in. Like, he's way ahead of Rice's pace. But I wonder how long he'd have to play.
16, 17 years at that kind of pace to do it.
Unlikely.
Right.
But they also throw more now than they did then. Passing totals are more prolific now than they were then. So I stayed away from like the Rice stuff for that
receiving,
reason.
Boston Celtics, 8 straight NBA titles. I mean, you think of the other dynasties, that's a three-peat. And then it's like, okay, they're tired.
A, we won't see that again. And B, I pray we never see anything like
seriously.
that. God, that'd be boring. And respectfully to the Celtics. Just, hey, it's a basketball season. Boston's going to win this year.
Enjoy, Boston.
Or disrespectfully to the Celtics. That's fine, too.
Yeah, you hate the Celtics. Dad's not a Celtics guy. You really want to annoy him, talk about scissor routes or the Celtics? Those are the two things you can do.
Or DC Comics.
Or just his Madden League in general.
That's a good way to wind him up.
Passion. Or Anthony, who
Anthony,
produces
pretty much.
at the other radio station. He hates him. Just can't stand him.
Loathes him.
Challenged him to a fight the other day. CK had to step in. Grant and Danny with you. What is the record in sports that will never fall? You're listening to The Fan. Hey, it's Grant. Baseball fans love the long ball. FanDuel is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday now during the MLB season. Today's Tuesday, so today is that day. Dinger Tuesday. All FanDuel customers are going to get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an Oppo Taco, FanDuel is your home run for all your long ball needs. FanDuel.com/GP. FanDuel.com/GP is where you're going. Our promo code is GP to gear up to go yard all season long. FanDuel.com/GP. Claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21, present in Virginia. First online Romani wager only. Bonus issued non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. At 5 o'clock in 10 minutes, Eddie Olczyk's going to join us. He was in the booth with Kenny Albert for the Turner broadcast nationally of Alex Ovechkin breaking Wayne Gretzky's record on Sunday. We'll get his thoughts from the national perspective on what Ovi just accomplished. But we're asking you right now, what is the record you're most confident will never be broken in sports in honor of what Ovi just did? Let's go to Carlos in Saverna Park. What's up?
Gentlemen, I know it's not a popular sport, especially in North America, but I'm going to say Cristiano Ronaldo and his 931 goals out of 1,250 games. You got to think about it. With soccer, Cristiano Ronaldo, it's 2025. I started watching Cristiano Ronaldo in 2006 when he played for Manchester United. Then he went on to play for Portugal, for Real Madrid. It keeps going on and on. And to this day, he's still playing. He's still adding. So with that being said, 931
so let me ask you
goals.
this. You say 931. That's total goals. What is that? Because he's got 568 league, 56 cup, 171. Like, how do they quantify it? Is it just total goals in all matches?
Total goals for club and country. So that includes goals in Portugal and goals when he plays for his club team like Real Madrid and all that.
So Messi has 856. And if Ronaldo were to stop playing right now, Messi would have to still score another 70 or whatever it is to catch him. I don't know enough about soccer to give you an educated opinion on that, but 931, the most ever. Pele had mid 700s, and Messi and him actively now are the only two in the mix. Now, he has played 2 years longer than Messi. So if Messi played for the 2 years after he stopped, I would think he would have a chance to catch him, but he would have to do a lot of scoring.
Yeah, but again, who knows? That's one of those I wouldn't be able to quantify because we sleep on how many leagues around the world there are that are pretty high level. Not like the super great top level ones, but there's some pretty good ones all over the place. Maybe someone just stays there, right? In the Brazilian league and plays for the national team and does really well. I don't know. That's a tough one.
Let's go to Carlos in Alexandria. What's up?
Hey, this is a great topic, guys. Hey, Grant, I think of all of the ones that you guys mentioned, I think the one that you talked about, the 56-game hitting streak, might be the closest one to being done. But that's just an aside here because, Molitor
hang on before you move forward. When you say done, you mean that someone could break it?
Yeah, I mean, Pete Rose got close, and then he went on kind of a little hitting streak after that. And I think it took a pretty good.
That's 50 years ago, probably.
Yeah, I know, but there have been several since then, and there have been several in the 2000s
I think in the
that have
modern
gotten
era, the closest is like 35.
Jimmy
games.
Rollins did Rollins get to 40?
It's nowhere near.
Almost 40. Almost 40. Paul Molitor did. Yeah, but anyway, mine offer is this. Because of the change in the sport, the most dramatic change in any sport. I don't think John Wooden's 7 consecutive titles at UCLA with Lou Alcindor and Bill Walton will ever be touched.
That's a good one. It's too many players, too much parity, too much money, too much change. Yeah, that's a good one.
Let's go to Sonny in Springfield on G&D. What's up, Sonny?
Hey, what's up, guys? First time caller?
Well, we appreciate you making the call.
Very nice to do
Thank
that,
you.
to call us.
Thank you. Hey, how come you guys haven't talked about the greatest player to ever play the game, Tom Brady?
What record?
7 Super Bowls.
Because I think Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, Mahomes has a decent shot, right?
Mahomes is on pace.
Nope. On the pace. 3 Super Bowl compared to 7. Okay, that's fine. How about 103,000 almost yards?
Well, I mean, the only thing I'd say to that, thank you for the call, is
Appreciate you.
quarterbacks are playing deeper now than they used to in terms of their career. He obviously wrote the book on being great late into your career, but also we throw more as an industry now than we used to. So when you look at all-time passing yardage stats, yeah, he's the current king, but a guy that plays his entire career in this era, like Joe Burrow at almost 5,000 yards this year as an example, I think it's 89,000 passing yards. The exact number I've got in front of me here, 89214 for Tom Brady. Is that right? Is that what you got?
For all-time passing yards?
Yeah.
Looking it up right now. Yeah, 89,000 to change. Yep.
So I'm just making sure because he said it was well over 100,000, so I didn't know if I was looking at something wrong. But 89,000 passing yards for him. Aaron Rodgers, this is funny, only 62,000. Matt Stafford, only 60,000. So you're talking about still needing, another 5 like very productive, really good seasons to be in the conversation for those guys. But somebody like Joe Burrow, if you were to average 4,000 yards a year, you would need 90,000 divided by 4,000. 22 seasons. Yeah, it's tough. You're right. I mean, that's really, really tough.
You look at Mahomes now is over 32,000 passing yards. So basically a third of the way there. I mean, the rough back of the napkin math. And Mahomes has been in the league, what, 7 years?
Yes.
So he's the guy that would have the shot. I really believe this, by the way. If Mahomes decides I would like to do this, he'll do it.
Yeah, and that's why I didn't put any of Brady's stuff in there, because I think Mahomes, but just any of the passing stuff, when Brady, for the first several years of his career, didn't throw it a lot. He was handing it off. They were playing defense. It was a different era anyway. He was a caretaker. Like, these guys are just slinging it around now. Let's go to Mark in Landover. What's up, Mark?
Hey, Grant. Hey, Danny. Great show as usual, buddy.
Appreciate you, bud.
Here's one for you. Toby looked it up for me. How about the Raja? I don't think anybody will ever beat the Major League Baseball record of the Raja. And Toby corrected me. They include the Negro Leagues now, and my hat's off to those guys, but I was talking about Major League Baseball.
So what's the record you're referencing?
424 batting average, yearly average. Ty Cobb was right behind him.
Oh, so this is Hornsby
Rogers
in
Hornsby.
1924. Yeah, that won't be happening. The idea that anyone could hit 400 again will not be happening. But 424 for a season, that could have easily been part of our draft.
I mean, even if there's the ultimate paradigm shift away from the all or nothing approach, stuff's too good. Like, there are too many relief pitchers, too many changes, too many road trips, too many night games. It's just you can't do it.
It's a different sport.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll be disrespectful to him, unfortunately. But I mean, those guys were hitting softball. You know, it was underhand softball pitching, closer to that than it is what it is today. I mean, I'm not even joking. Like, the stuff that he was hitting was closer to the league that you play in Fairfax than going up against Jake Irvin. Let alone, in a Cy Young type arm. Let's go to Chris in Damascus. What's up, Chris?
Hey, fellas, thank you. Enjoy. This was fun. Kind of take off the thing. Anyway, gave Edwin Moses out. He didn't lose a 400-meter hurdles for 10 years. But the baseball stuff is real fun, too. And I didn't look this up, and I don't know how you quantify this, but the Baltimore Orioles in the 70s had 4 20-game winners. And I think in the early 80s, the Oakland A's had 4 20-game losers all in one season.
Neither of those will probably happen again. Yeah, the 4 20-game winners especially.
That's wild.
I want to sneeze in Nick in Centerville real quick. We'll squeeze him in. What's up, Nick?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, man.
So the record that will never be beaten was created by our Washington Redskins in the mid-2000s, and nobody will ever win off the field better than them.
I think that's probably fair.
True, yeah.
There's only been one team that has won off the field 1,000-0 the way Washington did. I believe it was 1,000 straight wins.
When you start adding in their preseason record for a few of those years, yeah.
Eddie Olczyk scheduled to join us next. He was on the call of OV's history. We're Grant and Danny.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Main Street Bank. Share local bank, local Main Street Bank. Start with baseball, where the Nationals have figured things out. After a tough start to the year, they dropped 6 of 7 to start the season. Nats have won 3 in a row now with a big win last night over the big bad LA Dodgers, 6-4 down in D.C. James Wood, a 2-run shot. Nats survived Shohei Ohtani, who put on a show. Homer, triple, single for the Dodgers, but they have dropped 3 of 4 after an 8-0 start. So more Nats and Dodgers tonight, 6:45 here on The Fan. Final week of the NBA season as well. Just 4 to go for the Wizards at Indiana tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. Surprising move made in Denver today. Michael Malone fired as the Nuggets head coach just a week and a half or so before the playoffs begin. They're only 2 years, of course, removed from winning an NBA championship. College basketball season ended last night. Florida holding off Houston for the national title. We found out today Maryland will end the year as a top 10 team. Terps finished 9th in the final AP college basketball poll that was released earlier today. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Try to force it to him if he's open.
Here is Ovechkin. Shoots. He scores! He scores! Number 895!
History with 1.3 million people watching. Turner Sports' NHL coverage, the most ever for a non-Winter Classic game on Sunday afternoon. Eddie Olczyk was on the call with Kenny Albert, who you heard broadcasting the game there. And Eddie O joins us now on our Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Eddie, you're on in the nation's capital, where we are still celebrating Ovi. How are you?
I'm doing well, Grand Danny. Thank you for having me. And you mentioned on the call. When you played the call of on our TNT broadcast, I did get the goosebumps again. To be honest with you, like it's to think about the number and to think about the theatrics of Alexander Ovechkin. Just amazing. I mean, to be there and to be on the call, to be in the building, and the excitement level of every time. I mean, the crowd, they were watching the game, obviously, but when Ovi was not on the ice, it sure felt like the eyes were watching Ovi on the bench, waiting for him to come on the ice, because it seemed like every time he jumped on the ice in play, and I'm not talking about at a stoppage or coming off a stoppage, the pitch of the crowd. And look, there were a lot of Cap fans there the other day at UBS Arena in Elmont, New York, but it just was another level, and it was just so thrilled and honored and privileged to have been a small part of it on the broadcast. And we all saw hockey history, and that's it's just amazing, because I played for 16 years from 1984 to 2000, and I saw Wayne Gretzky do what he did, and seeing that number get put up when he did retire in 1999, it was like, yeah, that's one that Gretz is going to have, because he's going to have a million records, and this one, I don't think it's ever going to get broken. And sure enough, the grade 8 is able to take it down, and that just speaks to the greatness, the consistency, the health. He's evolved as a player. He's changed as a player, I think, which has helped him the last 5 to 7 years. So long-winded. It was awesome, and congratulations to the grade 8.
Can you go into that about his evolution? That's what's been so remarkable to us. I mean, he was hitting everything that moved early in his career, and now he's like a shark that's on break, kind of, a lot of times. Sort of conservative energy, but finding himself into good spots.
Yeah, I think that to me, and I said this a couple of times over, I want to say the last handful of years, but seemed to get a lot more traction here when all of a sudden, he's approaching 850, 860, 870. People are wondering, well, how has he done it? I mean, unfairly is, I think, some people and some hockey analysts have talked about him being one-dimensional, just a goal scorer. He's the farthest from being a one-dimensional hockey player. Like, I mean, he does way more than just score goals. Schematically, he opens up ice, and he always has, and you got to account for him. So there's something for that. He sees the ice. He's a very good passer. You know, he forechecks extremely well, and then you add in the physical confrontation that he has the ability. You know, for the first probably, honestly, 14 plus years, he was willing to run somebody in the third or fourth row and maybe even the eighth or ninth row. Like, he would pick his spots and he wouldn't bypass anybody. But I think what has happened is that he's learned. He's gotten older. He's learned. He's understood that that takes a piece out of you, and you don't have maybe as much energy to play on the offensive side. And I think that that's what's happened here the last 5+ years, is that he realized that I'm going to be much more selective. He's still going to, you still got to have your head up, because he might think about running you into the third or fourth row. But what it's done, I think it's kept him healthier. I think it's given him more energy within games to be able to bypass those hits and be much more selective. And then obviously working on his craft, which, nobody's done it better. And he has been able to achieve a marker, like we said earlier, that I think most people, I should say, well, I'll speak for myself, that I didn't think was ever attainable. Now, look at the game has changed. All sports have catered to the offensive side. Maybe a little bit too much in a lot of sports, but that's probably for another day. But the way that the rules are now, the overtime rules, the power plays, just the way that the game is played now, the timing couldn't have been any better. So I tip my hockey helmet to him for being able to change his game obviously in a most positive way. And look, 14, 40+ goal seasons, never been done in the history of the National Hockey League. That's just stuff that is, what do today's kids say? Sick? Yeah, that's sick. Like, that is just, it's just great stuff, and an unbelievable day for hockey on Sunday between the Caps and Islanders.
Yeah, it was great, and the coverage was awesome. I got to go back because we were watching at a watch party, our local Monumental crew, and watch your guys call and the broadcast that you guys did, and having Gretzky, and it was just really well done by everybody nationally. And you guys having the Ovechkin down the stretch there, very, very exciting times for Caps fans. Eddie Olczyk is with us on Grant and Danny. I'm curious as we go back in time as to like his evolution. Also, the conversation around him, right? There was a time where early in his career, he was rubbing a lot of people the wrong way. The old guard, a lot of particularly the Canadian analysts, our perception was, in fact, we have a bit here that we do, Pierre Maguire on NBC, hey, Edzo, Sidney Crosby just breathed. I don't believe it, Edzo.
He's exhaling, Edzo. It's unbelievable.
Oh, my God, he just skated through the neutral zone. My pants need to come off, Edzo.
He's got a glove on each hand, Edzo.
Ovechkin's got 4 goals, but Crosby's skating with both feet, Edzo. But anyway, early in his career, shtick aside, like, he could do nothing right with a lot of these people. Did you ever notice? I mean, you're an American analyst, and maybe it's not quite the same as a lot of the Canadian folks, but like,
yeah,
it seemed to go away. Why was that? Or is that not fair?
Well, I mean, look, that's very funny, because I lived it every day. So I would just laugh like I am right now. Maybe not outwardly over the air when I was happening, but look, I just full disclosure for some people that may not know. I was coaching in Pittsburgh for the Pittsburgh Penguins back in 2003, and that year we were in a major rebuild in Pittsburgh, and we had just drafted Marc-Andre Fleury, and we knew obviously what was coming. We knew the grade 8 was coming that next draft year. We knew Evgeny Malkin was coming that next draft year, and oh, by the way, Sidney Crosby was coming the following season. So I was privy to meetings and scouting reports in Pittsburgh, and knowing that, look, we were going to hit the jackpot either way, whether we finished first or second. And I think at that time there was a question mark on who would be the first pick if we would have gotten it.
We didn't have any centers because I think you got to build your franchise through the middle of the ice, and we kind of agreed on that. So just kind of giving you guys the tea leaves a little bit. But everybody said is that at that time, and I'm going back to 2004 if I can remember my dates. This guy, meaning the grade 8, Alexander Ovechkin, is that he has the ability to be a generational player that could play with that power and that ability to change a game, whether the puck is on his stick or he's putting a shoulder in somebody's chest. And it took a while for him and the Caps to win, but I don't think that they did not win because of Alexander Ovechkin. I think that all of a sudden it was better players, timing's everything, and the grade 8 is able to do that. So I think with the swagger and with the confidence and the way that he played the game, I think that maybe, not me, but I think it might have taken people back a little bit in the confidence level that he had. And the battle between him and Sidney Crosby was awesome. It was awesome for the game. It's awesome for the history of the game. And you look at those two players now, and I know they were drafted in different years, but they came in together, is that I think that they've helped carry the league on their shoulders with the battles between the Penguins and the Caps, and then also the individual battles between Ovi and Sid. And I don't know why, why maybe the extra scrutiny on Ovi, but I do know is that the greatness of him came to the forefront, obviously when the Caps won the Stanley Cup, and then now when you see what has taken place here to get to the top of the mountain to become the greatest goal scorer in the history of the National Hockey League is just absolutely amazing. So I know there's a lot there, but I just wanted to kind of put it into context there of,
no, that's great.
No, it's good. Look at from a former player and then somebody that was on the other side and then coaching against him. And then now obviously all these years of being a broadcaster, whether at NBC or now at TNT, to be able to see and know the insights of what was projected by, supposedly the hockey know-it-alls on the inside of scouting, is that he is, forget the numbers. Okay. I know it's hard too, but just forget the numbers. Exactly how we thought Ovi could be, he has surpassed that because he does have the ability to be a game changer offensively and physically, which ultimately ends up, deciding on winning and losing in hockey. And he's had an unbelievable career, without a doubt.
So, Eddie, you touched on this briefly, but I'd love for you to go into it. I don't know if it's Magic and Bird, right, what they did for the NBA, but this Crosby-Ovechkin thing,
sure.
It's something. So quantify that for us. Maybe just sort of look back. How different is the game now than when he broke in 20 years ago?
Well, the rules are different. It is a different type of game. I think it is a little bit more wide open now than it was when they first initially came into the league, both Sid and Ovi. But I think that what they've proven, look at where they are. Individually on their particular teams. Like I said about Ovi, he's, I think, third in the league in scoring now. I said he did 14th, 40-plus goal season. I know where he is on the goal-scoring all-time list now. And you look at what Sidney Crosby's been able to do. I thought last year was as good as the year that Crosby's had in the last 3 or 4 years. I thought he was a finalist for a Selke Trophy for the best two-way forward in the entire National Hockey League last year. And he's playing on a team that, they're still hanging on, but, they're not going to make the playoffs again. So, I just think when you look at these two players and the longevity and the winning, not only internationally but in the National Hockey League, it's been an unbelievable run because it does go like that. It's in all sports. It doesn't matter what era is that you're going to have those 2, 3, maybe lucky enough. I grew up in Chicago. I was drafted in 1984. I was the 3rd overall pick for the Chicago Blackhawks. They had another pretty good 3rd overall pick in 1984 that is the greatest basketball player ever to play. And, you have those eras now. Obviously, Michael is, he carried it for a very, very long time and probably still does to a certain extent. but all sports go through it. And when you have these elite athletes that just breathe different air, it's great for the game. It's great for business. And, the National Hockey League is just so fortunate that, both Sid and Ovi came in at the same time and have won and have set records and continue to be important pieces of the National Hockey League. So now who are going to be, those next guys, right? Now, obviously McDavid is there and McKinnon's there. We know what happened at the Four Nations face-off. We have the Olympics coming up in February of next year. So that'll be a big lift. And it's just, it's been great. I mean, and neither one is disappointed. And that to me comes with a lot of pressure from within, but also, in the National Hockey League in North America. And, oh, by the way, it stretches because of Alexander Ovechkin. You talk about worldwide, and these guys have carried the torch just beautifully.
Well said. 1.3 mil tuned in to Eddie Olczyk's broadcast with Kenny Albert on Turner. Hopefully they'll be calling a lot of Caps playoff wins deep into the summer. Hey, before we let you go, you're big into horse racing, yes? I feel like I've seen you for years do horse racing stuff.
This will be my 11th year doing the Kentucky Derby for
right?
NBC.
Oh, that's
cool.
Yeah,
I become a veteran.
So I thought I had seen you for years. I just didn't know. Do you keep up with it year round? Because the reason I ask is a buddy of ours, Jason Worth, the former Nationals player.
Yes.
So he obviously hit the lottery, and his horse got into the Derby last year. Well, he's got another horse this year that just finished second in the Jeff Ruby Stakes, Flying Mohawk, which is supposed to make the field again this year.
Yeah, that just for people that may not, Turfway Park, where the Jeff Ruby Stakes was in Kentucky, that's a different type of surface. That's like an all-purpose surface. I mean, I don't want to say it's like AstroTurf, as far as in a sand form, but it is kind of like that. It's not a regular dirt track like Churchill Downs. So I think the jury is still out for for that particular horse. But Kentucky Derby, I'll be there for NBC. And right now, I'll just let you know if the Kentucky Derby was in 20 minutes from right now, I would be betting a horse by the name of Journalism that is based out in California and just win the Santa Anita Derby on the weekend. So hopefully get at least 4-1 and turn $100 into 500. So hopefully we can get those odds come the first Saturday in May.
All right, I like it.
I
We might
love
have to
that.
have
Free
you back
tip.
on.
I love that.
In a month or so to discuss it. But hey, great call. We enjoyed the broadcast. Wanted to get you guys on just to give a little national perspective on Ovi. Thanks so much for the time, Eddie.
I look forward to talking to you guys again. I appreciate it. And congratulations. And if I can really quick, I thought the National Hockey League did an unbelievable job with the ceremony. And I used the saying before in 2010 at the Olympics on NBC when Team USA was playing Team Canada. I thought the event on Sunday was tremendously tremendous. So a tip of the hockey helmet to the National Hockey League, and a job well done, and the fans were unbelievable at UBS Arena as well. So we'll look forward to chatting with you guys down the road. Thanks.
Sounds good. Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
Our pleasure. There's Eddie Olczyk. Check him out, Turner Sports, as they continue to broadcast the Caps deep into the playoffs, hopefully, if they can go on a run. Speaking of the Caps, their owner, Ted Leonsis, was on the show yesterday, and he made it very clear he still wants to buy the Washington Nationals. I found it really interesting how people responded to that when I had posted a quote from Leonsis about wanting to buy the Nats on social media. Let's get into that next on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. Here's what's happening. Beautiful day for baseball. Nationals looking for another win. Could be their fourth in a row. Go at it with the LA Dodgers again tonight. That'll be a 6:45 first pitch here on the Fan. Meanwhile, final week of the NBA season. Just 4 games to go for the Wizards now at Indiana. Tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. Final home game of the season is tomorrow night down in D.C. against Philly. Stunning move in Denver today. Michael Malone fired as the Nuggets head coach just a week and a half before the start of the NBA playoffs. Final week and a half of the hockey season coming up for the Caps. Hope to get back on track Thursday night home against Carolina down to their final 5 games of the season. College hoops, Florida wins the national title last night. Today, we found out Maryland will end the year as a top 10 team, finishing 9th in the final AP college basketball poll released today. Terps' best finish since the national title year in 2002. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
On yesterday's show, owner Ted Leonsis gave us nearly 30 minutes after Alex Ovechkin's record. And before we said goodbye, the idea of him buying the Nationals came up. Remember, Leonsis tried to buy the Nationals. The Lerners didn't agree to a price. That was a couple of years ago. And so we wanted to know, is he still interested? And he made no bones about it. He absolutely would still like to buy the baseball team. Of course, he owns the Caps. He owns the Wiz, the Mystics, and several other entities in town, the CEO of Monumental Sports and Entertainment. This is what Leonsis said on Grant and Danny yesterday about buying the Nationals.
Yeah, I'm forever interested. The season started, and that should be a signal that the Lerner family is very committed, and the team's really not for sale. And I think where the Lerner family is, and we haven't had active conversations, is they're rebuilding the team. They're excited about the team. The new season has started. They don't want any rumors, any hoopla about corporate developments. They want to focus on the team, and I totally understand that and respect that. Mark Lerner came to the game when Alex scored 2 goals, met Wayne Gretzky. I mean, we're close friends. I love the family. I'm going to be here. We'll keep the lights on, but there's nothing active going on. And, I'm going to go out and buy season tickets for the Nationals. It's hard to go to games, when Caps are still in season, Wizards are still in season. But I look forward to going and checking out the team. And, I enjoy going to baseball games. So I'm interested, but it doesn't seem right now that they're that interested. And I totally understand why.
It's a great answer. That
Absolutely,
is
yeah.
newsy. That made the rounds yesterday, and is certainly something that I'd say ends any speculation that Leonsis wouldn't want to buy the team at this point. The cliff notes of that 1-minute answer. Forever interested. His interest is not waning. They're not going to be talking about selling the team with him in season, so no reason really at this point to consider it. But he said, I'll be here. We'll leave the lights on, meaning call me when you're ready.
The instant you're ready to sell, I'll be forever interested. That's a pretty big tell.
Forever interested. Yeah. I'll be here whenever you need me. You just call. I want to buy the team. They don't want to sell it to me right now. It's kind of the last sentence there, paraphrasing. He's interested. They're not as interested. But I posted those quotes, what he just said, what you just heard. I tweeted them out yesterday, and I was pretty shocked by the response. What I mean by that is to say there were several people, I would say half of the people, whose response was something along the lines of, oh, I wouldn't want Ted to buy the Nationals, which I don't understand at all, to be honest with you. Now, if the argument is just you don't want one owner to own all your teams, I do get that. Because as we've seen with Leonsis as the owner of the Capitals and the Wizards, it can be really hard at any given moment, especially when the seasons conflict, to feel like, I know Wizards fans have long felt like they get the shaft or whatever. Like, it's on everything everybody's getting 100%, whether that's perception or reality. I understand that is a fear that fans have.
Right.
And just generally speaking, when one person in town owns everything, it's a, like any monopoly of sorts. I mean, there are drawbacks to that. So if your fear is just the amount of things he'd own, I guess I could while not my priority or something I care about, I could reckon that. But the current situation with the Nationals very, very clearly is that there is no other suitor at this moment. There's nobody else publicly saying they want to buy it. The last time that they were on the market, by all accounts, the only person that was particularly interested in buying them was Ted Leonsis. So to me, as of right now, it's would you rather the Lerners continue to own this thing in perpetuity or Leonsis swoop in and buy this thing? And to me, that's the biggest no-brainer ever. Twofold. One, I desperately want a real television product so badly. That's not to knock Bob and Franny, who do a good job in game, but I want pregame and postgame. See what they do for the Capitals and the Wizards. They do real life sports programming.
Mm-hmm.
They have shoulder programs. They have content all day long. I want that badly for my baseball team, and I think it's absurd that we don't have it.
Agreed.
The path to that very clearly is Ted buying the team very easily, because he made the case on our show again yesterday that he has no interest in buying the TV rights if he doesn't own the team, which he basically says there's not money in it at this point. I'll take his word for it.
Yeah.
I don't know how the business part of that works. I'll bet he does. But how many off seasons do you want to sit and watch them spend no money and do nothing as an organization? I would love to just try something else. That's the other part of this, baseball wise, not just the TV part of it with Masson being gone. But Leonsis' Capitals resume is pretty fantastic. Now, the Wizards' resume clearly is not, but I don't know, Danny. I have, if it's really a two-horse race, which is how I view it.
Yeah.
Lerners keep owning this thing for a long time. Ted Leonsis takes over. I badly want Ted Leonsis to take over.
If that's the frame or the framing, then you're right. It's a no-brainer. In other words, you're counting on, if you're Team Lerner, for the sake of argument, just to set this conflict up, if you're Team Lerner, then you're saying at some point it's going to change, not based on the last 5 years, not based on any statistical evidence, just based on what it was at one point, aka not a ridiculous spend, but a very competitive spend for the Nationals. Right? There may have been times where there was some nickel diming, but that's pro sports. No fan base thinks their ownership group is perfect. There's always going to be gripes in every sport, no matter what. But the Nationals had a competitive payroll. Their payroll now it doesn't look as bad as it actually is because they're still paying Steven Strasburg. It still counts.
The payroll of the players that play is near the bottom of baseball.
It's Marlinsy. It's
ridiculous. It's piratesy. It's unacceptable.
Yeah, and the idea, if you say, well, I'd rather have the Lerners do it, is you're assuming or hoping, based on what I don't know, that it'll go back to what it was at some point. Maybe when all the money goes into their account from the back pay from Masson, or maybe something changes. I don't know what it would be, but maybe then they'll go and do what they wanted, what they're supposed to be doing. That's the argument. Other than that, I can't figure it out.
There is nothing that has happened over the last several years that would make you think that is the case. This offseason was the tell. Like, I had been very patient and just kind of like, hey, well, I don't know what I don't know. It's a rebuild. There's no real reason to spend. Maybe they'll flip the switch. This was the flip the switch off season. You don't get to just keep, well, maybe in a year. Of course, it's so easy for you to keep me waiting when every offseason you can go, well, there's always next offseason. There's always another one where you might spend. But what they did this offseason, $9 million for Mike Soroka as a starting pitcher that most teams viewed as a reliever, and Nathaniel Lowe at first base, who you had to trade a reliever to go get to inherit a contract while the Rangers were trying to downsize financially at first base. So your baseball ops people found a good deal. That was the offseason. You didn't spend money on your bullpen. You didn't upgrade in other areas. You did nothing to generate excitement. Like, we're a week into the season. Is there excitement about the Nats? I love the Nats. I'm over there all the time. I was there last night. I'll be there tomorrow. I've been at 5 games already. There's Dodgers fans and 7,000 of us over there last night in the cold. People just aren't that excited about it.
They're not.
You didn't give them a reason to be excited. But that's the part I don't get is, oh, well, I hope he doesn't buy the Nats. Are you a Nats fan? For what reason? We also talk about the fact that they have not paid or kept any of their own. Guess what? Alex Ovechkin, 20 seasons with the Washington Capitals, a 13-year record contract, a 5-year contract on the back end of that at the end of his career. Nicholas Backstrom, a 10-year contract. TJ Oshie, a massive 8-year contract. They have paid their own. John Carlson, 8-year, $64 million, was one of the biggest contracts for defensemen, if not the biggest at that time. They have taken care of their guys. They have set the market. Leonsis talked yesterday about the commitment they like making to their players. That's been one of the big bugaboos. Is it perfect? I'm not trying to sell you that this is the greatest situation in the world. If some Jeff Bezos like billionaire was going to outspend Steve Cohen, is waiting in the wings to come buy this thing, then I want them too. I want the guy that's going to have the $600 million payroll and compete with the Dodgers for Shohei and the Mets for Soto. Yeah, let's do that. But that guy ain't walking through the door. That's not realistic.
It doesn't seem to be.
There's no one that wants to buy this team right now, basically, other than Rubenstein, who's already got his team, the Orioles, and he's checked out, and now Ted Leonsis.
And again, if that's the realistic scenario, which is all we know so far, is one person has declared, again, on our show and with the previous offer, that he has tried to buy them and would buy them if he was allowed to make an offer on them. If that's the choice, it's a binary. It's pretty easy to me. And I'm not the world's biggest Ted Leonsis cheerleader when it comes to his ownership. I think criticisms of him with the Wizards over years are justified. I just don't think he understood the sport. If he would have read his own ownership manifesto about how to build a winner, he would have done things a lot differently. But that's a small gripe. It's all relative here. You're talking about an engaged owner that at least has a philosophy and a plan versus whatever this is for the Nationals. To me, it's obvious. Like, I'm still hoping for the White Knight. I'm hoping for someone to come riding in and my Steve Cohen, but I don't know where that guy is. Totally. If he's out there, hear my voice, I'm available.
If it is moving forward with the learners and taking your chances that they spend again at some point, or Leonsis buying this thing, it just feels like such a no-brainer. But I want to get thoughts from you guys on this at 800-636-1067. We're Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan. Ted Leonsis on the show yesterday said he's forever interested in buying the Nationals. Said he's interested, and right now the Learners are not in season. Posted that quote and got feedback from a lot of people saying they didn't want Ted to buy the Nationals. Now, if you're comparing Leonsis, who would be owning 3 of the 4 major teams in town, to say a Steve Cohen-like figure who's also vying for them, maybe because you just don't want one owner owning everything, that would make sense to me. But right now, it's the Learners continuing to own it, or possibly they get to a point where they work out a deal with Leonsis. And to me, that just seems like easily the best case scenario here of the two. But we're bouncing that off you guys at 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny.
Yeah, I mean, if it's as presented, right? Here's the choice. One person we know, again, he told us again yesterday, reaffirmed it. We know that there's been an offer in the past. He literally said, I'm forever interested. No one else has said that, right?
The market is one buyer for your house.
Uh-huh.
That's where we're at on this. There's one person that's come through. There's one person that's made you an offer. So either you keep living there or they buy your house. Which one do you like better? I'd like them to buy the house. Joanne is in Virginia on Grant and Danny. I believe she's on her way to Nationals Park tonight. It's going to be cold, Joanne. Wear your coat.
I have one and a blanket.
You'll need it.
Yeah, you'll need all
of it. It's going to be chilly, but let's get a win and a series victory over the Dodgers.
That'd be great. Listen, to this point of Ted Leonsis, I've been a long-time season plan holder, and I honestly, personally, do not know anything about the business of owning a sports team. However, the consensus of a lot of the season ticket holders that I've spoken to are not happy with the fact that Ted Leonsis wants to buy the team. And I think their concern has nothing to do with he owns this, he owns that. Their concern is that he's kind of let the Wizards go by the wayside and be, the stepchild in the Cinderella story. But they're afraid he's not going to invest. They're afraid he's just going to own it and then do nothing with it. Now, granted, right now, nobody's doing anything with anything. But I think that's the consensus and the reason why they don't want him to buy it.
So, but I'm going to ask you again, though. Would you rather the Learners continue to own it, or would you rather him buy it?
Personally, if the Learners would have to show me that they're taking this team seriously again and invest a lot of money. Otherwise, no. I would prefer to have an owner who really cares about the team and wants to do something, like you said, pre and post game on Monumental. Now, with that said, Monumental doesn't always work. I mean, even somebody on your show the other day said, I had to watch Obi's 2 goals because Monumental wasn't working for me, so I had to go to TNT.
Well, that was Ryan, and that was Ryan's issue.
Yeah,
I don't think I don't think anybody else was having that issue. I never have any problems with my stream. I'll say that.
There was a signal issue when we were at Caddy's a little bit.
That is true.
So,
yes, that's
small
true.
hiccup. Who knows?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a Monumental thing, a cable thing. It's above my pay. I don't know. It's Direct TV or so. I'm not trying to impugn anybody, but just saying. Yeah, I don't know if that's generally has a reputation for not working all the time.
Not really sure.
Yeah, but to me, the big picture point is right. Like we here in this marketplace, baseball fans don't know what it's supposed to look like unless you've seen other markets. Like if you lived in New York, Boston, Chicago, Philadelphia, Detroit, name your baseball city, you would be stunned at the level of programming, the level of access, the level of information, the level of get to know, the level of analysis.
Yes,
that's beyond like a cursory sort of glimpse at what may have happened in an on-field interview.
It's
like,
my number one
day.
reason why I want it. They do things the right way with how they cover their teams and invest in their teams and televise around games, and they would do that with baseball. And as a consumer, I want that badly. Number 2, though, I disagree. I know that the Wizards have not been good, and I also come at this from the perspective, well, I care about the Wizards. I obviously care about the Capitals more. Like I am a bigger Capitals fan than I am a Wizards fan, but I think it's a little bit overstated the way that we and maybe it's overstated how much credit we give Ted for hockey. Like I think he's a phenomenal hockey owner. You could convince me, hey, take a little bit away from your 9.5 out of 10 you're giving him as a hockey owner because they had Ovi for 20 years. But then you've got to give me more on the Wizards ownership where I think it's overstated a little bit how he doesn't care, he's not a basketball fan, or he hasn't invested. Everybody wanted him to give John Wall a bunch of money, and he did. Everybody wanted to give Bradley Beal a bunch of money, other than me and 4 people, and he did. And then he gave him more and more and more and more. Were there mistakes? Yes. Did they run a great program? But it's not like they haven't brought in Flip Saunders when he was a highly regarded coach and pay him a bunch of money, or Scott Brooks when he was a highly regarded, sought-after coach and pay him a bunch of money. Has he had more success with the Capitals? Obviously, no doubt. Did he do some ridiculous things like keeping Ernie Grunfeld around forever that people like you can't get past and won't? And I'm not joking. I'm just saying.
Totally correct. Yeah.
We'll never be able to like forgive him for. Sure, it's not perfect, but this idea that he's been like an F owner for the Wizards, I just don't agree with that.
That's interesting because that's how I would view it. I mean,
you think he's been an F?
Yeah. I think it's
he paid 2 guys supermax contracts that were really good players.
Yeah. I mean, so he, you could pick
but that's ownership. That's commitment to your superstars.
You could pick a couple single instances over the years. He had a fundamental philosophical lack of understanding about what the NBA was, where the puck was going, so to speak, and sort of always seemed like, well, the most important thing is just to make the postseason. I mean, you heard the mantra over the years when GM became the new GM. That's all they cared about was that play-in game or that one more home game, and it was the wrong way to do it forever. And if he hadn't demonstrated the knowledge and aptitude to do the thing in hockey that he prescribed, which was if you're not good, admit that you're not good and tear the thing down. That's how he got Ovechkin the first time,
right?
And he wouldn't do that until over the last couple of years. They refused to be bad on purpose.
Yeah, the problem was, though, I don't know that you could have done that around Wall and Beal. Like with those 2 guys, they're elevators to the point where you can't be to tank now. They're benching Alex Sarr in the 4th quarter of games, who's not even that good yet, to make sure that they lose to the Brooklyn Nets so Drew Timme can get the game winner. When you've got Wall and Beal for that iteration, that era of Wizards basketball, to tear it down to the studs wouldn't have necessarily worked.
No, then multiple years without Wall, and you had Beal, and you're limping along winning 30 games and giving him maxes and everything else.
You're preaching to the choir, but that's not what Wizards fans wanted to do until the very end, the vast majority of them. But again, we can disagree on his philosophy was wrong. When I'm talking about ownership, I'm talking about commitment, opt-in. Like there were not long periods of time, in my opinion, where they were not spending on the executive or coaching or player level. There was always some opt-in there. Currently, they're horrendous and it's brilliant, but they went and got Winger, who's a star.
They finally went and got
Dawkins,
some rock stars,
who's a star, and they're doing it. Like, this is the thing that I always wanted them to do in this moment. But like Scott Brooks got a ton of money, if you remember.
Yeah.
There were times along the way where they had bad coaches too. Who was it? Randy
Whitman.
Whitman, who stunk. But like the Orioles, as an example, had Dave Tremblay manage them when they were losing 100 games. You should. Right now, they got Brian Keefe. A real grown-up doesn't want to come in here and coach Justin Champagny to a 9th straight loss. You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
It's time and place a little bit too. Let's go to Jason in Woodbridge. What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I would take Leonsis over the Learners. I think the dad Learner was all in, and I don't think the kids care at all. I think they just happen to own the team, and I wish come back to the other side. But I think Leonsis would, at least in the beginning, would try. I don't know. I do agree with you, Grant, that he did try to do stuff with the Wizards. I mean, Wall getting hurt, that was a murder. I mean, that just killed our team. And Beal.
Yeah. Danny's right, by the way, Jason. And sorry to cut you off, but Danny's right too. Like his philosophy, which works in hockey, which by the way I think would work really well in baseball. Oh, by the way, it does not work in basketball. Is unique.
Mm-hmm.
You either have the LeBron of your conference or you don't get to the conference finals. And your point is you got to keep tearing it down till you get those guys.
Yeah, and you can't
just easier said than done.
You can't keep trading away your first round pick year after year to year to Phoenix to try to win one more game to get a Marcin Gortat or a Trevor Ariza or whatever.
They got to they got to the conference final essentially once. They were in game 7 and they got Kelly Olynyk.
Mm-hmm.
His point was, like it is in hockey, just keep having bites at the apple and you'll break through. And I mean, they almost did essentially.
Very close right there, yeah.
But yes, you're right. I agree. In basketball, it doesn't work that way. Jonathan Rockville, you're up.
Yeah, Grant, I agree with you 100%. I can't understand why anybody would not want Leonsis to own the Nats, especially in view of what the Learners have done the last few years here. He's he's been a great owner for the Caps. He spends to the limit and then past that. I mean, bear in mind all the money he's got on the books for Backy and Oshie this year. So he spent well above the cap. And I think he'd be a great owner for the Nats. You can't, the NBA, that's not a real league. I don't know what to make of that. I mean, I was a fan of the Bullets, but it's now there's a salary cap, but there's not a salary cap, and you sign your own guy and you can go play with it. I don't really take that league seriously. I mean, as you've pointed out, you're limited. If you get a great player, you can run with it. And if you don't, it takes forever to rebuild. So I don't hold that against him. I think he'd be a terrific owner.
I do think in the NBA that just haves and have-nots. And if you're not in the club, it's harder to get there. Like when they were close, all you need is the meeting with Kevin Durant that you can't get.
Yep.
All you need.
Mm-hmm.
So like I just think it is harder as an owner to do it like with a good process, a good culture. But that's funny. It's not a, what did he call it?
It's just not a real league at this point.
Not a real league. I mean, I don't know that I agree with that, but to me, it's just the current operation, the status quo
for the Nats is unacceptable.
The status quo is not okay.
Mm-hmm.
Period. That's where I'm at on that. And for the record, we had a caller saying, "Oh, the Learners don't want to be." Mark Lerner loves it. Mark Lerner's like all in. This guy's at games. He's sitting there in the cold. He's sitting there knee to knee with Rizzo on draft night. He loves it. I just don't know if the whole family is in. That seems like the issue. G&D on the Fan will get you ready for Nats baseball. Hit the headlines before we say goodbye.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp, CoachWooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. We're getting set for some Nats baseball coming up in just over 10 minutes. Pre-game show, then 6:45 first pitch. The Nats and Dodgers again tonight in D.C. 6:45 again here on the Fan. Nats with the big win over L.A. last night, 6-4. James Wood 2-run shot. Nats have won 3 straight now after dropping 6 of their first 7 to start the season. NBA, the guys just talking about that, is getting set to wrap up for the final week for the Wizards. 4 games to go at Indiana tonight. 7 p.m. start on the Team 980. Final home game is tomorrow against Philly. Season finale for the Wiz Sunday afternoon. That's at 1 p.m. in Miami. Stunning move in the NBA in Denver today. Michael Malone fired as Nuggets head coach just 2 years after winning an NBA championship and only a week and a half now before the start of the playoffs. Final week and a half of the hockey season getting set to start for the Caps. 5 games to go. They hope to get things back on track Thursday against Carolina. College basketball, Maryland ends the year as a top 10 team, finishing 9th in the final AP college basketball poll that was released earlier today. Coach Wooten's basketball camp, they instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps. Coach Wooten. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
We are 16 days away from the NFL draft. Night number 1, Thursday night in prime time. The Commanders hold pick number 29 this time around. Grant and Danny on the Fan, presented by the law firm Kandori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. They'll get you a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. One of our guys over at the law firm just had a baby boy. Congratulations.
Amazing.
Very, very exciting. That's a good time. There's some of that in the water, it seems like.
Yeah, it's what all the cool dudes are doing, just having new baby boys.
How is old Slasherini?
He makes a lot of noise. He's recently been doing a thing where he doesn't sleep consecutive hours at night. It's like, keep you on your toes. It's fun.
Russell Rouillet.
Yeah, man.
How old? We at like 12 weeks yet? 10 weeks?
No, almost. So January, what is it? April now? I don't know. We're like 10 weeks maybe?
Okay.
10, 11, something like that?
Good for you.
Yeah.
We're getting a little closer. We had our text exchange for the first time about the nursery today.
Oh.
So, yeah, we're starting to make some moves.
Do a little of the prep stuff?
We've got a July due date.
Mm-hmm.
So we're getting there.
Thanks for saying that, by the way, because Megan asked me. My wife asked me, she's like, when's Allison doing? I was like, and I kind of like scratched my head, like wandered
You're,
around.
like, looking off in the distance.
And I was like, summer.
I don't know why
sometime?
this is.
Mm-hmm.
If it's in the summer, it's just summer. So my son's birthday is December 17th.
Mm-hmm.
My first daughter's birthday is March 26th. Right? My wife's birthday, March 24th. I could do that. My youngest daughter, number 3.
Yep.
This is
your third line center.
Correct. This is McKinley. Mickey's birthday is the summer. And then I have to think, is it June? Is it July? 28th, 29th. Okay, it's the 29th. What's the day? The way I always remember it is I was in the hospital. We had just had
And it was really hot.
And I found out Don Geronimo had just called someone a Barbie. And he had been fired. Like all that had happened within a couple of hours. I remember that.
Okay.
Yes. So
very newsy day.
Whatever day that was, which I think was like July 29th. But if it's in the summer, man, it just all blends together.
Actually, that's such a good
doesn't
point.
mean I like that baby less. I just don't. Is June and July are the same to me, basically. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, I've got 2 niece birthdays that are I just go, what are they? Summer. I know it's hot. Sometime June. 2 palms to the sky like Jordan against the Trailblazers, man. I don't know.
And I can differentiate between the June and July and the August. So maybe it's a J thing. I don't know. But it's also going to be uber complicated. If this baby, number 4, boy number 2, Lincoln, if Lincoln's birthday is like July 13th, But then McKinley's birthday is like July 29th.
What do you do?
And then how am I going to remember either of those and differentiate? And I also don't know how anyone with a bunch of kids says the names correctly ever. Because now, between the dog and the 3 kids, and it'll be 4 soon enough, I'm like, Reagan, McKinley, Truman, what? He's like, Dad, that's not my name. Just get over here.
I'm pointing at you. I snapped 3 times.
My dad used to do it to us, and I couldn't believe it. I'm like, you really don't know who I am right now?
Yes, we know.
The other funny thing that I do sometimes is, and this is actually really awkward, happened to me on the playground last week, where somebody just said, Dad. I was like, hey, what's up, bud? And it was not my kid, and they were not talking to me. But it's the natural reaction of like half paying attention, hearing Dad, and having to quickly engage.
Yeah.
So they're like, Dad. And I was like, yeah, what's up, buddy?
Yeah.
And the kid looks at me like, who are you? Get away from me. Stranger
danger.
But it's so awkward. It is time for the leadoff ahead of Nationals baseball as they look for what would be a 4th consecutive win, 2 in a row over the Los Angeles Dodgers. That would be a series victory over the defending World Series champions. The leadoff is brought to you by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
Might be a John E. Holstaff day with Brad Lord getting the start, probably going around 40 or 50 pitches. Leading off in left field, that's Alex Call's leadoff spot. Please and thank you. James Wood DHing today, batting second. Keibert Ruiz hitting third, doing the catching. Nathaniel Lowe at first base. Ahmad Rosario gets the start at third, batting fifth. Luis Garcia at second base. Paul DeYoung at shortstop. Dylan Cruz in right field, batting eighth. And your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young, trying to get off the schneid in center field, batting ninth.
Alex Call has been very good for the Nationals.
It's been a godsend here this week.
Yeah, of late. And they are keeping him in the lineup because of it. Hitting .467 with an 1156 OPS, 7 for his first 15 at the plate. Made a tremendous diving catch in right field yesterday also.
Just good baseball, too. You know, it's like giving himself up for good at bats, using the whole field, not trying to do too much, just playing really good winning baseball, and they've needed it.
He got thrown out at the plate last night, one of 3 Nats that get thrown out on the base paths. I could go for not having that happen.
I hated that send, by the way, just as a quick side. Like, freeze on the line drive. He did, and then it dumped in, and he was going to be out. I don't know why you did that with one out, but that's just me.
It was a terrible send. Yeah. But it was one of 3 times last night where they ran into an out. 2 that were pretty bad. First to third, easy out at third base, and then Call at home plate. Other notables for the Nats, Nathaniel Lowe's reached base safely in 9 of 10 games so far this season. He's got 11 hits and a couple of doubles and a couple of home runs in his last week. He ranks 11th in the National League with a .590 slug. And Keibert Ruiz, 10 for his first 31 at the plate. Great start to his season. The catcher for the Nationals has hit safely in 8 of 9 games so far this season. He's actually tied for second in the big leagues in hits among catchers with Will Smith of the Dodgers, who is at Nats Park tonight. So very, very good start for Keibert Ruiz. If you're going to the ball game, it is going to be damn cold.
Yeah, so I've got my jacket, and I'm going over to the yard. I'm doing post-game show tonight. I've also got a sweater that I'm going to put on underneath that to go with my gloves. I will not be cold tonight. Like, stadium cold's another level.
So you always dress well, I'd say, for the weather. I never do. So yesterday, I'm over there, same temperatures. I was in a shirt with no jacket and no nothing. You're going gloves and hat?
Oh, yeah. Full month.
Did you wear your earmuffs?
No,
you know
not
those things I love.
I know.
I took a picture of those one time. It ricked you bad. I don't know why.
Well, when you do the like, hey, let me get a picture. You're clearly not thinking, oh, I want to buy that for myself. Or, hey, where'd you get that? It's like an open mockery. And it's like, yeah, pose there like a horse's ass.
But the earmuffs are they just pop me.
Oh, they're so comfortable.
I've never seen a grown up, like not in a movie, wear earmuffs. Because they like, or it's like a band behind your head.
Yeah, so they stay on. Oh, it's so comfy. I love them.
You didn't bring them, though.
No, not this time. So, yeah, I'm going to be in the press box for most of the game, and then I'm going to, waddle on down to the old red box to do the post-game show.
Well, we'll be listening late tonight. Danny Huhe on the post-game after Nationals baseball. Enjoy yourselves if you're going over there this evening. It's one of those times now where baseball takes center stage here.
Yeah.
You got the Capitals idle, right? And the national championship is in the rear view at this point after yesterday. Houston collapsing down the stretch, so Florida won the championship. But I guess if you're into the Wizards, you could watch them and the Pacers tonight. They're hunting win number 18.
You might see some points. They gave up 162 to Indiana last time they played.
That was on the night that Maryland got eliminated. I was watching both of those at the same time. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe Kevin Willard will leave Villanova tonight. Maybe he'll jump ship again. Wear out his welcome. All right. Thanks to Darius, Toby, and Ryan behind the scenes. Grant and Danny saying so long. Charlie and Dave have pregame coming up. First pitch in about a half hour. If you're on the road, travel safely. We will chat at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.